Chapter 201, Cosmological Pun. Hey Keeper, how does flux carry different forms of energy as a single material? Is it a property thing? Keeper, how exactly does the gray mist neutralize the properties of different energies? Does it simply remove their attributes? And speaking of, how can mana attain attributes from matter in the first place? Is it through flux? Keeper, what is influence anyway? It can impart properties onto various energies like mana and flux and whatnot. But it has to get its energy from somewhere, right? Keeper, my guy, do you never rest? Have you been standing like that for all the time that nobody was here? I mean, you should try getting yourself a hobby. Maybe carpentry? Across an indeterminable amount of time, Dream continued to go through all the monoliths. As he did, he gained huge amounts of knowledge and invaluable techniques. The monoliths taught him about all the energies that he knew about and their special characteristics. However, as he went through the lines of script, he would always come out with questions. And to the Keeper's distress, all the questions were thrown at him. Dream would just ask the question as it popped up in his mind. He didn't even bother waiting until he went through all the script of a given monolith. Naturally, he had many questions. Hundreds, actually. There were so many things he was curious about, and his mind was being broadened constantly. It was to the point that he had forgotten all about the trial. Your answer will be answered after 23 lines. The Keeper looked over and brushed off the questions lazily. He of course knew all the answers to his questions, but the assistance he could give to Dream was limited by the rules of the trial. Thankfully, Dream didn't actually need any help. His mind was just running a million miles per hour, and he blurted out his confusions sometimes. Of course, some of his questions were beyond the monoliths. Questions about the origin of the universe, the source of life, the Keeper's personal life, and other questions of that nature were thrown out all the time since Dream's thought process went down all those different roads. The Keeper didn't answer any of those for reasons totally different than the restrictions of the trial. Either way, things went on smoothly. Dream continued to scan through the monoliths and study everything he was given. After new batches of scripts came into his mind, he would attempt to connect everything. Although he knew that he probably didn't have enough knowledge to do so, he was trying to create something like a theory of everything. He created a framework in his mind that encompassed all the energies he knew about, and things went well. Although he had many unanswered questions, most of them were specifics. Those could be answered when he did some experiments. The broader, conceptual knowledge was easily picked up by him. With that, Dream gradually made his way through the monoliths. In the beginning, he had been a bit of a chatterbox, asking all the questions that came to mind. But after he got through about half of the monoliths, he became quieter, and by the end, he was silent. He was thoroughly enraptured by everything he was absorbing. He didn't have the mind to even speak. Dream sat in the middle of the space, not too far away from where the Keeper was. His blank silhouette stared off into the vast cosmos. He had been like that for a very long time. At least, he thought that it was a long time. Time was a complicated concept when it came to this place. By now, he was convinced that time simply didn't move here. He couldn't tell either way. Sitting there, Dream was processing the knowledge he was absorbing from a monolith. This monolith was the last of the 42, and he was pulling off the script from a distance. Soon, the last line on the monolith went dark. The line appeared in Dream's mind, and all the knowledge, wisdom, and even some memory fragments were infused into him. He took it all in stride, already having done this tens of thousands of times. Finally, the last line was processed. He had now gone through all the knowledge of the greatest prophets under the archons. Putting it another way, he had attained all the legacies of those prophets. It was like a sub-legacy within a much larger inheritance. The Keeper remained silent as Dream sat there motionless. After a while, the silhouette spoke. Hey Keeper, ether. It's an energy that's different from mana or flux. Why haven't I encountered it before? Hearing the question, the Keeper didn't immediately respond and contemplated for a second. You come from the outer reaches of the universe. Ether has not yet spread to the world you came from. I see. Hearing that, Dream went silent once more. Ether. It was one of the energies that Dream learned about. There was mana, flux, destruction mana, aka ruinous mana, and then ether. Dream learned that each energy was basically like a higher dimensional form of the energy and matter in the universe. Mana was like matter. It could be structured to form definable shapes. Flux was like the binding energy, or forces. It held mana together and could bind it with matter, allowing the two to affect each other. Ruinous mana was like antimatter, the direct opposite to normal mana. Ether, though, was something much more special. It was the spatial variant. Ether could directly affect space. Of course, there were some conditions. Weaker people had to use it in conjunction with flux to use low-level spatial manipulation techniques. But if you were stronger, you could use pure ether to bend space to your will. Manipulating ether could unlock supremely powerful abilities. With it, you could teleport across vast distances, create your own pockets of space, and in some cases, use it to manipulate matter on an unprecedentedly small scale. It could also bind with matter to bring it up to a higher dimension. This fact answered Dream's question of how the heart could be a material and also exist in the fourth dimension with his soul. The heart contained ether, giving it those higher dimensional properties. However, according to the monoliths, ether was everywhere. Dream had never discovered it, though. Thus the question to the keeper. There were also some other things Dream learned about the universe from the monoliths. One detail was that at one point in time, the system, or the record, hadn't existed. He found no mention of it in any of the monoliths. He didn't even find terms related to it like an inventory or levels. In fact, the trial monolith was his first clue to this fact. In the scenes he saw from the trial script, Dream saw the battle with all the purple-bodied people. When someone was killed, a wisp of light would appear and the killer would draw it toward them. If that light was experience, then it meant that there was no system to do things for them. Whatever happened, the universe back then was vastly different from now. If this were the case, then it might provide a vague explanation for the absence of ether from Earth and Cabin, the only two worlds he knew and has been to, though it also brought up many more questions, the biggest of which was this: what the hell is the system? Dream blurted this out. The keeper, though, just stood there like he always did, not intending to answer. Dream shook his head seeing that, and went back to being silent. Eventually, though, after lots of thinking and solidifying what he gained from the monoliths, he stood up. All right, I guess I should get to the trial now. Usually people form their bodies as they gain information. Why would they do that? Seems a bit reckless to me. Many already know how they wish to form their bodies. Unlike you, they understood their true forms and only needed to fill in the shell. They would slowly build themselves up over time as they solidified the foundation of their study. After all, this is a very important step in their growth. However, I suppose this is a special case. Anyway, do you still need help with the extraction of the energy below?
No.
What about the conversion of energy?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you absolutely certain? The keeper smirked slightly as his voice became a tiny bit sarcastic. This was his little way of getting back at Dream for bombarding him with questions all the time. However, Dream caught him off guard with his next answer. No, I'm not certain actually. Then why? The keeper was confused. Was he really not sure how to manage these tasks? But he had gone through all the monoliths. I've obviously never handled this kind of universal energy before, so I'm not sure how it will go. But don't worry, keeper. I'll figure it out. If I don't, then I'll be sure to ask you for help. You've always been so accommodating to my questions, little insect. The keeper scoffed a bit and then closed his eyes, ignoring Dream, who was smiling mischievously. All right then. Now, I need to form my true self. What exactly is my true self? What should my true, most primal form be? Focusing himself, Dream spoke and drifted off into thought. He began recalling the script that showed him examples of a true self forming. The way he understood it, your true self was a manifestation of your alignment. Mana could take on alignments like fire or ice. This change in alignment is either caused by the environment the mana is in or the user of the mana, whose alignment will convert the mana. So each soul and person had an alignment, and to form your true self in your most primal form, you needed to understand your alignment and form yourself around it. Basically, it was a representation and image of who you were and the power you did and sought to wield. So, for this trial, Dream had to understand himself at the deepest levels and then design an image around that. When that was done, he would have a body that was most compatible with who he was. The more true to yourself the image was, the better the results. Understanding who I am. Strip away everything. Reduce me to my most vulnerable and basic form. And what then will I be? Dream started hypothesizing, not about himself, but about others first. He had seen many examples of true images from the monoliths of all different types. He had also seen the methods people would use to draw out someone's true character. Sometimes, they would break the person physically or mentally. Sometimes, they would back the person into a mental corner. Sometimes, they would toss the person into a scary situation, like stranding them in a dangerous forest or in the middle of the ocean. And sometimes the person would be isolated for a long period of time, forcing them to be alone with their thoughts. There were many methods, and they all had their own results. For many, arrogance was their true image. People believed themselves to be higher than others, or they wished to be higher than others. It was natural after all. Everyone desired to grow, and arrogance was a part of that. Another common trait was violence. Fighting was the way of the world. It was the easiest and most direct way to gain strength. Naturally, the majority of people were inclined to violence in one form or another. Then there was greed or envy, which was the desire to acquire more. This often tied closely to arrogance. Of course, there weren't just bad inclinations. There were many who had kind inclinations. There were those that wished to heal, to bring justice, to provide. These people were very virtuous at heart. And then there were other more abstract inclinations. Some people were manipulative. Some were apathetic. Some were obsessed with certain subjects. There were also those who inclined toward concepts. Some people were inclined to fire, some to water, others to magic, to crafting, and many other things. There were countless inclinations, and everyone usually had multiple, with certain inclinations taking priority over others. Your image could be a mess of many different alignments. Or, on extremely rare occasions, there were those who were strictly aligned to a single concept. So, Dream had to find out what his alignments were. However, he also had to make sure he dug deep. This trial was about finding your most primal form. You had to find what your logos, your wisdom and being were aimed toward. This was why methods to find one's true nature often involved desperate and deep situations. And while it was both fortunate and unfortunate, Dream already had a good sense of who he was at his core. After all, he had been reduced to his most miserable state and shoved deep into darkness. At his very core, Dream sought knowledge. He had always been surrounded by darkness. He had seen the darkness as his cage, as a miserable and lonely place. However, after he lost everything, lost all his purpose, he turned to the darkness, and there he found discovery. He found purpose in exploration and understanding. While he had always been one to study and learn on Earth, it was only after everything was gone when he had realized that only one's thoughts and understandings were permanent and that they had to be cherished. Nobody could take away the knowledge and thoughts in your head. Nobody could take away your wisdom. However, it would either be a tormenting ghost or a loving friend. Depending on which you picked, you would lead your life scared of the darkness, or happy that you had someone there to explore with you. Dream had come to terms with his darkness. When he ended his own life, he had been throwing himself into the unknown. Only that way could he discover what he wanted. Only that way could he get the answers he needed. Coming to this point in his thought process, things started to change unknowingly. The keeper watched Dream. For a while, nothing happened as Dream just sat there. Suddenly, though, energy started to rise from the floor. The gray fluids within the ground started to pass through the invisible barrier. After that, they swirled around Dream. The fluids started to fill his silhouette, and starting from his heart, the body began to turn pitch black. Unconscious? The keeper muttered as he watched. Dream didn't seem to be controlling the energy intentionally. The keeper could feel his thought process and how it affected the surroundings, bending everything to his deepest desires. This was one of the rarer ways to form your image. Upon delving deep into your subconscious, one's mind would unconsciously form the image. It could end one of two ways. Either the person would gain an image most true to themselves as it was formed directly with their core being, or they would mess up horribly from the lack of control. It was unpredictable, and the most common route was to for the image consciously as it was more stable. The keeper just kept silent though. No matter what, to interrupt this process would be a horrible sin. He watched as the entire silhouette turned pitch black. The process didn't take long, and soon, the empty body was now like the void. However, when this was complete, Dream's thought process began to change. I gave myself to the darkness, but not because I desired darkness. This thought crossed through Dream's mind. It seemed counterintuitive at first, but he understood exactly what it meant. Dream didn't desire darkness or a cage. He desired light. Thing was though, light shined brightest in the darkness. In the void, you could clearly pick it out. It was clearer, more defined, and you appreciated it more. This was Dream's thought process. He hailed the unknown for what lied beyond it. It was the same with darkness. Because of how deep into the abyss he fell, he could truly understand how important the light around him was. In fact, you could say that he hated the dark, but he threw himself into it anyway as if he couldn't live without it. It really was counterintuitive. It was almost paradoxical, but he saw it as two sides of a coin. You can't have one without the other. With light came dark, with hate came love, and he stuck himself in the middle to see both. Then, he chose which side he wanted. He could have both, just one or none. This was how he dealt with the pains and joys of his life. When it came to this point, yet another change occurred. Within Dream's previously void black silhouette started to appear spots of light. One small speck popped through the void in his chest. Then, it started to grow, and more spots appeared in other places. His chest, arms, legs, and head. All over his body dots of light appeared. Some were white, some were blue, some were red or orange. There were big spots, small spots, and some even came together to form clusters. The keeper, who was watching everything, suddenly felt his eyebrow raise a bit. Those look like stars. I wonder what's going through his head. The keeper got curious as the stars shone with a soft but intense light. They were clearly visible even though they were within a void. However, things didn't stop there. After the last spot appeared, Dream raised his head. He didn't have eyes, but his vision was definitely piercing through the void above. All around him were nebulas, galaxies, stars, and countless other luminous objects. For Dream, the greatest symbol of the unknown and discovery was the cosmos, light and dark. If there was ever a greater representation of the two, it would be space. So as he looked up toward all the dazzling lights, his body started to take form once more. The spots of light started to move, as if time was accelerated. All the stars within him started to collide or collapse, and out from them exploded vast seas of nebulae. His body was suddenly painted with streaks of color, purple gas clouds, blue spirals, and red blazes. Then, everything settled. Curiously, though, the cosmos within his body looked strangely similar to the cosmos around him. It was as if his body imitated the cosmos surrounding the space they were in, and looked just like the vast universe itself. It looked dark and lonely, but glorious and wonderful as well. If one looked at him, they would think that he was a part of the space around them, or that he was a window to the void beyond. The cosmos in his body changed depending on where you observed from, and it created the illusion of him being semi-invisible, blending into the space beyond him. With that, the form ceased to change. The image was officially created, and the keeper nodded his head. Congratulations. You've done a good dash. Hang on. Suddenly, Dream spoke, interrupting the keeper. He tilted his head, but just stayed silent and watched. Out of nowhere, on Dream's head appeared a large galaxy. The galaxy was circular and looked flat from the side. Its center glowed with a bright ball of light. However, after a bit of manipulation, the bottom of the orb was erased, leaving a hemisphere of light to protrude from the top. It looked a lot like a hat. Seeing what he did, the keeper was puzzled. You've already made a perfect image. Why did you add a galaxy? Do you not see? It's the sombrero galaxy. I'm wearing the sombrero galaxy as a hat. Dream laughed as he saw the image of himself. He had thought of this last minute and thought it was absolutely genius. How could he pass up the opportunity for a cosmological pun? The keeper, though, wasn't amused and stared blankly at Dream for a bit. Eventually, he spoke up. I may be breaking the rules a bit, but I feel that I must. Get rid of that hat. What? Why? It ruins your image. In more ways than one. The keeper spoke gravely. He had been feeling impressed with Dream and his image, but then he had to go and add the galactic hat. He honestly felt a bit embarrassed. How did this child manage to create that image? He really is an insect. The keeper scoffed and returned to his apathetic stare. Meanwhile, Dream huffed a bit and got rid of the hat. Chapter 202, Higher Language. After being reprimanded, Dream got rid of the sombrero galaxy hat. Sort of. You only shrunk it. Hey, I'm compromising, Dream shouted as he was found out. However, making the galaxy inconspicuous was as far as he would go. He needed to at least have it there symbolically, for the pun. Besides, it wasn't like it went against the look. After examining him, the keeper just sighed internally. Very well. Now, only when you are finished will I judge you. However, you must personally declare that you are done. I will ask you now, are you finished with your image? The keeper spoke seriously. Dream had understood the trial, attained the knowledge of the monoliths, and then formed an image. The trial was essentially complete, but the keeper could only end it once the trial taker was judged, and to judge them required confirmation. Dream looked at the keeper and then thought for a second. What will happen once I say that I'm finished? You will be judged. If you pass, you will return to your body as you are now and retain everything you have gained. If you fail, your memory and soul will be restored to the time before you came here, effectively erasing all knowledge and trace of this place and your interaction with it. Harsh. I'd think you just tossed me out. At least this would have been for something. If you do not at least have the ability and potential to pass this trial, then you do not deserve the boons from the legacy. I guess. Now, if I were to give you my answer now, I would be judged and then sent away? That is correct. Then hang on. Saying that, Dream went and found one of the monoliths whose script was dark. He then sat down against it, relaxing comfortably. What are you doing? I'm taking my time. I'm gonna digest everything and then return when I feel I'm ready. After all, it's not very often that you get free time. I'm gonna be on a clock when I go back, and things are gonna be hectic. The keeper went silent at Dream's words, though he understood his thinking. He understood the need to meditate on the things he learned. Plus, there was a need to adapt to the new body. Above all that, though, both he and Dream were thinking the same thing. He's already passed. The judgment was the keeper's duty, and it wasn't like there was any special process to it. Obviously, he could judge the trial taker whenever he wanted, and he already established that Dream had passed. The confirmation was more of a formality and a safeguard to ensure that the trial taker really was finished. If anything, Dream passed with flying colors. Creating an image like that is as difficult as it is rare. The keeper had very rarely seen images like Dream's. Images like his were very abstract, and it was difficult for people to model themselves after abstract concepts. They usually modeled themselves as spirits, retaining many of the features they had as mortals, and the difference wouldn't usually be large. But Dream? A body that looked like a cosmos was anything but normal. He was a humanoid comprised of the darkness and light of the universe. This was who Dream was. He was someone who surrounded himself in darkness to see the light. And in the darkness, anything could be imagined, discovered, and created. It was similar to his mind that was so accepting of reshaping. In fact, this was probably the rarest aspect of an image. His image can change. When one created their image, it represented who they were. Naturally, to change who you were was difficult and sometimes impossible. This aspect was reflected in the rigidity of an image. It wouldn't easily change. However the person modeled their image, it would remain that way, usually indefinitely unless a person went through an earth-shattering change. Dream's image, though, changed with the environment. When he moved, the cosmos reflected in his image would change. It even worked through obstructions. Despite Dream sitting against the monolith, the keeper could see the cosmos through him, like he was some kind of visual gateway. It was both odd and miraculous. It was also an incredibly rare trait for an image to have. So, with all this, there was nothing more for Dream to worry about. He could just relax as he was and take his time. After sitting down, Dream started going over his body. Truth be told, the concept of a true image wasn't rare in the universe. In fact, Luna and Iris had already formed theirs. Their fox spirit bodies were their true image, except instead of forming it by comprehension as Dream did, they received help from their blessings, their species evolution, and the system. Depending on the time a true image was formed, a person's talent could usually be gauged. If it happened after one was a Class 4 or at Class 5, then that meant the person's talent or aptitude was average or low, and they wouldn't advance much farther. If it happened before or during the Class 4 evolution, then it meant the person's talent was high, and the Class 5 level would definitely be possible for them to reach. At least, that's how things were before the emergence of the system. Now, Dream wasn't sure how these things worked. All he knew was that forming a true image at the Class 4 level represented talent. Forming it around Class 5 meant you were likely at the height of your power. Welp, so much for the old man. The other Class 4s there also wouldn't have one. Dream pondered about the people back on the planet for a bit. After building his own image, he came to understand a lot more about it. First, there were upsides and downsides to this. An upside to this was the immunity to lower forms of damage. Anybody below the Class 4 level couldn't even touch Dream anymore due to not only the absurd strength and physical/magical resilience of his body, but also the fact that it existed on a higher dimension. It was like if someone tried to stab a ghost with a knife. It simply couldn't be done. It had to be done with magic and mana. Though there was one downside to this as well. Dream's soul now existed throughout and within the bodily image. They were like two parts of a whole. This meant that high amounts of damage to his body would damage to his soul. So while he had much higher resilience, the stakes involved with fighting strong beings were raised higher as well. Getting injured was more costly. Another thing Dream came to learn about was the ether component. An essential ingredient to an image was ether. It was important because it would allow the creation of the body in the fourth dimension. His body would be able to move between the third and fourth dimensions freely, just like the girls who could be both a ghost and have a material body. Dream now had the same thing. Ether, though, was just the foundation. After making the foundation, one would fill it in with other ingredients. For this, Dream simply used the gray fluid in the ground below him. The gray fluid in the ground was definitely an extraordinary energy. It held both ether and Dream's gray mist. However, there was an important property to the gray mist that Dream learned about after going through the monoliths. Because the gray mist was a combination of mana and ruinous mana, it could also be transformed back into those two mana types. Basically, if you had gray mist, you had both types of mana as well as the flux that held everything together. With that in mind, Dream was able to easily get any ingredient he needed to form his body. The fluid held ether, flux, and the gray mist. So he just had to pick out the energy he wanted and went on to form his image. This didn't make things super easy though. For one, the energy was hard to control, and it took Dream utilizing all his power to form everything. It wasn't an easy or fast process despite it looking simple. His image was also complicated, and although he looked as if he did it unconsciously, there was actually a meticulous control that went into it. The image was formed according to a person's most primal nature, and as Dream thought about his, the form gradually manifested in his mind. His form consisted of 4 details: darkness, light, discovery, and adaptability. And so, when the form manifested, he led the energies to form his image exactly according to what manifested in his mind. He guided everything and let it fall into place, and he didn't design things off of a planned blueprint. And it worked out well. The darkness of his body was ruinous mana, and the light was regular mana. The discovery then added itself to give form to everything, creating colorful stars and galaxies and a universe, and the adaptability made the galaxies and stars a reflection of the universe around him. Ether was, of course, the foundation of all this. Huge amounts of flux were also added in to create the dense stars and nebula, and gray mist was the ever-present fluid that kept his body from annihilating itself. With that, Dream now had his new image and body. It was definitely incredibly powerful, although he hadn't yet tested it against anything. However, he still wasn't yet finished. Dream still liked his material body, and while he could become physical with this universe body, it wasn't the same. So, he decided to make another form for himself, almost like a shell. Dream had his 3 forms just like the girls. He could disappear into the 4th dimension, could manifest as a ghost, or manifest as a physical body. Right now, if he were to manifest as a physical body, he would appear as his universe body. However, after a little messing around, he was able to change his physical form. Using his dead body that was still laying on the floor as material, Dream constructed a new physical body and tied it to his universe body. This way, it was like another skin for him. He could appear as both the universe body or his human one. The whole construction went smoothly, and soon, Dream had his majestic, muscular body back. While the keeper didn't agree with his thinking, he just rolled his eyes and let it be. There weren't any significant detriments, and being able to have 2 different forms was a perk of Dream's adaptability. With that, Dream was now back as a human again. For a while, he experimented with changing forms. As he walked around in his human body, the skin would suddenly darken and be sucked down into a void, turning into his universe body. And when he switched back, his universe body would suddenly have a skin creep from within the void and spread out over the surface of his limbs, turning him back. He thought it was a really neat transformation process and giggled like a child as he switched back and forth hundreds of times. Unfortunately, after testing out his powers a few times, he found that there actually was a detriment to his power. While in his human form, he would be somewhat restricted. It was like his skin really was a shell, and it held back some power. According to the Keeper, this was because his physical body was limiting. He had shed it, but since he put it back on, naturally he wouldn't be able to unleash all his power. If he forced his human form to output too much, it would break down. Even this problem, though, wasn't a huge downer. If I want to go all out, then I just need to switch to my universe body. Dream came to this simple conclusion, and after testing things for a bit, he found that everything worked fine. When working on projects or fighting a tough enemy, he would just switch to his universe body. For everything else, he would be in his human form. With all that established, Dream finally felt like everything was perfect. He had nothing else to do, and this place couldn't offer him anything else. Although he wasn't back at his factory to test the limits of his new power and knowledge, he knew that he had jumped once more. His comprehensive capabilities and understanding of the universe was so much deeper than before, and that understanding would lead to the creation of powerful weapons and equipment. He already had many ideas, and at some point, he itched to go back to the factory. But he suppressed that itch for a while. For a long time, Dream stayed in the mysterious legacy space with the Keeper. Much of the time, he wouldn't even have anything to do. So he and the Keeper spoke about many things, mainly science. Other times, Dream would just walk around and observe everything while the Keeper stood in his same spot with his apathetic face. The silence was spent contemplating. Dream thought about all the things going on back on the planet. He planned things out for the future, like overhauls of the assembly lines, designs for new weapons, and even upgrades for Aegis, since he could now properly tamper with the heart, which contained ether. Other times, he contemplated the knowledge that he gained, and he would frequently replay scenes from the thousands of lines of script floating around his mind. Mana, flux, ether, matter, energy, ruinous mana, antimatter, the soul, influence, gray mist. Man, my mind space really is cluttered. Dream spoke and frowned as he went through a bunch of the script. His mind space was like a virtual space. He could enter it, and all his knowledge was held within that space. Although he couldn't see every bit of knowledge, it took up some space, and recalling things would produce fragments that he had to go through. As he took a step back, though, he found that everything was just kind of jumbled around. It was messy and unorganized. We should change this a bit. Although I don't really mind the messiness, it should be more of an organized messiness. How about we make some monoliths? All right, I want 42 monoliths, and all lines of script are to go to their monolith. Saying that, Dream's mind suddenly changed. 42 black monoliths appeared out of nowhere, and they all created a circle around the center of the mind space. All the lines of script that were floating around then rushed over to each monolith and planted themselves on their sides. It recreated the look from the legacy space Dream was in. There, much better. Of course, I can't forget about you. Dream looked over to a few lines of script that were still floating around. They were the script from the trial monolith. Creating a smaller monolith, he had those lines also plant themselves. With that, all floating script was in its place, and the mind space looked much better. I can also do the same for the memory fragments too. Not place them on monoliths, but write them as script. Dream pondered as he looked around at the monoliths. Whenever his train of thought spun, bunches of memory fragments would appear and connect themselves in odd ways. It was a chaotic but surprisingly effective way of thinking that Dream had been changed to under the influence of the gray mist. Now, though, he was thinking about changing the appearance of the fragments. So he did. Dream changed the appearance of the fragments and had all their information appear as golden script. When he did that, though, millions of lines of script appeared, and his mind space was quickly filled. Whoa there, not like that. Startled, Dream started modifying the script. It was trying to describe everything in words, literally displaying information as script. But he was looking to use the language of the monoliths. The script from the monoliths didn't follow any set pattern. As the Keeper said, it was a language beyond languages, and its message could be felt and understood with the soul. That's what Dream wanted to change the script to. However, that language wasn't easily spoken or written, and now he was trying to decipher it. Luckily, after absorbing so much, he understood how it worked quite a bit, and he was able to quickly change the script in his mind. When he did, a much smaller amount of lines appeared. Not only that, but his thought process started to change a bit after using that language to process information. His thoughts started moving faster, and it was more coherent. The script could hold information in a different, much denser form. It was also built to be used by souls, so there were no problems with it being used by his soul as a way of thinking. All this led to it greatly increasing the processing and flow of information in his mind. He felt his mind clear up greatly, and he was surprised. So you've understood the language. The keeper spoke up as Dream felt the changes. You can see that? Nothing is hidden from me in this place. Although I can't read absolutely everything about you, I can sense the use of the language in your mind space. Well, I must say, the language truly is effective. My mind is so clear. It feels like my train of thought prior to this was all rusty. You'll find that there are many benefits to using this language. The peoples under the archons all used this language, and it allowed absolute communication. There were never issues about being misunderstood or not understood at all. There was no such thing as language barriers, for this language communicated above all others, soul to soul. Right. Does that mean I'll be able to communicate with everyone? Yes. So long as they have a soul and a will, you will be able to understand everyone even when they don't use the script, and everyone will be able to understand you should you use the script. Very nice. Although the planet I'm on doesn't really have many languages, it's still cool. Regardless, it helps with my own mind. So win-win. And be careful of your words and the information you pass with this language, though. Like what the golden script of the trial did to you. You do not want to make the mistake of forcing a lower being to comprehend you. You must be aware of their level and adjust your power accordingly. Oh, right. I guess I will have to watch that. It's weird, though, to think words can now hold power. This language is only a lower universal language. The monoliths with the silver and black script hold higher languages, as only those languages can contain the power of the knowledge and wisdom within. When you ascend higher, you will be able to comprehend those languages, and your communication will extend toward higher beings as well. Until then, you may find that higher beings are incomprehensible, if you will. Unless they use a lower language or dampen their higher language, you will not be able to understand them. The keeper spoke, giving Dream valuable information. If he ever decided to use this language openly, understanding the power of his words was important. However, as he nodded in understanding, he thought of another question. Looking back to the keeper, Dream spoke. Interesting. That brings up another question, though. After I leave here, in the future, when will I be able to come back? Chapter 203, Profit. I was able to come here for my 4th class advancement, but that silver and black script seems really far off, at least according to your words. Will I be coming back here for my next advancement? And if I do, will I be required to comprehend that silver script? Dream spoke his concerns over the future. He really did desire the information contained within the silver script, but if it really was capable of driving him insane, then he didn't know when he would be ready to read it. Would going to the end of the 4th class really be enough? Besides, my level is probably going to skyrocket once I go back. There may not be that huge of a gap between then and 5th class. Will that be enough to prepare me? He frowned as he thought. After a few seconds, the keeper spoke. The way the universe works now is different from the time of the archons, but it is not totally changed. Your classes go according to a certain system of evolution that was dominant during the time of the archons. However, unlike then, the record now has a hand in the evolution process, making it easier for individuals to travel down their path. Easier? Yes. Back then, there was no guide. There were no levels, classes, and abilities that would be given to you. Everything you did was blind and according to your own power. That has changed now. However, you are a special case. Why am I a special case? You were born in a space that was not under the influence of the system. This means it will be more difficult for you to evolve as the system has less of a hand in your evolution process. As for the person who put you where you are now, well, I suppose this is already too much information. What? No, it's not. Come on, keep going. Who's that person who moved me? Dream perked up and encouraged the keeper to keep going. However, he just shook his head firmly. I cannot speak further. We have a certain agreement, and until you are mature enough, you cannot know too much. So what? I'm just being groomed like some kind of test subject? I don't enjoy being on the receiving end of experiments, not unless I'm the one experimenting anyway. Do not be too eager to attain this information. It is for your own good, and when you come to understand everything, you will be thrown into a universe of chaotic causality. Enjoy where you are now and continue growing. You will need to for the sake of your future. Fine. Now what about my previous question? You can at least answer that, right? Dream sighed and didn't try to pry anymore. He trusted the keeper, and more than ever he understood the impact of information. You will come back here during your next class advancement. Of course, there will be a prerequisite, and until you meet it, the option to come here will be closed off to you. What's that prerequisite? I do not know. That person determines when you are fit to come here. I have some advice for you, though. Do not be rushed to perform your class advancements. You evolve under a different system than others, and your power isn't simply determined by levels, classes, or stats. Those are just numbers, and real power comes from your knowledge and comprehension. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Dream nodded in understanding. His power really was dynamic and couldn't simply be measured by his stats. That was especially true considering how the stats couldn't measure the full extent of his power anyway. The gray mist seemingly couldn't have its effects read by the system, for whatever reason. And since much of his power resided in his creations, it was difficult to find his limit. If one gun didn't work, he built 1,000. If a spell wasn't strong enough, he made it bigger. The only limit to his power was his imagination and materials. And now that his mind was broadened, it was hard to say how far he could go. Anyone would be hard-pressed to even scratch him, let alone kill him. Well, then I don't think there's much more to do here, Keeper. I've already spent a lot of time here, although I can't tell how much. Dream let out a deep breath as he thought about going back. He had completed his tasks, did a once and twice over of all the script in his mind, and contemplated the future. Now, there really wasn't anything else more to do. When you're ready, just declare your completion, and you shall be Jew dash. Actually, there's one more thing I want to do. Interrupting the keeper, Dream suddenly thought of something and spoke. He smiled broadly as he approached the keeper and stood in front of him. What is it? That thing in your chest. It's a star, right? That is correct. It is my eternal power source for magic. A star can provide magic power? It can. When you come back to read the silver script, you will understand the workings of this mechanism. So matter can affect magic. I knew it, but I don't entirely get it. The gold monoliths only touched upon the subject. Anyway, I want to touch it. Do you want to touch the star? Yes, for research purposes. No, why not? Come on, just a finger. I don't care if I get hurt. I want to touch a star. I will not allow you to defile my power source with your mortal hand dash. CK. Suddenly, Dream shot out his finger with a maniacal grin in an attempt to touch the star. It was wide open, and his finger got really close. However, there was no way that he could surprise the keeper in any way. The keeper was way too far above his power level and could squash him like a bug. But Dream didn't seem to care about that as he pushed forward with the valiant and shameless spirit of a scientist. Looking at Dream in frozen time, the keeper felt a headache coming on. He had been perfectly fine all alone in this legacy space, and then Dream came along. While he was happy that the legacy would be acquired after so many eons, he frequently questioned the integrity of this man who was no more than 30 years old. This scenario is one of the main reasons why, that and his incessant questioning and babbling nonsense when bored. However, Dream had gone and impressed the keeper slightly, albeit he had to disregard all the social downfalls. He took in all the information from the monoliths and seemed to have comprehended it all. And then there was his image, which was one he had only seen a few times before in his extremely long life during the reign of the Archons. Obviously, he was quite talented. He definitely wasn't average. But then you go and do this. I worry for the people around you. Sighing, the keeper activated his power for the first time in countless years. The next moment, Dream was not only frozen in the keeper's vision, but in real time. Dream felt himself lose control over his body and soul, and the keeper's power pressed into him and his mind. Before he could even apologize, Dream suddenly felt a searing pain in his mind. The reality-shattering power that he had experienced when comprehending the trial washed over him once more, and he could feel his thoughts being thrown into chaos. Dream observed his mind. Within it, a large silver ring appeared. It looked exactly the same as the silver script on the forbidden monoliths, and it was the source of the chaos in his mind. Is he trying to kill me? And no. The keeper responded to his barely coherent thoughts. Moments after, Dream felt the pressure on his mind increase exponentially, and he felt as if he was going to shatter. However, before he could pass out, more words entered his mind. Don't disappoint me. With that, Dream's mind seemed to shut down, and his body collapsed with it. The world went dark. Who? Taking in a sharp breath, Dream opened his eyes. His mind spun quickly and he processed his situation. Am I dead? Am I insane? Where am I? Dream looked around him. Currently, he was on his back laying on something. The surroundings were gray though, and the lack of stimuli and sense of direction disoriented him. Am I in space? Wait, the legacy. I remember, whoa. Thud. Suddenly tipping over, Dream fell off of the thing he was laying on and the gray surroundings shattered. Light streamed into his eyes, and he looked around. So you're finally awake. A voice came from near him. It was a familiar one. Dream looked over. He found that he was back in the factory, and the voice was from Luna. She was looking at him curiously from a chair. Iris was in her lap in fox form. You guys. So, I'm back. You never left.
That's both true and false.
Dream shook his confused head as he climbed to his feet. When he looked down, there were shattered remains of something gray all around him on the floor. Whatever it was, it had encased him. That gray stuff went and surrounded you after you fell asleep on the couch. It was like some kind of cocoon, and we just left it be. Interesting. Dream tilted his head as he picked up a fragment. It wasn't that strong, and it seemed to be made out of gray mist. After exerting some power, the fragment dissolved and streamed into his body. So I succeeded. That damn keeper. Was he trying to drive me insane? Keeper? It's nothing. Dream shook his head again. At least the fact that he remembered everything meant that he had succeeded. The first part of the legacy was completed. After calming himself, Dream focused his attention inward. He looked at his mind and body. Universe body. Check. Monoliths in my mind space. Check. Silver ring that almost killed me. Check. Dream frowned as he looked at the final gain from the legacy. The keeper had forced this silver ring into his mind, nearly shattering it again. It was really just a silver ring, not the kind you wear, but a line of script whose ends were connected. It floating in his mind space, and even after prodding it with his influence, it did nothing. Eventually, he just left it there. It's probably something good, or something that's going to be a problem in the future. Either way, nothing I can do now. He sighed, but then smiled. Thinking about the other gains got him excited. Dream reached out his hand toward the shattered remains of the cocoon he had been in, and they all dissolved and streamed into his body. The energy filled him a bit, although compared to the gray fluid inside the legacy space, it was a bit lacking. That stuff was potent. After getting rid of the cocoon, Dream continued to look himself over and feel the changes. Being back in the factory was very different compared to being in the legacy space. When he was there, everything felt ethereal and he was stripped down to his most basic form. While he got used to it, being there made him feel very vulnerable. But here, he had everything. Aegis and the heart. The vessel that contained the girl's powers and Sophia. Where is she anyway? Dream scoured his soul after remembering about Sophia. It had been a really long time since he had any interaction with her, at least for him. And as if that thought was the trigger, notifications suddenly popped into his vision. Legacy trial completed. Class advancement success. New class applied. Cutting connection to title. Origin seeker. Ugh, I hate that. After the notifications ended, Dream heard an angry shout in his mind. He smiled when he could feel her connection again. Hey Sophia, long time no see. What do you mean long time? In fact, the advancement was surprisingly fast. Sophia went quiet as she scanned Dream's body. Seeing the baffling changes, she couldn't say anything for a while. Dream smiled. Her marvel over the fruits of his labor made him feel proud. I'll take your silence as a compliment. What the hell even is this? Your body isn't material. In fact, it looks just like Aegis's heart and the girl's spectral bodies. Your soul changed its skills drastically, and your mind space is filled with weird monoliths and scribblings. And what is that language you're speaking to me with? I can understand you, but it's a different form of communication. More than that, how can you communicate with a language using your thoughts? There's a lot we need to talk about. But first, I'm gonna prepare myself for what's to come. What's that? My level ups. Dream smiled bitterly as he thought about the backlog of experience waiting for him. He didn't know if it would hurt or get him drunk on power. Class advancement complete. Oh geez. Seeing the notification from the system itself, Dream plopped down on the couch. Luna looked at him oddly. Dream? Hang on. My levels are coming in. Oh,
Right.
nodding in understanding, Luna just smiled and watched. Iris also heard him and perked up, anticipation and excitement in her eyes. More notifications started to appear in his vision. Class. Profit. Acquire. Accumulated experience will now be given. You have leveled up? You are now level 388. Arcana. Has leveled up? Arcana. Is level 90. Particle manipulation. Has leveled up? AE particle manipulation is level 57. Translate. Has leveled up? Translate. Is max level. Translate. Has evolved? You have earned the passive skill. Universal language. A universal language is level 25. Warning. Species change detected. Reclassifying. With one notification after another, Dream was told about many of the changes to him and his skills. After them, though, the result of all the changes, especially to his main level, poured through him like a flood. Dream silently looked off into the distance as the experience poured in. Surprisingly, it didn't bring him any weird sensations like he thought it would. Maybe because of the knowledge he had gained, the broadening of his mind, or perhaps his body, it didn't make him lose control of everything. In fact, it gave him a peek at what experience was. Like he had seen from the script, experience, or divine light, was the foundation of a person, their essence or logos, if you will. At any point in time, though, the gain of experience usually wasn't ever large, so nobody would ever notice the changes or the gain of it. All they would see was a notification if they hit a certain milestone of experience aka levels. But now, with Dream having gained insight into the true nature of experience and an utterly massive influx of it pouring into him, he was able to get an extremely small glimpse of what exactly it was. Deep in his soul, possibly in a higher dimension even, Dream could see and feel the experience. He could see the boundless light peek through to him, and with it came a ripple of power that strengthened his soul. All his soul strings were seemingly filled as if they were skinny twigs being nourished for the first time in months. Despite the boundless power flowing into him, though, Dream wasn't focused on the feeling of strength. His mind was pulled toward that light that had shown itself. Through it, he felt like he could see a higher plane of reality. He felt like he could see himself more clearly. He felt like he could understand more about the world and the concept of intelligence. But the window of enlightenment was only open shortly. Just as fast as it came, it disappeared, as did Dream's euphoria. His focus snapped back to his body, and the sudden feeling of understanding vanished from his mind. Warning: unable to classify species. Congratulations! You have evolved into a unique species. This achievement will be reflected in a title. You have gained the title. Warning: a name will be generated based on the characteristics of the species and the will of the founding individual. Species classified. Individual is now Metacosmic Psyche. Chapter 204. Reconstruction. With the classification of his species, the experience that was flowing into him dwindled, and no more notifications appeared in his vision. Dream was silent as he went over the changes to his body once more. The girls stared at him as he relaxed on the couch. Is that it? Iris eventually spoke up, curious. On the outside, they hadn't noticed much happen. This was because Dream had full control over the power flowing into him. Nothing really leaked out, and the only reason they knew something happened was because the mana in the surroundings surged to him momentarily. Other than that, everything was normal. That's it. I've officially completed my class advancement. Dream smiled and stood up from the couch. Iris frowned though. It didn't seem like much happened. Was that prophet class a bad one? Oh, what level are you? Iris suddenly remembered the cause for her excitement and asked. I'm level 388 now. Wow, that's high. We're only level 376, and that was with the constant killing and hunting. But I guess when you have nukes, leveling is easy. Plus, you have that experience multiplier from your class. Yes and no. You only really get meaningful experience from enemies who have a higher level. Anything below your level gives negligible experience. Really? That kind of sucks. I don't think so. It keeps high-level people from carrying out mass killings since it gives very little reward. Dream spoke as he recalled some information from the monoliths. Some of them had touched on the concept of experience, but only basic knowledge that could be found by experimenting a bit. Luna and Iris nodded at his thinking, though Iris snickered not long after. You've killed plenty of low-level demons and such yourself, though. What's your kill count at? 1 billion? 2? I'm not entirely sure, actually. I would say at least 1.5 billion, possibly 2. Dream pondered the demon populations that he had gone through so far. There were the 600 or so million in the first wave, then around 2 billion in the second. He had killed off the entirety of the first after the battle at the land bridge, and then felled around half of the population of the second. Right now, there were a bit over 1 billion demons on the planet. Since it was difficult to count absolutely every demon, though, there was no way he was going to get an exact number, at least not by himself. There was also the uncertain amount of humans and animals he had raised at the empires. After thinking about it for a bit, he just shrugged. Still, I've killed so many, but I'm not much higher level than you guys. Necessary experience rises somewhat exponentially, and people below you give next to nothing. If that weren't the case, I'd be a class 5 already. You say that as if 1 billion isn't a high number. Luna slightly smiled at him after seeing his casual attitude about it. She didn't think that it was bad. If anything, she thought it was impressive that he could keep a cool head. Why would I let the kill count of demons bear weight on my conscience? Although there were the few 100 million innocents I killed, I believe I did the right thing, so I've made my peace with it. That's good. So, what else did you get with your class advancement? Luna changed the subject, still curious about what exactly Dream's gains were. Hearing her question, he smiled. I got a pretty awesome gain, actually. It was mostly in the form of knowledge. I'll go into detail later, but long story short, I have an awesome new body now. A body? Yeah, wanna see? It's just like your spirit body. Really? Sure. Hee. Alright, watch this. Grinning broadly, Dream activated his transformation. The next moment, the skin all over his body had black cracks appear on its surface. It and his clothes then started to sink down into a dark void underneath, and his cosmic figure soon appeared in its full glory. Luna and Iris's eyes went wide as they saw his new form. It was like his body was a window to the universe. The figure contained many stars and nebulae and galaxies, and they could see each one in perfect detail. It was beautiful and mesmerizing. What is this? Both girls stood up and walked over to him. Luna reached out her hand and put it on his chest, and after Iris transformed, she went around to his side and poked at his arm. When they touched him, they found that his body was almost formless, just like a ghost. Their hands just went through his body like it was a fog, and there was nothing to even indicate that he was there except for his magical signature. Is this body really formless? Can you not interact with matter? Luna asked curiously as she tried to prod his body with magic. When she poked him with a mana needle, it surprisingly couldn't pierce through at all, like his body was steel. I can choose to make it rigid or not. This body is technically pure energy. All of it can be controlled at will. My interactions with matter are also unhindered. In fact, my manipulation skill has gotten stronger. I'll be able to go farther with my creations. So what about before when you were a human? What was that? That's a shell. It's also a form of mine. But since it's a physical body, it limits my power. Why does it limit your power? Because it's a physical body. I don't get it. It's complicated. All right, so, this is your new body now, huh? Luna stepped back and observed him. Through him, she could see the stars, and when she circled around him, the view changed. It was surreal, and it was hard to believe that this was a body. If she moved to the right spot, she could even see an image of the sun as if it weren't millions of miles away. Hey, why does the view change? And these are stars, right? Iris suddenly spoke. She had circled him a few times already and was confused about what the hell his body was doing. The view changes depending on the angle you look from. This image is a reflection of the universe around us, so you'll obviously see a different part of it when looking in different areas. Think of it like a telescope. But why? How does that work? It works according to the concepts my image was formed around. What do you mean, image? That's what this body is. It's an image. Here, sit down and I'll tell you about it. I guess now's a good time to explain everything. It'll benefit you guys too. Putting his arms out, Dream moved the girls to the couch where they sat down. He then formed a chair out of some gas in the air that he instantly froze, sitting in front of the two like a teacher about to give a lecture. At the moment that I accepted my class advancement, my soul was sucked off into a mysterious place. And then after he tried to kill me for touching the star in his chest, I woke back up here, and the rest is as you know. Stopping there, Dream finished his recollection of the time in the legacy space. The girls remained silent, as they had been for the past 3 hours. He didn't only go over what happened in the space, but also a lot of the knowledge he had gained. Of course, it wasn't like he could go over every single bit, so it was only general knowledge, a summary of what he learned. Despite that, though, it was a lot for the girls to take in, and while they had asked a few questions, they were mostly silent, listening intently to the awe-inspiring summary of erudition. You said you were there for a long time. How long exactly? Luna asked another question after some silence, but Dream just shrugged his arms. No idea. There was nothing to indicate the flow of time, and I couldn't even feel it. But now that I feel the flow of time again, I would have to say at least several months. That's just a guess, though. Dream recalled his time spent in the legacy space and made a guess as to how long he was in there. He could somewhat guess based off his memory, but he wasn't sure if it was accurate. All he knew was that it definitely wasn't a short stay. Luna nodded before asking another question. Interesting. So what's this new language you spoke of? Oh, I actually got a skill for it. It's called a universal language. Are we able to speak it? I'm not sure. I could probably teach you how. Well, I guess it isn't more like teaching as it is training a technique. It's a language of the soul. So naturally, you have to learn how to wield your soul correctly in order to transmit information. Here, let me just speak to you with it. Saying that, Dream stopped making sounds and spoke in the language. Can you understand me? Whoa, yes I can. The girls' eyes went wide after they heard his voice enter their minds. It was like it bypassed all barriers and laid its information directly into their soul, enabling them to feel it. More than that, Dream felt ethereal for a moment there, like he was a higher being. You guys are strong and have tough souls and minds, so I'm not worried about my words hurting you. So I guess if you want to learn the language, I'll just have to keep speaking in that language to you guys. Maybe you'll pick it up. Or, Dream spoke again, both by word and soul. However, he drifted off at the end, suddenly thinking of something. Maybe I can engrave some script for you guys. Script? Like the stuff on the monoliths that you extracted? Yeah, it's now in my mind, and I can think and speak using its language. I'm pretty sure I know how to write in it, so maybe I could write some, insert some knowledge and give it to you guys. Give us script? But didn't your mind collapse from that? Iris asked, a little timid. From the way he described the script and it reforming his mind, it wasn't a nice process. Although he got through it, it was still a little mental collapse, and not a pain that everyone could easily take. Iris wasn't too keen on going through the same thing just for a language. Mine did, but I think that was intentional. The script I give you obviously wouldn't do that, and you would be able to more easily wield the language with some rather than not. All right, if you can write some, we'll take it. Luna spoke, a bit eager to learn a language like that. She remembered how many of the politicians at the animal districts within the Haven spoke in languages she didn't know. She had been working on learning them, but if she learned this language, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. All of her communication problems would be solved. I'll work on it then. Give me a day or so, and I should have some. I want to make sure I write it correctly. Sure. Now, I think it's about time I get to business. Saying that, the frozen chair of gas underneath him dispersed back into the atmosphere, and Dream's cosmic figure stood up. Iris tilted her head though. What business? I've got to revamp all the machines in the factory. I also need to get used to my new power and make some new tech. I've been itching to build something for a long time now. Huh, the entire factory? But you spent a long time building what you have now. The entire damn cube is filled with your assembly machines, and you want to revamp them all? Yes, it's going to be really fun. I still don't get you. Iris sighed as she felt Dream's excitement. She didn't understand how building things were so enjoyable for him, nor how he felt so strongly about experimenting and study. She would be bored out of her mind. You go off and work. Iris and I will get back to our things. Okay. Oh, before that, Suddenly, Dream turned to them and transformed back into his human form. He then quickly strode over and gave them each a nice long kiss.
Mwah.
I missed you guys. He smiled and hugged them. They also returned the love, and after separating, Dream took off into the jungle of machines that was his factory. When Dream disappeared, Luna and Iris also left the factory, returning to the haven. When they were flying down, Iris spoke. It's weird. What? He told us all these things and was apparently gone for so long. But it's hard to believe. I mean, he was only out for a few minutes. He takes a short nap and changes so much. It's hard to wrap my head around. So it's confusing. Not really. What? So you're able to accept it that easily? Nothing about it is out of the ordinary? I mean, it's not normal, but what's normal about any of us? Or did you just not understand him? I understood, but, never mind. I'm gonna go find a volcano. Saying that, Iris sped off in a different direction. Luna just smiled and chuckled, continuing on her way to meet with Vithika and go back to the business she was attending to before Dream's class advancement. After flying off into the factory, Dream started conversing with Sophia. As he explained everything to the girls, he was also bringing Sophia through everything, just much more in-depth. So what do you think about the knowledge I got? Pretty awesome, huh? He smiled as Sophia continued to process everything. She had already gone on to use the universal language, and for a while, she was integrating it with her own skill, changing the format in which she processed data. In fact, she had gone up a few levels from it. Sophia has leveled up? Sophia has leveled up? This is good stuff. How come we didn't think of this kind of language before? Although it's complex in the usage of the soul, it's nothing we couldn't have figured out. We had already kind of done it with the strings we use for enchanting. Sophia spoke excitedly as her level was raised to 32 all the way from 14. Her skill was aimed toward processing data, so a more efficient programming language would bring significant improvement. Already she was speaking to Dream using the language. Although I'm not exactly pleased by the fact that I couldn't be there with you, it's not like you didn't bring all the good stuff back. That's good. Have you gone through all the script in my mind space? Of course. It's very thorough, and these guys were definitely geniuses. But I know it's missing pieces. Dream nodded as he guessed what she was thinking. The monoliths covered magic and physics on a deep, fundamental level, and on several of them, the prophets had begun to touch on deeper secrets like what experience was and the fundamental correlation between magical energies and matter. However, they only touched on it, and it left many unanswered questions. Not intentionally, but because they hadn't been able to reach that high. They were geniuses, but only at the level of a prophet. Dream had actually already understood much of what was on the monoliths, but they were still really good for clearing the fog on some things and showing a path towards a deeper level. Now, he was truly on their level, the level of a prophet, but he would now have to discover and comprehend what they couldn't. These were the missing pieces that they saw, and it was also why Dream wanted to touch the sun in the Keeper's chest, so he could hopefully learn something new. Even with the missing pieces, though, we still gained a lot. Now, since we're both on the same page, it's time we get to work. We've got a lot to do with the new knowledge we have. Yes, I'm excited. What do you think we'll be able to increase the efficiency of the assembly lines by? 50%? 100%? Maybe even 200%? And then there's Aegis that we might be able to modify and new weapons we can create. And now we'll be able to scan atoms with even greater precision. Hee, I know. Believe me, I thought all the same things in the legacy space. So let's get to it. With that, Dream swapped to his cosmic body. The next moment, it began to seethe with unprecedented power. His influence extended out to about 2 kilometers, which was nearly triple the 700 meters from before the class advancement, but still small compared to the girls or even Riddick. Within that space, though, he was the overlord. It was a far greater control than what the girls had, and anybody who entered it would essentially be placing their lives in his hands. Nothing could hide from him. Dream then looked around at his surroundings that were filled with machines that operated ceaselessly, and with a thought, many of them started to transform. His reconstruction had begun. Chapter 205, Science. The first thing Dream targeted for reconstruction were his assembly lines that filled many square miles of space. These things took up nearly all of the space in his giant cube factory, so there was naturally a lot. With his new power, though, this much was inconsequential. The way his machines and assembly lines were designed was actually rather simplistic. The robot bodies were made entirely by mechanical devices, and then they were stamped with enchantments. For the mechanical side, he really didn't have to change much. Other than some optimizations in the designs, they were as good as they were going to get. For the enchantment side, though, that's where things needed to be revamped the most. With his new magical prowess, Dream was obviously able to construct enchantments that were much better than before. So after building up enchantments with Sophia in his mind, they got to work on swapping them out. The first thing they upgraded were the material enhancement devices. With Dream's newfound knowledge and control over energy, he was able to manipulate flux much more efficiently. It was almost as easy as manipulating mana, albeit the way they were used was different. So with that power, he enchanted the machines and made them much more capable. He also changed how they worked a bit. Now, the machines were able to simply suck the flux out of one object and inject it into another. This made his high-grade material production skyrocket, and with that, he would be able to produce more high-level combat bots. After spending a few hours changing up those systems, Dream moved on to the enchantment systems. For those, he simply had to change the enchantment stamps and their strength, giving them more efficient enchantments that could contain and utilize more power. This meant stronger soldiers on a wide scale. To do this, he actually changed the language of his enchantments from strings to the language script he learned. Using that script, he could insert much denser and much more powerful enchantments as the script could contain that information and power, just like on the monoliths. This also led to his universal language skill leveling up to level 75. With that, Dream was basically done with the upgrades that he could give to the assembly lines. Overall, it led to increased output rates and increased overall strength for the bots. Amazing thing was, it only took him half a day to complete everything. Before, the lowest level combat bot was around the mid-class 2 level. Now it's pushing the class 3 level. Isn't that crazy? We're going to have hundreds of millions of soldiers that can kill high-level class 2s, not to mention the absurd amount of class 3 bots. Dream marveled at the level of production he reached for a bit. Now we just have to give your factory enough time to pump them all out. How long will that take? About 4 months. That long? You're attempting to create a population of pseudo-class 3 soldiers larger than the initial population of this planet, by yourself, inside a single giant cube. So yes, it'll take a quick second. Heh, I guess you're right. Now, we still haven't gone to check out what exactly is going on at those demon empires. We should do that.
Or at least build something that will.
We can send a dust bot to scout the empires. That works, but we should build a new one. Here, let's do that real quick. Saying that, Dream pulled over some metal and forged a bot. Using his greater knowledge and control over energy, he was able to create a bot that was made of particles around 10 nanometers in size. Then, he enchanted it for stealth and all the other little abilities that would be necessary like movement and material manipulation and magic detection. After a few minutes, it was done. Dream had a cloud of dust undetectable by any senses hovering above his hand. All right, go see what those pesky demons are doing. With a toss, Dream released the cloud and sent it on its way. It quickly flew out of the factory and descended to the planet to carry out its recon. Now, while we wait for that, let's do a once-over of my gear. Going to his little workspace that consisted of a metal table and a couch, Dream got comfortable and started brainstorming. Now, we'll need to prepare for the worst, and that means we need the best weapons and gear. Aegis, my lord. With a word, Aegis's armor body appeared in front of Dream and bowed. He was always silently supporting and protecting Dream from within his body, doing his job as a shield to his utmost no matter where he was. I haven't done anything with your armor body lately, but that'll have to change. As for your heart, I don't think I'm going to be touching that yet. Dream rubbed his chin. He had already done a once-over of the heart, and sure enough, it was similar to a spirit body, except just a heart. It was made with ether, flux, and mana. However, its structure and power system were still too complicated for Dream, and he couldn't identify how it was able to power itself. Whatever or whoever this heart came from, it was definitely extremely powerful. So for now, Dream had no reason nor ability to tamper with it, although he would definitely continue to study it. So, I'll just be upgrading your armor particles. Well, it'll be both an upgrade and an experiment to test the limits of my new powers. After all, You are my greatest weapon and armor. Anything for you, my lord. Hoo-hoo, still a smooth talker. Now, we'll need a combination of both material and magical systems. For the material, if I want a good weapon, we'll need power. For that, we can build or design a new miniature reactor. It definitely needs to be absurdly powerful, more so than what we have now. Then we'll need the best and highest grade materials, alongside a comprehensive system of supplemental enchantments that can tie to both Aegis's heart and my body. And we should start with the materials. Then we can work on the reactor. Those will be our foundations. Of course, it depends on the kind of weapons you want to wield. I should be able to wield whatever weapons I want. I'm thinking we need to make a device that can be universal. It can turn into whatever I want. Literally, if you're talking about the manipulation of individual protons and neutrons and electrons to have any element and therefore material or device on demand, then I'm sorry to say that we're still a bit of a ways from that. Maybe by pure magical manipulation, but with the right machines to assist me, it should be possible. Maybe. Since this is going to be a single suit though, keep things realistic. No, I don't think I will. We aren't able to build what you're thinking dash. Maybe, maybe not. We won't know until we try. So let's just try and shoot as high as possible. Just work with me. Wild ambition and creativity are what's going to bring us higher, so don't stifle it. For what may come, we'll need the most wild stuff we can make. Now, I've already got some good concepts in my head. Let's do what you said and start with materials for the suit itself. You've changed, Sophia suddenly blurted out. Hearing her, Dream just thought about it for a second before shrugging. Have I? I don't really think it's a bad thing. I know your mind collapsed, and it was supposedly reshaped. But what actually happened in that legacy space? What knowledge could possibly cause something like that? Sure that GoldScript is a higher language and all, but it wouldn't cause what you described. I've gone over that trial script. It definitely doesn't have that kind of power. I don't know. Dream gave an odd answer as he responded. I don't know what that trial script did to me, or if it really was simply GoldScript. There were a lot of things about that place that was a mystery, but I don't know if I care either. All I know is that there's a path in front of me. What I need to do is push the limits of science and magic. I need to learn and discover everything I can. And right now, the demons are standing in the way of that. So, I'm going to wipe them out, and then continue on with what I've been trying to do for a while. You and I, Sophia, we're gonna make the demons and science our bitch. Okay. Great. Now, let's get started. With an odd response from Sophia, Dream smiled and went on with what they were doing. So, what's the choice in material gonna be? Carbon? Iron? Cesium? Palladium? Radium? Americium? When it comes to material strength, I think we've reached the limit in both toughness and applicability. We can construct nanotube and graphene structures, which are stronger than diamond and the strongest possible terrestrial materials we can make. Plus, the necessity for material defense is lowering for you. Magical defense and offense are becoming more critical, so whatever we design should revolve around that fact. After all, you're practically immune to physical harm now. I guess you're right, but everything is still somewhat rooted in physical material. Matter is like a vessel for mana, allowing us to enchant. So while I don't need to focus as much on material strength, we still need material. Material that can contain magic the best. What material would that be? Right now, the best magical material is silver, for reasons unknown. Iron isn't far behind. It has a higher mana containment limit, but the flow of mana isn't as smooth as in silver. I would say that's because of the electrical conductivity of silver, but the monoliths hinted to something else. Dream pondered as he recalled some information from the monoliths. The prophets studied both science and magic, as well as how they were related. And although they weren't much farther along conceptually than Dream right now, they did have more specific bits of information that were valuable. One of these bits was about the conductivity of mana through matter and flux. From what I saw, the density of the material was more important than the conductivity when it came to mana. The closer the atoms, the easier mana flowed between them. What's the density of silver? The density of silver is about 10.5 grams per cubic centimeter, and iron, 7.8. So iron is less dense, and from our experience, less conductive of mana. But since iron has a high atomic stability, it has a high mana containment limit. Silver is denser, so it conducts mana better. Connecting dots? So we need denser materials. I'm thinking we do. What's the densest material? The densest stable material is either osmium or iridium with densities around 22.5 grams. The only elements denser than those two are unstable, radioactive, and synthetic elements. Okay, do we have any of those materials? Probably, but we'd have to process them out as they're usually found with other minerals. Even knowing that, though, they're incredibly rare, the likelihood that we'd have enough for a project is minimal. Though, I have a recommendation to solve that problem. What's that? Platinum. It's less dense by about a gram or so, but it's much more abundant. We have a good amount of it from both the planet and the moon, enough for any projects. Plus, its chemical properties are convenient, not being easily corroded or reactive. It'll process easy. Oh, very nice. Have some bots bring some over. Until then, we should plan out how we're going to build this. In fact, let's focus on the reactor and stuff. All right, it's on the moon, so it'll be here in around 7 hours. Great. Now, with what functions should we build this thing? Dream got to pondering the overall design of the suit. I use guns and sometimes melee weapons. Melee weapons are easy, so we really only need to design a gun, a power source for that gun, and the suit that can supplement some of my abilities alongside Aegis. Well, that gun is obviously going to be a railgun, so we need it and the miniature reactor. Problem is, will a railgun be able to keep up with my power? I think so. And will it be able to merge into my suit for discrete holding? Let's build it first, and then we can work on making mechanical molecular disassembly feasible. Heh, alright, so railgun. Not much will change, except maybe for the supercapacitors, of which there will be more. The design of the gun will get some optimizations, but other than that, there's not much we can change unless we totally revamp the gun, which I wouldn't know how to do. Then if that's set, what about the reactor? If you want a better reactor while keeping it small enough to hold on your body, then we're going to need a better injection system and higher temperatures. Or we could use a different fuel. Suddenly thinking of something, Dream gave his suggestion. Sophia refuted him though. No matter what, the best fuel to use is hydrogen. But we can change what type of hydrogen we use. One of the big problems with fusion is the lack of collisions that occur since hydrogen doesn't like to get close together and remain so far apart. But if we bring them closer together, like as a solid, then they'll have an easier time colliding. So you're proposing we use solid hydrogen as a fuel. Bingo! Not just solid hydrogen though, but metallic hydrogen that supposedly acts like a metal. The only problem is creating it. From what I know, diamond anvil cells can barely create small samples since the necessary pressure is so absurd. But I'm thinking we shouldn't have problems with its production. You know, since we have magic and all, that's possible. Although the reactor will have to be tweaked rather significantly. No matter. If it's possible, we'll do it. Get me some carbon for diamonds and fuel for flux. We're gonna dive into some high-pressure physics, baby. 3 hours later, boom. Whoa. Bang. I almost got a hole in my face. Dream cowered with Aegis covering him as he stared at a hole in a wall. He had made diamonds and created a machine that used both magic and mechanical devices to put hydrogen gases under insanely high pressures approaching 600 gigapascals. Unfortunately, there must have been a few atomic defects in the diamonds, since after activating the machine, a large shard of diamond snapped off and flew out at super high speeds. This is what Dream barely dodged. The reason he was so scared of the shard, though, was because it was filled to the brim with mana and enchantments. If it hit him at those insanely high speeds, then it could do some magical damage. I told you not to stand near it. Hey, I want to watch. This is high-pressure physics up close. Remember what I said about making science our bitch? Well, this is a part of that. Well, the only reason you don't have a hole in your face was because you barely spotted the atomic effects and dodged. Let's just be a bit safer, please. We don't need a diamond bullet putting a hole in your soul just because you wanted to get a close-up view. Oh well. I say the experiment was a success, though. Look at that. Smiling, Dream approached the machine that was compressing the hydrogen. Within the hydrogen container was a piece of solid material that was transparent, like glass. While it was only a chip the size of his fingertip, it was something. Dream picked it up with his influence and looked at its atomic structure. Looks good. That's definitely hydrogen. Then let's test its conductivity. Of course, it also has to be at low temperatures. Saying that, Dream walked over to another machine. It was a simple battery with 2 electrodes, and he connected the electrodes to the hydrogen chip. Then, after cooling the chip to only several degrees Kelvin with magic, he measured the conductivity. Success. It's a superconductor, baby. This is definitely metallic hydrogen. Though it's interesting, it's also acting like a super solid. Curiously, Dream put the supercooled chip down on the metal table and pushed it. When he did, he found that it just kept sliding, like there was no friction. So it's a superconducting super solid. That's pretty neat. Only, when we use it as fuel, it can't be at temps that low. It'll just have to remain a normal solid at high temperatures. We can use it for other things though. This doesn't have to be cooled as much as other superconductors. Maybe factor it into our machines. It might help. Now, since we've succeeded, let's automate this process and mass produce it. After that, we'll design the reactor that can use this stuff and hopefully have a reactor with huge energy output. Then, we'll be halfway done. Alright, I've got designs for the machines. We'll also have to automate diamond and liquid helium production, but that shouldn't be difficult. You can start building. Saying that, Sophia handed off schematics and directions to Dream. Receiving the data, he nodded, and then flew off to create the necessary machinery. Chapter 206, Mana Atom. Alright, machine's done. Letting out a breath of dense mana, Dream relaxed and overlooked the new addition to the factory. In front of him were thousands of machines. Some produced synthetic diamonds from carbon utilizing ultra-high pressures. Some produced liquid helium for cooling using Stirling engines that cooled the gases. And then those 2 machines sent their products toward the metallic hydrogen machines that produced tiny little chips of the stuff for use in fusion reactors. While no single machine could make a lot, multiply it hundreds of times over, and those supply problems would be solved. Even now, Dream could see dozens of little metallic hydrogen chips being pumped out. Now, we've got our fuel. We just need the reactor. I've got a good design. Then let's make it. Not wasting time, Dream got the schematic from Sophia and pulled some metals over. This reactor is only about 10 inches in diameter. It'll go on your back, and its shell will be constructed out of the platinum we're using for the suit. As for the internal mechanisms, I've designed them to be built from small particle clusters only about 3 nanometers in diameter. That way it can disassemble and reassemble into its reactor form at will. Only downside is the fact that the internal materials will have to be made from the appropriate minerals, like graphite, silver, tungsten, and others. They'll be weaker, but they're necessary for the function of the reactor. That's fine. Though, I'm thinking we can go smaller on the particles. The solid mana as it is now can only help us observe and manipulate particles around 1.2 nanometers at best, unless we make denser mana. Here, let me try something. Grabbing some of the metals, Dream created a ball of solid mana in the air and extracted flux from the high-grade materials. Since flux is easy to manipulate now, let's try some things with it. Taking the flux from the metals, Dream infused it into the ball of solid mana. The flux content increased drastically, tripling the density within that ball. When that happened, Dream observed an odd reaction. Shrinking, it condensing. The monolith said that flux is the force equivalent, right? That makes sense since it's a bonding agent for magical energy. So more flux means more bonding strength. Although the mana content has stayed the same, the bonding abilities have increased. Now the mana is shrinking down under the pull of flux. The two watched as the ball went from the size of a head to the size of a baseball. Suddenly having an idea, Dream moved the dense ball of energy over an ingot of steel. Oh, so it really does help with the scale. Let's see, 0.5, maybe 0.4 nanometers. So 4 angstroms, or about 2 water molecules put side by side. What if we add in more flux and mana? Dream asked as he inserted more flux and mana, increasing the density of the ball. Sophia tracked the scale as he did so. 0.3, 0.2, 1 angstrom. 85 picometers. 78, 65. This is getting difficult. Dream frowned as the scale kept decreasing. The ball size remained the same, but the density of flux and mana increased by several times. From the pressure on his influence, he could tell that the energies inside really didn't want to be that concentrated. Well, the mana didn't at least. There's a balance, and I need to hit it. Concentrating, Dream started adding in more flux. He wanted the repulsion force of the mana to be countered by the attractive force of the flux, so he could maintain the ball without energy input. However, As he kept adding flux, the ball kept shrinking and the pressure on him kept increasing. Soon its size had shrunk exponentially from a ball, to a finger, to a cell, and soon approached only a few nanometers in size. That's a lot of power in a small place. Sophia spoke a little nervously as Dream kept adding flux. The ball that was originally the size of a head was now the size of a molecule. Obviously, the power within was rather large, and the consequences of losing control wouldn't be light. Ugh, let's go outside. Also getting nervous, Dream left the factory with the little atom-sized ball. Although he could still handle the pressure, he didn't know how much smaller he would have to get. Ball size is at 80 picometers, 70 picometers, 60, 53, 47. Come on. Shouting, Dream put even more pressure and added even more flux to the ball, forcing it to shrink down further. 42, 38, 35, 34. Oh, we're getting stability. Keep going. One more push. Huh. With one last heave, Dream put all the pressure he could on it. The ball shrunk down to 30 picometers in size, and once it did, the outward pressure suddenly disappeared, and all the flux seemed to balance in force. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Seeing a stream of notifications in his vision, Dream stopped exerting energy and looked at the atom-sized ball of mana. So, did I just create a magical atom? I think you did. That's pretty awesome. I saw nothing like this in the monoliths. It took a huge amount of flux. I'm assuming that was to recreate the necessary force. The strong force, maybe? Definitely that. It wouldn't have taken so much energy otherwise. Now, what exactly can this thing do? Dream waved the mana atom around as he pondered. While he did indeed have to exert tons of pressure, it wasn't that much. His soul had extraordinary stamina now, and after a minute, he was perfectly fine. It was just the momentary burst of high exertion that stressed him a bit. Well, mana is the material equivalent, and flux is the force equivalent. So maybe this mana atom can act just like a regular atom, except it has no properties like regular atoms. Or, you may not be totally wrong. Suppose I were to destabilize this, or maybe destabilize millions of these. You'd make a mana nuke. Hee hee. I'd make a mana nuke. That would definitely be useful. Except I definitely can't make millions or billions of these, let alone build machines to do it for me. Too much energy. So for now, this is useless. Pretty much. Dream sighed as he came to that conclusion. He might be able to make a few thousand mana atoms before being totally drained, but that amount was minuscule and nothing compared to the necessary amount for something like a nuke. Still though, it's a step in the right direction. To think this was even possible. Do you think we could replicate magnetic fields with flux since it's the force equivalent? Maybe that would help with the reactor. Oh, maybe we can assign this mana atom to an atom and control it directly. Though we'd need a lot of mana atoms for that idea to be valuable. I guess we can just stick with manipulating stuff. Dream shrugged and played with the mana atoms some more. He activated various magics and controlled it in different ways, finding out its uses. He also took a look at his status since he got a bunch of level ups. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, Metacosmic Psyche. Class, Prophet. Title, Origin Seeker. Level, 388. Stats, Strength, S+, Agility, S+. Stamina, S+, Magic, S+. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 23. Arcana, LVL 90. Universal language, LVL 50. Active skills, summons from another world. Particle manipulation, LVL 60. Level 60. Nice. And I didn't notice how high my stats were, although I'm pretty sure I can gauge my own strength better than the system now. Smirking, Dream closed the status and went back to the factory with the mana atom in hand. Alright, we got a bit sidetracked. Where were we? The reactor. Right. Now, I can make denser mana, so we can now go down below a nanometer in size. Although I can't continue to make atoms, I can condense things down pretty small to get a better view of things. That means we can enchant almost individual atoms. What do you think? Anything that controls things on an atomic scale will need precision and lots of power so that we can break and create bonds at will. We're not exactly strangers to machines that do that, but this will require another level of control and power than before. It also depends on whether you want to make it operate mechanically or magically. I was thinking we could do a hybrid. We can enchant individual atoms to break and create bonds according to the input from mechanical systems. So we can have magnetic and electrical fields control mana-run systems. That way it'll be able to act quickly. Computer systems are still faster in terms of sheer transmission speeds than our minds. Well, maybe not yours, but definitely mine. Plus, mechanical systems can act more precisely than my mana can. After all, I can't manipulate atoms normally without condensing a mana ball like a microscope. That would work. I might need some time to flesh out the details of the device to communicate with individual atoms, but I think it's doable. Oh, let me help with that. All right. Sophia sent Dream streams of data the next moment. When he received it, he started working alongside Sophia to design the machines. A few days later, Dream and Sophia started putting on the finishing touches on the designs for the reactor and suit. For the suit and all its weapons and devices, every single atom would be enchanted, the process of which would be carried out with a spreading infection-based enchantment. There would then be tiny molecule-sized devices strewn throughout the suit that would be responsible for controlling everything precisely using magnetic fields and electrical transmissions. Finally, those molecule devices would all communicate with each other using light, effectively creating a photon-based processor that was ever present throughout the suit. It was incredibly complicated, and the necessary precision was baffling. But after those few days, Dream and Sophia finally had a working design on the suit. It would be able to accommodate anything they wanted, and its versatility was higher than anything Dream had built before. Atom-sized enchantments with the universal language, all of which interconnect and cooperate when used. Honestly, this is a bit overkill, but I'm loving it. Dream giggled as he looked at the design. The suit was definitely incredibly powerful and had limitless applications in terms of the tech and knowledge that was going into it, but it also wasn't all necessary. As of now, the tech would only be used for the railgun and reactor that would be contained within the suit. There really wasn't anything else that the tech would be applied to. However, Dream wasn't one to skimp, and he also wasn't one to create underwhelming products. This will take a while to build, but at least that'll give us time to make sure everything works. Indeed. Now, we got the platinum for the suit, which I still haven't tested, and then all the materials for the reactor and molecule processors inside the suit. Let's build the reactor. Test it, then we can test the platinum and move on with forming everything. Ready whenever you are. Then gimme some hydrogen chips and the materials. Waving his hands, Dream brought over some metallic hydrogen and other miscellaneous materials for the reactor according to Sophia's design. He then quickly went on to piece everything together, which only took a few minutes. Soon, the reactor was sitting on Dream's hands. It was a hollow metal tube ring 2 inches thick and 10 inches in diameter. The whole ring was encompassed by high-power electromagnets and had an input for the hydrogen gas and chips. In the center of the ring was also another ball-shaped secondary reactor connected to the main ring, which would provide a way to effectively extract power by catching heat, free electrons, and gamma rays all released from the fusion. The whole thing looked very high-tech, and it functioned just as awesome as it looked. Or, so he hoped. Let's test this thing out. Going in with high expectations, Dream activated the reactor and started the ignition process. Hydrogen gas was sent in to create a plasma nearly 100 million degrees Kelvin, and after them came the chips, which provided a dense source of hydrogen atoms just waiting to be hit by the super-fast gas particles. Soon enough, the break-even was reached and the reactor started producing power. However, the internal heat started to rapidly rise not long after that, reaching nearly 300 million degrees Kelvin and climbing from the sheer amount of reactions taking place. The pressure on the ring increased exponentially, and Dream became nervous. This is working too well. He spoke as the ring became red hot. Although it was enchanted for extreme cooling and durability, surviving temperatures many times hotter than the core of the sun was difficult. After a minute, the reactor kept going crazy, but Sophia gradually turned down the input, calming the system down. Soon, the reactor was functioning properly and producing far more energy than the other fusion reactors. I wonder what the limits are. This is about the limit. It's producing several times more energy, but it's definitely not its max. Can we sustain its max? Possibly. Change out the ring materials with this and add these magnets. Also, Apply this enchantment. Got it. Dream didn't hesitate and shut down the reactor, swapping out parts and changing the design a bit. After another few minutes, the reactor was pieced together. He booted up once more, and this time, pushed it to its maximum. This time, the ring didn't immediately become red-hot despite the high temperatures. And after it reached its maximum potential production with a special injection rate of hydrogen gas and chips, it was able to keep steady and maintain itself. We did it. Dream cheered as he looked at the reactor that sat on a table. It was small, but much more effective than other reactors, even 10 times its size. Looks like those chips did a good job. Although it eats away at them, we got plenty. Hell yeah. Now all we need to do is break it down as it is and integrate it with the suit. Hopefully it still works that way. We'll figure it out if it doesn't. So let's get started. First, we just need to disassemble the platinum. Getting excited, Dream formed a super dense ball of mana, full of flux like he did before when forming the mana atom. Then, he brought over tons of platinum and filtered them through using the mana as a microscope to disassemble the metal atom by atom. The process went by surprisingly quickly, and all the atoms were piled up in a special container where the enchantments were applied. Dream also drove these enchantments with another ball of high-density mana. Like this, platinum was reduced and then enchanted. Dream didn't take a single break, and in 30 hours, he was able to get all the necessary platinum for the suit disassembled and then enchanted. However, it wasn't a light cost to do all this. Ugh, my head. He spoke as he collapsed onto a couch. Doing such precise work and maintaining that state for a long time was tiring. He had definitely been drained. Congrats, you've completed the first step. Now you gotta do it for the reactor. Make the molecule processors, and then disassemble anything else you want to put inside the suit. Sophia teased him as his mind struggled to stay focused. This was what happened when he wanted to make something overkill. Whatever. Let me just sleep it off for a bit and continue tomorrow. Saying that, Dream's cosmic body laid down on the couch like a bum. He then passed out while staring at the container full of platinum that looked like liquid metal and fluctuated with super powerful mana. Chapter 207, Energy Control. Slap, slap. Dream awoke from his nap as his cheek was tapped. When he opened his eyes, he could see Luna sitting next to him, looking down at him. Oh good, so my skills do work fine with you. Hee. I saw your energy levels dip and came to check you out. Luna giggled as Dream sat up. Right now he was back in his human form dressed in sweats and a comfy jacket he liked the texture of. He stretched his neck as he felt his soul. You healed me? I wasn't sure how good it would work since I haven't tested it with your new body and all, but it seems to work just fine. By the way, what happened to the vessel inside you that contained our energies? Luna asked as she probed around his soul. Usually she could feel her contract and where the energy went, but now she couldn't, as if it just dispersed into his body. Oh, I got rid of that. Got rid of it? Since my control of energy has extended to every energy I know of, there wasn't a need for a complicated system to combine your energies. I simply have it disperse into my mana pool, where it naturally gets converted. Well, that's convenient. Luna nodded, impressed. The contract used to be a significant issue, but now it was just a fancy energy supply for Dream. She was glad about that fact, and a bit of subconscious worry disappeared, like a weight off her shoulders. Yeah, it just kind of happened when I got my new body, right? So, what's that thing you're working on? Luna changed the subject and pointed to the vat full of liquid platinum. She had initially been shocked when she felt the power contained in it, but after seeing how drained Dream was, it made sense. Oh, that's gonna be Aegis's new armor body. Really? All that for armor? I thought you were making some kind of mana bomb. Nope. Although I did come up with a way to make a mana bomb, I won't be able to for a while. Dream sighed as he thought about the mana atom. Oh, how he wished he could set up a machine to produce them and make himself some mana nukes. Neat. By the way, how's the Haven? It's doing good. Food is becoming less of an issue with the greenhouse, and people are starting to settle into groups. Formal governments are being formed in each of the 4 districts, and social systems are naturally starting to develop. Businesses keep opening. Schools are being set up. The works. Sounds like it's on the right track. Anything you need from me? Not really. In fact, your lack of involvement is probably what's allowing everything to develop as well as it is. In terms of politics, Leaving governing to the rulers and giving them that power was the best call you could have made. Oh, nice. I'm glad my neglect is positive, and instead, I'm the one left doing all the labor. As if you don't use AI for everything. Maybe, but still. Sophia huffed and went quiet after being called out. Dream just smirked and Luna giggled. Hee hee. Anyway, I should get back to the Haven. I was in the middle of a meeting. Ho ho. Business girla? Honestly though, I'm surprised you're into that stuff. I could never sit through all that. Yes, and instead, you just take control of everything through absolute power and influence with your army of robots. Yup, I'm the most tyrannical and generous king there is. Hoo-hoo, is that right? That's right. Come here. Standing up, Dream pulled Luna off the couch and into his arms. After leaning her back and looking deep into her eyes, he smiled. Hail to the king, baby. And with a cheesy line that only he knew the reference of, he kissed her. All right, let's get back to work. After letting Luna get back to her business, Dream turned his attention to the vat full of platinum. We need the molecule processors and then the suit will be good. After that we can integrate the reactor. All right, let's do it. Feeling good, Dream wasted no time and followed the schematic Sophia sent him. Since the molecule processors were much bigger than atoms, they were easier to handle and Dream didn't need to spend that much time making a bunch. When they were all finished, he had another container full of a dark gray liquid, all of which were the molecule-sized processors. He then dumped that liquid into the vat of platinum, mixing them together. The mixture quickly turned gray. Once it did, Dream nodded. Now that just needs power from the reactor. Saying that, Dream turned to the reactor on the table. It was shut down and ready to be processed. So after condensing a ball of mana, he used it as a microscope to disassemble the reactor into atoms just like the platinum. Since it used less material, Dream didn't have to exert himself that long, only taking a few hours. After that time, he had yet another container full of all the materials that made up the reactor, as if he blended up the reactor into a smoothie. It was also a gray mixture, and Dream didn't hesitate to dump it into the vat of platinum as well. He also dumped a bunch of hydrogen chips in there as fuel for the reactor. Nice. Now we have one huge container of liquefied tech. Can it start? Yes. Then go ahead. Let's see if it works. Giving the order expectantly, Dream had Sophia start the assembly. She quickly sent a signal, and the next moment, a reaction occurred. Instantly, some of the liquid started to flow and form at high speeds using the enchantments. It was the reactor, and all the random particles started to come together and bond into their appropriate positions while other particles moved out of the way. In only 8 seconds, the entire reactor was formed perfectly after having combined all the particles that comprised it. Then, after Aegis tapped into his connection with it, it started to ignite itself. It quickly pulled hydrogen out of the air and formed the plasma inside of it. And after the chips were injected, the temperature drastically increased and power started being produced. Reactor ignition success. Sophia spoke as she closely observed. When she did, though, yet another reaction occurred. With the power available, the molecule processors moved over and extracted some, forming their magnetic and electrical network throughout the platinum fluid. When that happened, they were able to activate the platinum and give the order to start forming. When that happened, all the fluid started to swirl as it built itself from the ground up. In seconds, a gray humanoid was made, standing inside the vat. And, looks good. I'm not seeing any irregularities. Except for one. Narrowing his eyes, Dream walked over to the humanoid and threw out a punch. Splat. Under his fist, a hole was made in the humanoid and all the platinum splattered like paint. Something's wrong with the bonding, he spoke as he watched the splattered remnants rapidly race back to the humanoid, filling up the hole like a liquid metal terminator. While he was glad that function worked, he wasn't happy about the fact that the body wasn't properly solidifying. Get a microscope and let's check out those enchantments. Right. Nodding, Dream formed a mana ball and moved it over the humanoid. The two quickly analyzed the enchantments, but even after an entire hour, they couldn't find anything wrong. It's like it just doesn't want to listen. It's enchanted properly, but it's not carrying out its function. I'm guessing it doesn't have proper influence over the atom. For some reason, does the enchantment need to be denser? Not sure. Try adding more flux. Maybe the bond between mana and matter is weak. All right. Doing as she said, Dream brought over a huge amount of high-grade materials and extracted their flux. He then started injecting it into the vat full of platinum, increasing the concentration. 15 hours later, the entire vat was concentrated. Sophia sent out another signal. Let's try this again. With confidence, the two waited for the form to solidify. However, even after 20 seconds, nothing changed. Tilting his head, Dream threw another punch. The humanoid splattered once more. Nothing changed. The hell? I'm stumped. Maybe it needs more? Let's just add more. With uncertainty, Dream continued to add flux. The process was an even longer one though, since it was getting harder to add flux to individual atoms, so he buckled down and focused. Unfortunately, even after 5 days, the two couldn't figure out what was wrong. Dream sat on the couch in his cosmic form, staring holes into the gray sludge shaped like a human. I will break you, he spoke, stubbornness and fiery determination radiating from his soul. Although he had gotten frustrated and mad a few times, he eventually calmed down and strictly looked at it objectively. Now, it was more than just building a suit of armor. It was a matter of principle, a matter of whether or not he would allow himself to be defeated by this problem. Could it be the quantum influence? Since the atoms are isolated by mana, their wave functions are larger. Maybe that uncertainty is tampering with the mana bond. Sophia gave a suggestion. Hearing it, Dream tilted his head and thought for a second. Maybe. Actually, that's very possible. Suddenly feeling a light bulb, Dream stood up and circled the humanoid. Uncertainty would lead to a weaker bond since the enchantment can't identify the atom and its valence bonds as well, leading to them barely functioning. But the reactor was able to form. The reactor wasn't as enchanted as the platinum, meaning the atoms were less isolated. Interesting. So, suppose that is the problem. How would we counter it? Either some kind of observation to collapse the wave functions or reducing the isolation of each atom. The second option is less viable since it would decrease the strength of the enchantment. Wait a minute. Why are we using mana anyway? Dream suddenly blurted out. All this time, they had been using mana, but Dream's primary energy was now the gray mist. Why aren't I using my mist? Force of habit. Apparently so. Well, I'm an idiot. Let's get this mana out of here. Waving his hand, Dream shot out huge amounts of gray mist. When it came to the gray mist, he didn't have to transplant it into each atom. The gray mist could simply overtake the mana, neutralizing it and taking its place. Although it would usually consume some, with Dream controlling the mana, he was able to prevent the mist from being consumed and have it simply swap out. With that, although it took a while, Dream was able to swap out the mana for the mist and keep the enchantments. The process took 10 hours, and after that, things changed. Sophia sent a signal. When she did, the humanoid stiffened, and its surface shined, reflecting light. Dream's eyes lit up. It did it. Take this. Excited, Dream swung out his leg for a roundhouse kick. His foot hit the humanoid's head, but instead of splattering like it always did, a loud impact sound rang out, and the humanoid stood its ground. Finally. Yes, I'm a freaking genius. Dream roared to the sky in accomplishment. However, the next moment, he was interrupted. You have earned the passive skill, Chemical Potential Manipulation. Congratulations. You have earned the third of 11 energy control skills as a Class 4. This achievement will be reflected in a title. You have earned the title. Particle Manipulation has leveled up. Particle Manipulation has leveled up. Particle Manipulation has leveled up. Another one? Dream was surprised as he stopped and looked at the notifications. I remember getting thermal and acoustic energy manipulation skills before. I guess I now got the chemical one, Chemical potential? I guess it makes sense. You're directly controlling the bonds between atoms. I guess since we've gotten small enough, we're able to do that more directly than indirectly like before. Hey, what were the other energy types? There's 8 more. Mechanical, electric, magnetic, radiant, gravitational, ionic, nuclear, and chromodynamic. I don't think I'll be able to do any of those anytime soon. Those all require me to interact with subatomic particles, and those work on scales and rules that I've only just started to touch upon. Quantum mechanics is going to be a tough nut to crack, although I think I might be able to do the mechanical one. Mechanical energy is macroscopic movement. I'm actually surprised you haven't gotten it yet. That one should be easy. I know. Let's try and get it. Looking over, Dream pulled an ingot to him. He then moved it around, but no notifications came to him. Am I doing something wrong? I'm manipulating its movement. Not sure. You've obviously done this plenty of times. I have. Hey, that chemical skill was a passive one, right? It was. Passive skills. Those supposedly don't require mana, right? I think so. They definitely require energy, though. But not mana. Not like my summon skill, which requires mana and its consumption. Particle manipulation also requires mana and is an active skill, but arcana is a passive skill, since you use it with your influence. So I need to manipulate it with my influence. Not sure. Try it. Okay. Dream moved the ingot again, except this time, he only used his influence. While it was a bit more difficult, he could obviously manage it, and sure enough, he got what he was looking for. You have earned the passive skill, Macromechanical Energy Control. Congratulations. You have earned the fourth of 11 energy control skills as a Class 4. This achievement will be reflected in a title. You have earned the title. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. I still don't understand why I don't get those titles. Could it be because of my Origin Seeker one? Is it refusing the titles for me? That's probably it. Whatever. Sighing, he just left it be. Anyway, I just got 2 more energy control skills. That's nice. Particle manipulation also went up to level 63, and you went up a couple of levels to level 27. It's because I integrated those skills into your particle skill. Nice. Though I sense that the particle skill will be much harder to level, especially if I have to get those other control skills. I mean, I have to be able to manipulate photons and gravity and atomic nuclei. That's not going to be easy, especially considering a photon and gravity aren't even things, just concepts. If they aren't things, though, will you have to control them to level the skill up? It says particle, and those 2 things aren't particles. Good point. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, the suit works now. That's nice. Go ahead and merge with it, Aegis. Understood, my lord. With that order, Aegis's heart and veins exited Dream and flew over to the new body. He then sunk into it and merged with it, connecting to its enchantments. Soon, the skin was connected, and the body reformed into Aegis's normal armor body with red artery lines flowing through it. Now, though, there was an additional reactor on his back. Thank you, my lord. Aegis bowed when he finished acclimating to the new skin. It's nothing much. Now, we've got the armor and a power source. Now I just need the weapons. Then I'll focus on soldier production and figuring out what the demons are doing. With all that, I'm thinking we can take them out pretty smoothly. Getting his thoughts in order, Dream started contemplating the future. He was really eager to just take back the planet and get on with his life. Unfortunately, the troops needed time to produce, and he couldn't strike too early. Until he was ready to scour every inch of the planet, he couldn't make them relocate, so he was going to bid all the time he could. At least Iris hasn't reported anything unusual. It should take a while, so I'm thinking we'll have enough time. Hopefully. Chapter 208, Arena. Several months pass. During this time, the Haven continued developing itself. Although they were totally isolated, by now, there was no shortage of any resource. The economy was booted up, everyone prospered, and it turned into a fully functioning society. New history books were written, magical academies began teaching their students everything they could, and the people slowly started to get a hold of themselves and look to the future. In their hearts, although the Haven was a sanctuary, it was also like a prison. Their place was in the outside world, and everyone hoped that one day they or their children could emerge once more and take back the homes that they once knew. When it came to this fact, Dream was glad that not many knew how the empires were utterly obliterated. Either way, their development went smooth, and everyone adapted faster than Dream thought they would. Luna wasn't surprised, though. Given all the accommodations Dream built, it was only a matter of time. The bountiful food, water, housing, and business opportunities meant that it was only a matter when, not if, people could focus on themselves and their families without the worry of going hungry. It was great for civil stability. With that, Dream was able to totally focus on himself and his development and production. For several months, Dream worked on pushing the limits of his technology and explored new possibilities in the realm of physics and magic. Though, All of that development was aimed toward weaponry. Dream was preparing for the eventuality that he would have to face an insurmountable being known as the Demon Lord. While he was a bit paranoid about that fact and locked himself in the factory for weeks on end, he was also a little expectant. Sure, he would prevent the demons from doing as they wished as much as he could, but if that went south, then he would finally get the chance to give everything he had. He could go full force and utilize everything to defeat an enemy, truly displaying the limits of what he knew and could produce. It wasn't an opportunity that came any more now that he was the strongest on the planet. Despite being the strongest, though, Dream wanted to find ways to test himself. 5 months after the class advancement, or 8 months after the final battle that sealed the haven, you want to spar? Luna clarified when she heard Dream. That's right. Not just you two, though. Then who? Luna was surprised. Dream hardly ever came out of the factory since literally all his time was spent studying, building, or experimenting. She understood, though. He was attempting to retake the planet, which wouldn't be an easy task. While that took up all his time, it was worth it. But now he finally came out and told her he wanted to spar. According to his words, he wanted to challenge himself. But challenging Dream wasn't an easy task in any sense. I'm thinking everyone. Everyone is in all class 4s? Yeah. Dream nodded, but Luna just stared at him for a long second. The next moment, though, her eyes gleamed. What? Is that too much to ask? No, not at all. You want to face everyone? I'll make it happen. I can go talk to everyone real quick. Hoo-hoo. All right. Oh, before I do. Why this all of a sudden? Luna suddenly thought of something and turned to him before she ran out of the room. Right now, they were in one of her residences within the haven, a place she often stayed to make work easier. Dream shrugged as he answered her. If a being does descend or anything like that, I want to be ready. I can make all the things I want, but my battle instincts have to be honed. Somewhat anyway. I may or may not be trying to test certain things as well. He scratched his cheek and smiled as he finished his explanation. Luna nodded at that last part as if that were a more probable reason for him to come out. She didn't seem to mind, though. All right, give me a day, no. Give me 15 hours. I'll have everyone ready. It's only like 40 people. Do you want me to contact Dash? No, it's all right. I'll take care of everything. You just relax before the big fight. Sitting Dream down on a comfy couch, Luna kept him from doing anything and then hastily left the room with a smile. He stared at the door while making himself comfortable on the couch. So what's she planning? Hee hee, I can't tell you. Sigh, whatever. Just make sure I get a decent fight in. Dream shook his head after getting nothing out of Sophia. Staying seated on the couch, he closed his eyes and jumped into his memory space to run some fights in his head. Woo, it's our chieftain. Let's go, chief. It's Vithika, the elven ancient. She's so pretty. President, show us your sword techniques. In a huge coliseum within the haven built for schools as space to spar and train, a little over 40 Class 4s stood in a large arena. This was every Class 4 there was, and the 500,000 spectators around them all cheered deafeningly as they saw their idols and leaders. The Coliseum sported a wide-open arena, a few football fields long and wide. The ground was entirely made of high-grade metal, and the barriers protecting the audience were films of dense mana. There were also enchantments within the entire place designed to protect the people and maintain the integrity of the building. To top everything off, though, there were thousands of bots at the Class 3 level strewn throughout the stands as a final backup in case things went wrong. The 40 Class 4s in the arena waited while observing all the people around them. A few even got together and did small spars as a warm-up for what was to come, garnering loud cheers from the audience near them. The Class 4s and even the audience had all been told about what was going on, hence the reason for so many people being present. And while it was short notice, the place was almost completely filled up. After all, many people within the haven had nothing better to do, and good entertainment was rare. Meanwhile, there were 3 people in the center of the arena. They were Dream, Luna, and Iris. Did you really have to go over the top like this? Dream spoke as he looked to all the spectators. This was his first time being in front of so many people. In only 15 hours, Luna organized this fight between Dream and every Class 4. She then turned it into an event for the people, allowing them to spectate like it was a sport. She even went so far as to make additional preparations with Dream's construction bots so as to accommodate the fight itself. Basically, It was now a gladiator battle consisting of the strongest people in the world. Yes, nobody here has even seen the face of their savior aside from a couple dozen. Plus, this kind of thing doesn't happen hardly ever. It's great entertainment, something these people desperately need. All right, I get that, but broadcasting it to everyone in the Haven is a bit too far, don't you think? Dream glanced at the network throughout the Haven. Everyone who had a bracelet could watch the Colosseum, which was being recorded by dozens of bots. To think that they would use his own tech like this? Hee hee, don't be nervous. You only have 300 million people scrutinizing your every move. Just focus on the fight. Nobody here is going to go easy on you. Heh, I suggest you get to planning then. Go on and tell them to ready up. I'm good to go whenever you guys are. All right. Smiling mischievously, Luna walked off to the other Class 4s who were waiting. Iris stared at him for a second before also going. He could feel the determination radiating off of her. Sigh. The one time I leave the factory and I get dragged into a live event, I'm curious to see how you handle. These people aren't demons, so it's going to be a very dynamic fight. Sophia spoke excitedly. Dream had already decided on limitations for this fight. First, he was going without the support of Luna and Iris. Second, Sophia would help both sides. Third, Dream obviously couldn't use any weaponry that's too powerful. He wasn't trying to kill anyone. Other than that, he was free to do whatever he wanted. His objective was to drain everyone else out and render them combat incapable without permanent injuries. Everyone else's objective was to overwhelm and defeat him. And unlike him, they didn't have any restrictions. They were encouraged to use any means they had to bring him down. Basically, they were to do everything short of killing him. This is what Luna explained to them before the fight. Soon, Luna had given them the final rundown, and everyone turned to look at Dream with fighting spirit in their eyes. He just hopped around in the middle of the Colosseum, though, loosening himself up relaxedly as if he didn't have 300 million eyes on him. First, they need to get me out of this form, Dream thought in his head as he looked at the Class 4s. There were the dwarves, the elves, the animals, and then the humans. These were the strongest people in this world, and they were all geared up with their best armor and weapons, prepared to attack him with everything they had. Finally, the start of the battle dawned, and the audience quieted down under the increasingly stifling pressure emitted by the Class 4s. If it weren't for the ultra-powerful defenses around the place, they probably wouldn't be able to breathe. The two groups faced off, Dream against everyone else. To the audience, this scenario was laughable. That group of 40 Class 4s were the most powerful in existence. They lead their empires for dozens, hundreds, even thousands of years. Anyone at that level would be hard-pressed to face one of them, let alone all of them. But none of that arrogance or scorn was shown by the Class 4s themselves, leading the audience to wonder who this man in the middle was to garner such seriousness from all of them. After probing with their senses, though, none of them could find anything. That man didn't release the slightest aura. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they could see him, they wouldn't know he was even there. It was like he didn't exist. Stretch. On the side of the Class 4s, Idona pulled back her bow. She was responsible for the first attack. Dream could obviously see this, as did everyone else. They all felt the mana in the atmosphere rushing toward the tip of her arrow. Everyone gasped at how much mana went into it, and only when the arrow glowed with a bright green light was it released. Whoosh! The arrow flew faster than anyone could follow, and in splits of a second, it reached Dream, who didn't bother moving. However, tack! His hand raised, and the arrow was snatched in between his fingers with the arrowhead pointed to his throat. Man, straight for the jugular, huh? I'm hurt. Dream spoke nonchalantly as he took control of the arrow. Meanwhile, the entirety of the audience's jaws dropped. Oh well, return to sender. Smiling, Dream brought the arrow back like a javelin and aimed it at the group. Seeing that, Luna cringed a bit and turned to Idona. Hey Idona? Yes? Next time, make sure your arrow explodes. The next moment, whoosh, boom. Dream released the arrow, which flew faster than before with a streak of green light and exploded within the group. A dwarf quickly dashed over to Idona, though, and raised his shield, blocking the arrow. However, he was driven back a few steps, a testament to the strength within the arrow. Looking at the dwarf, everyone could see the arrow embedded in the shield. Suddenly, their evaluation of Dream skyrocketed. Let's get into it already. Shouting in exasperation and pent-up anticipation, Iris flared up and charged toward Dream in her fox form. Nobody wanted to fight him more than her, and literal fire burned in her eyes as she charged him. "Come on, I'll make you change forms." Lunging at him, Iris shot out black fire that attempted to annihilate his body and magic. She then went for his limbs, her teeth trying to clasp down on him. Dream just smiled, though, and countered her magic while throwing a punch. His skin was slightly burned as it flew toward her, but nothing could stop it as it quickly landed on her body before she could react. Boom. Thud. Iris flew across the arena and hit the defensive barrier, which was instantly damaged. She pulled herself out quickly, though, and charged right back at him as if the punch did absolutely nothing. The two exchanged many blows, but it was clear that Iris couldn't budge his defenses by herself. Seeing that, Idona started letting out more arrows between the gaps of their battle. Other Class 4s also activated their magic. They were starting to realize how difficult their opponent was. Time to test those muscles, you scrawny kid. Sirach roared as he unsheathed his twin swords. He then dashed over and joined Iris, the two cooperating to alternate attacks. "All right, everyone follow my directions. We'll cooperate and keep him from getting rest." Luna spoke through a mana channel that connected to everyone. She was acting as the lead since she had the best grasp on Dream's fighting style. She also had the ability to be the overseer and determine the best sequences of attacks. She had become much better at planning and scheming in the past several months, skills that could be used in both business and battle. After giving many orders simultaneously, a few Class 4s used their magic and cast high-level spells. Even Riddick activated his magic and went all out, probably intending to use this opportunity to beat down on Dream. Meanwhile, Dream could immediately feel more pressure descend on him as the environment turned hostile and various magics like binding spells, attack spells, disorientation spells, and many others charged at him. During that, the remaining Class 4s went on to surround him, ensuring that they could attack from any angle. With that, he had to defend from all sides. Not even the ground was safe to step on. This is fun. As if he didn't feel the pressure, though, Dream smiled and proceeded to counter every attack. Any magic that came close to him was reprogrammed and sent back. Any projectiles thrown at him were forced to detonate away from him, and physical attacks were all dodged or redirected. His body twisted every which way as he dodged the sword coming to his neck, the spear hurtling toward his spine, and the claws attempting to mutilate his body. Many people with many different attack styles and skills came at him in rapid succession, throwing out very coordinated attacks under the guidance of Luna, who was showing herself to be a great strategist. There were often times when he couldn't dodge and got injured, something that shouldn't ordinarily happen since he could read absolutely every attack coming toward him. Dozens of attacks across only seconds of time from all directions were thrown at him. None of them were weak either, but Dream handled them all without rest. The audience was awestruck as they saw their leaders, their idols, being evaded so effectively by a single person. Their combined and unfathomably strong attacks couldn't seem to touch him, at least not in any way that mattered. This went on for nearly 30 minutes. The entire time, the audience stared unblinkingly, afraid that they would miss the time when that lone fighter would fall. But it never happened. In fact, after that half an hour, the tides changed. The Class 4s rained down their attacks without pause. After a while, they came to understand how impossibly tough Dream was, and the power behind their attacks went from hesitant to full force. They no longer felt the need to hold back out of worry and fought as if trying to kill him. Despite this, though, their confidence gradually dropped. Even the old monsters were astonished. Everyone could hardly believe the level of power they were seeing. There was one thing that gave them some hope, though, and that was the fact that as time went on, Dream's skin started to crack a little, revealing black underneath. They weren't sure what it was, but they thought that it was a form of stress on him and regained confidence in themselves. Luna and Iris, though, weren't as happy. They knew what that meant, and they started to realize how powerful Dream really was. After that half an hour, Dream started changing his attacks. He suddenly started going on the offensive, and all the people who were locked in combat with him were suddenly thrown away. Boom. Arg. Sirach groaned as he was thrown across the arena by a punch. A few others were in the same position, including Iris and Luna. However, just before they were about to charge back into the fight, Dream spoke. This human form. Crack. Dream's body started to crack even more. The amount of power he was outputting started exceeding the limits of his human body, hence the cracks. His true body was itching to come out of its shell. Really is stifling. And with those words, he let it out. Freeze. Suddenly, the environment stiffened. The mana within the arena stopped moving, suspended as if time stopped. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the godly figure in the center of the arena, who exuded both an undetectable presence and an unfathomable aura. All mana seemed to bow to him, remaining unusable to anyone except those with permission. The Class 4s could hardly release their aura, let alone draw in mana to regenerate. But they weren't worried about that. They were just focused on the insurmountable wall in front of them. Just looking at that cosmic figure made their knees weak, and he wasn't even pressing down on them. Ah, that feels better. Despite their turbulent minds, though, Dream just moved his limbs as if stretching out. The human form really did stifle him. Luckily, it was only when he exerted himself. Otherwise, he would constantly be uncomfortable. Now, where were we? After acclimating, he looked around and saw all the Class 4s who struggled to wield their magic. He didn't really mind that, though. And after making it so that they could move, he smirked. I'm still not done. I hope you guys aren't either. Just fight me. Out of nowhere, Iris pounced on him. She was one of the few that could withstand his presence and be fine, basically being the second strongest behind Dream. Seeing her give everything she had, he smiled deviously and took out his railgun, reactor, and a few devices. Hoo-hoo, I still have some things to test. Hope you don't mind. And with an evil chuckle, he dashed to face her. Chapter 209, Thief. Boom. Crash. With a blow, a flaming red figure went flying across the Colosseum, crashing into the wall and shaking the stands. Works better than I expected, though not really when used against people who resist. Maybe I could use this for my machines. Dream, who was still in the center of the stage, mumbled and thought to himself as he looked at the gauntlet around his fist and forearm. This was a device built with the recently acquired mechanical energy manipulation magic, and it was designed to negate and redirect force. Iris, who was on the receiving end of that gauntlet, had gone flying with a single punch. Although she was weak, he was able to gauge its power rather well and concluded that it wasn't that useful in battle. Oh well, now, I think I'm done. Are you? Dream's cosmic figure focused on Iris. Around the Colosseum, all the other Class 4s were strewn about either laying down or sitting up. They had all been exhausted and beaten down by Dream. But Iris, who had the best longevity in battle, was still going. Ugh, you've gotten stronger. How did you get so damn strong after locking yourself away for 5 months? I didn't really increase my strength, just solidified it. I digested pretty much everything I learned and built my stuff around it. You've also gotten stronger, though. I guess your daily fights with the demons serve you well. Dream spoke as he recalled the fight. He had actually been drained somewhat by Iris, which was not an easy thing to do. Her power continued to strengthen as she fought more, and if he didn't have the control over energy he did, then she would be able to exhaust him. Unfortunately, he was her bane. His ability to withhold energy from her topped everyone's, a fact that didn't please her very much. Iris peeled herself out of the wall she was embedded in and looked at Dream. Her fire was growing dim, meaning she lost a bunch of energy and was weak. I'm done. I'm gonna go eat. Of course. Waving by, Dream along with all the other members of the audience watched as Iris blasted off into the sky. Then, their eyes returned to everyone else in the arena. The entire time that the Class 4s were being beaten down, the audience was silent. These were their leaders and the undisputed most powerful. However, a single person was able to take them all down. That lone, cosmic figure that controlled the battlefield like an overlord. All energy and mana bent to his will, and those below could only succumb to their fate. This was the man that built the Haven and saved the last remnants of civilization. The man that up until now had been shrouded in mystery. Many people thought that it was the joint effort of the Class 4s that saved them, but after this, everyone knew who the true savior was. After this, the people might start changing allegiances. Their rulers were beat down in front of them. Don't be surprised if you get some attention now, Luna spoke as she walked up to Dream. She was also weak, though she had tapped out much earlier than Iris and was mostly fine after recovering some. Is that a bad thing? You're the one who wanted this. No, not at all. Now they know who to give credit to. And, although it's never been brought up, now the other Class 4s will be more subservient. You'll have no problem controlling them in the future. Luna spoke in a voice only they could hear. Dream just rolled his eyes though. You know I don't need any of that. I know you don't need it. I just wanted you to have it. Everyone likes a little glory, and it's good to get recognition for all your effort. The awe and respect of all the people you saved.
Think of it as my little gift to you.
She smiled as Dream reverted back to his human form. After looking around at the audience, he nodded inwardly. Yeah, I guess it isn't so bad. He smiled as he felt all the gazes. Although this wasn't his goal, Luna was right. It was nice to get a little glory. The respect, fear, and approval of others was exhilarating. Well, thank you for the nice gift. Now, give Daddy some sugar. Wait, maybe not MMPH. Dream smiled and gave Luna a big kiss. She quickly turned red in embarrassment. Hey, look at this guy. I didn't know they were a couple. It makes sense though. Who? Our overlord is a ladies' man. Surprisingly, after Dream went in for a smooch, the audience quickly started cheering. Claps and cheers were heard, and the whole Colosseum was soon in an uproar. Hearing that, Luna turned even redder, and when they separated, her cheeks were beautifully flushed. Ugh, you meanie. Don't you know I have an image to maintain? PSH. What image could be better than beautiful and the woman of the most awesome man in the world? Dream shamelessly praised both her and himself under the thunderous roars. Luna rolled her eyes. A strong and not flustered image. Dummy. It's called politics. Look how red you made me. Hee, it's okay. It makes you cuter. Now come on. I think we can both use a little recovery. Saying that, Dream grabbed Luna's waist and took off to the sky, leaving behind the roaring Colosseum. All right, it's time to get back to work, Dream announced as he entered the bustling factory. After taking a couple days off with the girls, he was now back to working. Now, what's the situation inside that demon empire? They still aren't finished, and I'm estimating it's gonna be a little while longer before we need to take action. When Sophia spoke, a live feed came up in Dream's vision. Dream had already sent down plenty of reconnaissance bots to all the demon establishments and monitored each of them closely. Due to this, he was able to find out exactly what the demons were doing, primarily in the main demon empire. Inside the largest empire that Iris had detected the changes from, the demons were assembling something that looked like a portal. The portal was made from many strong materials and even used the sacrifices of demons to construct it. It was 20 meters in diameter, and it was a very complex piece of equipment requiring the cumulative enchanting powers of hundreds of demon enchanters and even the Class 4s. However, the portal hadn't yet finished. In all these months, they had only completed about 80% of it. This meant he still had a good amount of time before needing to take action. In this time, he was also able to watch the rapid accumulation of his soldiers. The factory pumped out batches of hundreds of thousands constantly, and by now, Dream was approaching 1.3 billion soldiers in number. I'm thinking we should be able to launch the attack when they're about finished. My soldiers will be able to scour the oceans and lands, and they'll have nowhere to hide. We'll properly wipe them from existence. Then, we can finally re-establish everything. Dream spoke as he pondered. He was very close to gaining control of the planet. All it would take was a little more time and a single word from him, and the world would be turned upside down. The amount of preparations he had made was enough to turn this entire place into a desolate, barren wasteland void of all life. He didn't think it was overkill, though. He would go to any lengths to rid the world of the scourge known as the demons. So, with that in mind, he went back to preparing and optimizing machines, expanding further on his biggest strengths. Meanwhile, in another realm, on another plane, there was a kingdom that looked similar to the demon empire on Dream's world. This kingdom consisted of an utterly massive city that spanned several hundred miles and held millions upon millions of beings. The skies over this kingdom were yellow, and all the buildings contrasted against it with their black, brown, and red shades. Within the very middle of this city, there was a tall and massive castle that all other buildings seemed to be built around. This castle was known as the Demon Lord's Castle, and it's where an amazingly powerful being resided. Inside this castle, there was one room that held many pedestals, on top of which stood many artifacts. The artifacts ranged wildly from swords to cloaks to books to bowls. Nothing was consistent between any of them except for one thing. They all radiated powerful auras. Whoosh! Inside this room, a figure was latched onto the roof overhead. The figure was blurry and indistinct, clearly not supposed to be within such an important room. There you are. A small female voice came from the figure as it looked down at the artifacts. On one pedestal specifically, there was a mask that flickered in and out of existence occasionally. The figure was looking at this artifact. They have vestiges that own them, but if it's with that, maybe I can do it, the figure mumbled. This person was the apprentice of the bald man, who was given the task of stealing something from this castle. She had been here for several months already, stalking, planning, and bidding her time in order to achieve her objective. However, things were many times more difficult than she thought, and at certain points, she had been driven to despair over how difficult the task was. But she didn't give up. Eventually, she came to improvise and think outside the box. She didn't think she would receive an impossible task. There had to be a way to complete it. So, she searched around the castle, and after a long time, she had found this room. In it she found that mask artifact, and when she did, a light bulb went off in her head. The task was impossible on her own, but if she had that mask, things might change. It was risky, but after planning things out dozens of steps ahead, she felt she needed to take the risk. Now, it was the time for her to move forward. Starting from the ceiling, she levitated her way down to the pedestals. Her magic was activated constantly, and after hitting a certain altitude, she stopped. 1, 2, 3, now. With conviction, she steeled herself and dropped, shooting down to the floor at top speed. Whoop whoop. Suddenly, alarms started going off, but by the time they did, the girl was already at the pedestal. Grabbing the mask, she didn't hesitate to put it on. And, now, boom boom. When she spoke, 2 explosions went off and shook the castle. Those were the bombs she planted that would draw attention away from her. Hearing them go off, the figure jumped up back to the roof and exited through a little hole where she entered from. Not long after, an oppressive aura descended on the place. Who dares infiltrate my castle? A booming voice shook the place harder than the bombs. However, it was clear that the owner of the voice didn't know who the thief was. Meanwhile, the thief was making her way through more rooms, her own aura flickering in and out of existence. This mask is perfect. Now, I just gotta get to the damn portal artifact. Muttering to herself, the girl continued to dash across the castle. At the same time, the being that ruled over the place made his move, and the girl felt a powerful force press down on her. Found you. A person appeared next to the girl, whose eyes went wide. It was the demon lord, and he had found her. Her very soul felt like it was being crushed under his very presence, and she felt like she could be wiped out with a mere breath. However, before the demon lord could grab her, she suddenly disappeared. Stunned, the demon lord waved around his power, but nothing could be found. After a few seconds, though, the thief appeared once more, only she was far away in another room. That was close. The figure panted as her injuries started to recover. However, she didn't stop moving. Where do you think you're going? The demon lord, realizing what happened, was enraged and teleported once more to the thief. However, just like last time, she disappeared before he could lay his hands on her. Stop running, you rat. The demon lord continued to zip around the castle, chasing the slippery thief who was progressively getting more and more injured. However, no matter what he did or what barriers he put up, none of them could restrain her. She just kept popping in and out of existence. This went on for a few minutes until they eventually reached a certain room. In this room stood another pedestal, on which sat a bracelet. The bracelet was intricately designed and seemed to be made of flowing molten flame. There. Seeing it, the girl snapped out of existence once more, evading the attacks of the furious demon lord. She then appeared right next to the bracelet and grabbed it. You dare? You will pay for this. The demon lord shouted in absolute rage, seeing the thief put on the bracelet. She didn't hesitate though, and after she put it on, the bracelet shrunk to her wrist. TSSS. A nasty burning sound and smoke appeared as the bracelet seared her skin. It didn't faze her though, and after disappearing once more, the girl made a beeline out of the castle. Arg, "You'll never get away." Each of the demon lord's yells shook the world, and the whole city was obviously alerted. Hundreds of the demon lord's minions appeared and locked down the area, each one of them capable of ending the thief's life. Demon dukes. Damn. Well, if he can't stop me, then neither can they. Gritting her teeth, the girl just continued to flicker in and out of existence, each time appearing farther and farther away from the castle. The demon lord and his subordinates ceaselessly chased her. Sometimes, they would actually cut off routes of retreat for her, and she had to attack the demon dukes a few times. Luckily, her burst power was exceptionally high, and she was able to heavily injure anyone in her way a few times. Ugh, I can't keep this on much longer. The girl groaned inwardly in extreme pain though. The pressure from the demon lord injured her every time she appeared, and she would also be injured and drained of energy every time she used the mask or attacked a demon in her way. Everything she did hurt her, and she was reaching her limits. However, she knew the way out. Sending her mana into the bracelet, she engraved some coordinates with her remaining power. Then, she smiled. "See you never. You dumbass demon lord. Arg, you dare slander my name? I'll damn you to eternal torment." As if, with one last remark, the demon lord watched as the bracelet lit up. Stunned, he used every last magic he could in order to stop her. Knew, but he couldn't. Before anything could reach her, she disappeared once more. This time, though, it was for good. Flash. Thud. Cough. Ugh. After appearing within a green forest with a flash of light, the girl collapsed and coughed up pools of blood. The blood was more than just blood, though. It contained some of her core power. The girl laid there for a while, and after taking out an item, she was about to call for help. However, the next moment, the white mask that was on her face suddenly sunk into her skin, and her eyes went wide. "No, you think you can overpower me?" Activating the last of her power, the girl started to fight back against the soul inside the mask that wanted to kill her and steal her power while she was weak. It was horrible timing, but she had only gotten the mask recently and didn't understand it, thus not knowing the risk of forcefully using an artifact with a vestige. She didn't have a choice then, though, and it was the same now. She barely mustered up the rest of her power to fight back and tame the vestige, but she was still incredibly weak. She had to start drawing on her very essence in order to fight. Luckily, that seemed to be enough. Fighting the soul in the mask with that kind of power was able to temporarily overwhelm it, and using some magic that spent her skill signatures as fuel, she was able to seal the vestige within the mask. After that, she was left as a barely alive husk on the floor. Her eyes dimmed as she looked up at the shining sun and blowing trees. After a few seconds, she passed out, not able to hold on to her consciousness any longer. You did good." A voice rang out the next moment, and a bald man was revealed right next to her. He looked at his nearly dead apprentice with proud eyes. "Congratulations. You have completed the task. Now, let's get you some medicine. I'll have to use an expensive potion, but I guess you can thank me later." Saying that, the bald man enveloped her with magic and flew her away. Chapter 210, Legendary. A few weeks after the big battle at the Colosseum, Dream was observing the portal that was being built within the demon's empire. He always had Sophia monitoring it, and as of now, it was about 90% complete. There was still one section that wasn't yet built, but it wasn't much, and Dream was planning on enacting his plan within a week or so. Until then, though, he was just locked away in his factory, as he had been for most of his days. As Dream floated in the air within a big room within the factory, his cosmic form manipulated strands of mana and gray mist, forming a complex magical network. In the center of this network was Aegis's armor body made of platinum. Dream hadn't used the armor much at all lately, and he had been mainly focused on optimizing it and testing its limits. As they had expected when they first made it, the platinum was indeed more conductive to mana and could store much more. In fact, after messing around with flux ratios to find the highest stable grade, Dream found that the platinum was able to store twice the amount of mana, as well as conduct it with much higher efficiencies than his steel. This led to a stronger material than his steel particles, and they were naturally able to contain better enchantments. So with the better hardware, Dream continued to create better software utilizing the universal language script. He enchanted the suit primarily with gray mist, but also used some mana. The two were easily able to work alongside each other since the gray mist was of a neutral nature, so no problems arose. Although it can get difficult, enchanting with the universal language really is great. It makes everything so much easier and streamlined. Oh, how are the girls adapting to the language? Have they learned it yet? Suddenly remembering something, Dream asked Sophia. They have. A while ago, actually. They picked it up about 2 months after you gave them some script to analyze. Nice. Now, what do you think about this section? I'm thinking the connection to the heart can be strengthened, but I don't know if I want it to be spatially fixed. Maybe if you change the throughput. The suit only needs so much from the heart, so we can split it. Very true. All right then, let's try that. Focusing on the suit, Dream continued to work and experiment. She always has some kind of meeting to go to. Whatever. Maybe I should try hitting the Empire again. They've been quiet lately. Iris, who was flying through the air, set herself on a path and blasted off. Soon, she was outside the biggest demon empire where the portal was being built. Iris had been coming to this place more frequently as she enjoyed doing flybys and harassing the demon populations by annihilating millions at a time. She would also test herself against the powerful Class 4s that lived there, taking on many at a time. However, in the past couple weeks, the demons had been quiet. The lands were sparser, the number of Class 4s was dwindling, and the power that radiated from the main castle was odd. As the portal still wasn't finished though, they didn't make a big deal out of it and assumed it was because the demons used sacrifices to build the portal, resulting in the number of demons declining. They had at least proven that sacrifices were indeed happening, so the risk of them being mistaken was low. After flying outside the castle, Iris looked it over and changed into her fox form. Her eyes were narrowed though. Something was different about the place. Weird. Hey, get the hell out here. Iris shouted as her fur flared up, ready to battle. However, her shout garnered no response like it always did. Snarling, she released her aura. Did you not hear me? I said get out. Don't make me destroy your fancy portal. Releasing fire, she used her influence and ruinous mana to send an attack toward the castle. However, before it did, four figures flew out and blocked the attack. Are you looking for death, you wench? A demon cursed at her, clearly recognizing her. She wasn't exactly popular here, but that didn't mean she wasn't very well known. She had been causing problems there for months. Seeing the 4 demons that came out to meet her, Iris narrowed her eyes further. Usually, over 40 would come out. Something was definitely up. Hey, where are your friends? Don't tell me they ended their own worthless lives so as to not be eaten by me? You're only half right. The demon smiled to her with a profound gaze. Seeing that, she was about to alert Sophia, but suddenly, her influence that had washed over the castle picked up on something. Down underground, there was a large room. In the center of this room was a throne, and all around the throne were red runic lines, script, and enchantments that covered the floor, walls, and ceiling. It looked like some kind of devil summoning ritual. Meanwhile, on the throne sat a single figure. The figure was at least 8 feet tall, and its red body matched the lines at its feet. Some specks of blood on the floor were still being drawn to it and absorbed into the body. After Iris's influence washed over the place, it found this room and garnered a reaction from the being on the throne. The demon, or devil, raised its head that held 4 large horns which curled upward like a crown. It looked up through the ground above it and out toward Iris, who was in the air. Iris also met its gaze as if the ground between them didn't exist. Seeing those solid red eyes that seemed about to cry blood, Iris shivered in terror. That being didn't release its aura, but Iris didn't need it to sense the boundless power it contained. That gaze alone seemed ready to swallow up her very soul. Her predator instincts were squashed, and the only thought in her head was to leave that place as quickly as possible. Before she could, though, the devil stood from its throne and disappeared, the next moment reappearing behind the 4 demons that were facing off against her. Seeing the devil appear behind them, the 4 demons shivered in fear and respect, immediately falling on their knees in midair before it. "Oh, great Duke, we hail your presence. You are the last ones." The devil spoke as the sun shone off its red, androgynous body that rippled with muscles. Its crown of horns gave off a sense of royalty and magnificence, and Iris felt even more stifled. Its very presence seemed to order all living beings to bow in reverence. Great Duke, allow us to be of use. We give our lives for thee. I will grant your wish. Our greatest thanks, Great Duke. Hearing the devil, the four demons took on euphoric expressions. After that, the devil raised its palm toward them, and an attractive force was given off. The demons began to shrivel up as their blood and marrow was sucked out of them and shot toward the devil's palm. Iris could even see their souls shoot toward the devil and stream into it, being absorbed. After only a few moments, all four demons were no more than dried skin and bones, and when the wind brushed past their bodies, they blew apart into ashes. After that, Iris and the devil looked at each other. One party was apathetic, as if nothing in this world were of interest, and the other was about to pass out from the other's pressure. I see they failed to eradicate all of you. What are you? The city underground. I see. What? Hearing the devil, Iris's eyes went wide. He had seen the haven. I have to get back to Dream. Activate. Biting her tongue, Iris activated a skill through her contract and disappeared, shooting back to Dream, who was in the factory. The devil didn't seem to care as it looked off in the direction of the haven. They must be eradicated. Saying that, it too began flying, though contrary to his powerful presence, it wasn't fast. If Iris were to look closely, she would have actually seen that its power was leaking. Dream. What happened? When Iris appeared on top of her contract next to Dream's soul, he was startled. Her aura was unsteady, and she was panicked. Dream, a demon. He's going for the haven. What? A demon? Not just a demon. It's a devil. It's powerful. Wait. Iris stumbled on her words as her fox form appeared in front of him. After thinking for a second, though, she used her power to write some universal language script and sent it to him. Dream quickly absorbed the script and analyzed it, seeing the memories within. What the hell is that? I don't know. I was just at the Empire and that guy popped out. You have to get down to the have dash. Wait. No. We need to get away from that thing. We need to hide. It's too powerful. I've never felt anything so powerful before.
No.
What? Aegis, to me. Yes, my lord. Ignoring Iris, Dream called over Aegis, who rushed to him. After they merged, Dream looked at Iris. Go to your sister. Wait, Dradash. I'll see you down there. Saying that, Dream's cosmic body suddenly disappeared. Iris attempted to teleport to him again, but he had blocked it. Gritting her teeth, she teleported to Luna instead. After Dream disappeared, he entered the fourth dimension and traveled through it. This was how the girl's teleport function worked, and it was an extremely fast method of travel. However, to control it, one needed to be able to at least somewhat control ether, the spatial energy. Only Dream could do that freely, so only he could travel this way on command. This was only something he figured out after many months of tests. It took him less than a minute to appear on the ground above the haven. Nothing had happened, which meant he had beat this devil. However, he could sense a menacing aura over the horizon coming straight toward him. I see. Dream nodded. He finally knew why Iris was so overwhelmed. Standing in place, Dream faced the direction of the devil. After some time passed, the devil appeared in the air over the horizon. Seeing Dream, though, it stopped about 10 miles away, its gaze falling on Dream's cosmic form. As that happened, a couple dozen people appeared behind Dream. It was Luna and Iris along with every single Class 4. Luna was about to rush over to him, but froze in place upon seeing the devil in the distance. The other Class 4s did the same, and one of the somewhat weaker dwarves threw up after only laying his eyes on it. You all stay back. Dream spoke, his tone serious and commanding. Luna looked at him. Dream Daff. You too. Nobody steps up. You'll just be killed meaninglessly. Hearing him, Luna thought for a second before nodding. She then used her power to help the other Class 4s and move back a few dozen miles. She wasn't totally willing to leave, but she would stand by temporarily. With them out of the way, the devil and Dream continued to stand off from each other 10 miles apart. The Class 4s all watched as invisible power clashed between them without them even releasing their auras. All life must be eradicated for the descent of the Demon Lord. I will give you the chance. Become a demon, and you will have the glorious opportunity to witness his descent. Dream was silent as the devil spoke. After thinking for a bit, something clicked into place in his mind. So, The portal was only one ingredient. You need the power of a higher being to open it. The sacrifices, they were all to create you, and you're the key to open the portal. I see not all humans are lowly and stupid. That is correct. Now, will you submit and become a demon, or will you stand against me? The devil spoke apathetically as if he didn't care about Dream's choice. Dream wasn't really listening to him, though. He was just marveling at the truly deep power the demons contained. Man, you guys really are a parasite. Are there any other tricks I should know about? The amount of curveballs you've thrown is just astonishing. Really, I'm impressed. I see you've decided to stand against me. Honestly, I'm really only trying to decide whether to use you as an ether source or analyze your soul. I was wondering what the advancement to the next class looks like, and it seems I have a live test subject right in front of me. Dream spoke with genuine curiosity as he felt the aura of the devil. This devil definitely wasn't a class 4, so he must be a class 5. He had yet to see or learn anything about what a class 5 was, so this was an amazing opportunity. Hearing him, though, the devil frowned, taking on a facial expression for the first time. Luna, who was a distance behind him, also felt her eye twitch a bit as she heard his words. Since you will stand against me, I will grant you the death you seek. Displeased, the devil spoke and released his aura. The unfathomably powerful aura washed over the land for hundreds of miles, consisting purely of the devil's influence. Dream's eyes narrowed seeing that, and he released his own aura. His power seethed from his cosmic body, taking control of the immediate vicinity. Then, the devil took a step forward, as did Dream. They both then disappeared simultaneously, and the next moment, reappeared next to each other, both throwing punches. Byo-mm. The space between the punches shattered, and a shockwave was released like a wall between them. The ground underneath was sliced open like butter, creating a line between the two as if declaring the territories of two kings. For a moment, the two observed each other. The devil gazed into the colorful cosmos that constituted Dream's body, and Dream looked into the bloody eyes of the devil. The devil smirked. You don't match my power. As if assuming his victory, the devil proceeded to throw more punches, as did Dream. The two bashed into each other faster than any of the Class 4 spectators could follow, zipping in and out of space. The power that each punch released was enough to annihilate them. This went on for a few minutes. As the blows were traded, Dream watched as his arm continuously grew destabilized. The overwhelming power of the devil was enough to harm him directly, something that had never happened while in this body. He was calm, though, and soon called upon his weapon. Aegis, my lord. With real feelings of exhilaration, Aegis activated. His heart, which had been hidden from the devil, suddenly released its boundless power. The armor then appeared over Dream's body in splits of a second. The gray platinum covered the cosmic body, and its red, vein-like lines glowed intensely with power. Boom! An even bigger explosion of power was released, and the devil was thrown back for the first time. Startled, the devil looked at the transformed Dream. Time for a change in tactics. Clenching his fists, Dream withdrew his influence and all the mana he radiated. The devil watched as his presence became thin and faint, as if he were a weakling who couldn't even cultivate power. I bet you don't have this kind of control over your own power, right? I wonder, are you a real Class 5? Dream spoke, but his question was rhetorical. Even now, the devil failed to have absolute control over his own power. He leaked aura constantly, and when Dream observed his soul, he saw that it was a bit unstable. While this didn't mean the devil wasn't far above the Class 4 level, it meant he may not be a genuine Class 5. If he had to guess, the devil was an artificial Class 5, and given the sacrifices of the Class 4s, he knew this was probably correct. The demons had sacrificed their cumulative power to produce this Class 5 being, all for the sake of opening the portal. It truly amazed him. All the tricks they had up their sleeves. If it wasn't for him, this world would have been doomed long ago, and the natives here wouldn't have even been able to put up a fight. It wasn't even fair for them. Oh well, now that my reactor is ignited, why don't we continue? Dream inwardly smiled as he faced off with the devil once more. The reactor on his back was glowing brightly with plasma, several times hotter than the core of the sun. Energy surged through his suit because of this. All that, along with the magic power of the heart, made him feel like exploding with strength. He was filled with the euphoria of absolute power. This is the strongest he has ever been, and he was finally going to be able to use everything he had against an enemy of similar caliber. He would be forced to use everything he had, but Dream couldn't be happier to do so. After all, this is one of the biggest reasons he's built everything he has. The accumulation of all my knowledge and power against the conglomeration of every demon. Either you defeat me, or I will finally have surpassed you in all your tricks. Come, devil, our battle will be legendary. With the zealous shout of a warrior, Dream challenged the devil with everything he had. They were soon interlocked in battle once more, and the planet was carved with the remnants of their mythical conflict. Chapter 211, Soul Attack. Boom. Thud. I cannot be defeated. When two figures clashed in the air, one was sent several meters down into the earth. It was the devil, and he shouted in annoyance as he flew back out of the trench he created. You measly Class 4 dare to reduce me to such a state? Are you admitting I'm superior? Shut up. You cannot possibly fathom the true power of the demons. You're nothing more than a worm in the outer cosmos. The devil continuously retaliated against Dream's attacks. Unlike the cool and apathetic demeanor he had several hours before, though, he was now a raging and impulsive mess. Obviously, he hadn't took too kindly to fighting a battle with an equal and being severely injured. Dream wasn't exactly in the best state either, though. The devil truly was equal with Dream. His suit was weakened with its enchantments having been debilitated, and his body was destabilized. Whenever the devil came back with a punch, it would blow a hole in Dream's suit and body, which would take several seconds to plug back up. Both of them were also moving much slower than before. Boom. The two collided once more. However, as they separated, Dream's arm formed into a railgun. The reactor on his back whirred with extreme power, and a slug was sent to the devil. DSH. Ack. Damn that weapon. The devil shouted furiously as the projectile tore a bloody hole in his chest. The railgun had been a great source of displeasure to him, as the devil had to fight mid to close range with magic or his fists. Dream, though, could back up far away and hurl projectiles as him. While the devil could close the distance, Dream was just as fast as him, and there was one period of about half an hour where Dream did nothing but kite and fire at the devil. From then on, the devil had vowed to destroy that railgun at all costs, but it was able to merge back into the suit and prevent itself from being harmed. Everything about the battle had driven the devil insane. He came into it with a high and lofty demeanor, but after the nearly 11 hours they had been fighting, he felt like a blubbering fool. You measly human. I'm not exactly human. You've ruined everything. That I did do. I will destroy you. I will bring down this world and everyone in it. You don't have that kind of power anymore. I don't care. If I can't do that, I will at least bring you down with me. That also won't be happening. And besides, so what if you do? Dream smiled inwardly as he responded. There was a reason he was so calm despite being so injured. Even if I die, you can't start the portal. I may not be able to, but there are still more demons. There will come a day that they finish my work. No, there won't. I have an army numbering over 1 billion, and the demons will be wiped out once and for all after this. Also, I've already had some people go to your castle and take away the portal. It is now under my control. No, I refuse to believe you. No man as weak as you can have that kind of power. You cannot defeat me. I can, and I will. Devil, your time is up. Become the subject of my experiment. When Dream shouted those words, 6 auras were suddenly felt from above. The devil looked up and saw 6 metallic gray humanoids, all of whom had purple eyes. Feeling the Class 4 auras of the humanoids, the devil's heart clenched. He and Dream separated, and he was quickly surrounded by the humanoids as well as Dream. You're calling for backup? You coward. Do you have no integrity? Oh, this isn't backup. Say hello to the Bobs. They're the first of my Bob 1000 series, and they go by Bob 1000 to 1005. These don't have souls. Impossible. You created Class 4 constructs? The devil shouted in bewilderment when he sensed the Bobs. None of them had a soul, but the enchantments that each possessed were capable of matching a mid-level Class 4. This told him that they were all constructs, like golems, but he couldn't believe that his enemy had actually built these. Dream smiled seeing the devil's shock. Throughout the months, he had put in lots of effort to finally create a Class 4 level bot. These 6 were the fruits of his labor. Each one drained him of all the energy he had, and then some. But it was worth it to finally have a bot that could stand up against the highest-leveled combatants on this planet. Each of the 6 bots stared directly at the devil with their glowing purple eyes. On their backs, reactors just like Dream's whirred with intense power, and their arms quickly formed into railguns which were pointed at the devil. Seeing that he had no chance of survival now, the devil delved even further into madness. "No, you puny coward, fight me yourself. Your use to me has expired, as have your life privileges. Before you die, I want the value that lies beneath that nasty exterior. Bobs, go to work." "No!" The devil raged as Dream sicked the bobs on him. The 6 humanoids shot their railguns simultaneously. However, instead of projectiles piercing the devil's body, the bullets disassembled into metal particles, flooding toward him like a black fog. The devil fought back against the fog, but his power wasn't what it was before. The fog shot toward him and latched onto his body, invading his airways and infiltrating his body. The bobs continued to fire these particle bullets, and the devil was continuously overwhelmed with metal fog. He couldn't even fight back against the humanoids as he was too focused on attempting to drive out the particles. Soon, the devil was totally enveloped. The fog had liquefied onto his skin like a black goo, and his bodily functions shut down. His magic was negated by the complex neutralizing gray mist enchantments, and his body eventually fell to the floor, powerless. Thud. Without a sound, the devil slammed into the barren ground. His body writhed and flopped around in struggle. Dream and the humanoids approached him calmly. "Now you guys," Dream spoke to the bobs. The next moment, they all dispersed into particles themselves and reassembled around the devil. The body was enveloped in a solid metal cast that took absolute control over him, and then that cast floated up into the air. The rest of the free particles then assembled into a set of 4 thick rings that placed themselves around the cast. Good. Now for the fun part. Dream. Dream was about to walk up to the rings and activate their magic when he suddenly heard a voice. Luna and Iris approached from behind him. "Oh, hey guys. Enjoy the show?" Dream spoke from within the armor. Hearing him, Luna sighed. "Yes, it was fantastic. That's good. I tried really hard." "Oh, where are the Class 4s? They didn't feel like they could approach you." Luna smiled bitterly as she said that. Some of them were downright terrified of Dream now, and the others felt he was too overwhelming to approach. That's why they were still watching from afar. "Oh, all right then." Dream just shrugged. He didn't really care either way. Luna spoke as she looked at the cast and rings that surrounded the devil. "So, what do you plan to do?" "I was planning to analyze its soul. Although much of it has broken down from the battle and its lack of stability, there's still much to be learned. It's different. Plus, I'll be harvesting it for energy." After all, he was meant to open the portal. The secrets within him are definitely profound. "Are you sure you'll be able to do that? You're pretty weak right now." Luna looked at his soul and felt their connection. Dream's aura was unstable and almost faint. He had thoroughly expended himself, although he didn't act like it. "I'll be fine. Just send me some of that healing, and I'll be able to extract the soul." "Okay." Luna nodded and activated her power. She hadn't while they were battling per his request, but that was over now. Feeling the nourishing energy from Luna stream into him, Dream relaxed and focused on the rings, activating his power. The 4 rings that surrounded the cast with the devil inside lit up with purple lines of plasma. The cast and rings locked down on the devil even harder, and Dream's power started infiltrating his core. From what Dream saw, the devil's soul was different from a regular soul. It wasn't soul strings like usual. As streams of Dream's gray mist seeped inside, he was able to receive information from the devil. The first thing that he received was an utter furious voice. "Damn you! Let me out of this now. You coward! I'm going to destroy you and everything you know. I'm going to annihilate your soul." Yeah, whatever, dude. Just sit still and make this easy for me." Ignoring the furious shouts, Dream continued to prod through the devil's defenses and toward the soul. After expending more energy and digging around with his magic some more, he was finally able to find it. "This is it. This is interesting." He smiled as he saw the devil's soul. Normally, a soul was made of strings. However, The devil's soul was made of something like flat planes. There were many layers of soul material that stacked up on top of each other, and power was exchanged between them all. It immediately piqued Dream's interest, and he started poking around more with his power, ignoring the pain he was causing the devil. "Ah, you dare! You dare! Damn you! I damn you for all eternity!" The devil continued to shout furiously as Dream violated his very being. He was totally helpless, though. At least, Dream thought he was. After a while, Dream was planning on activating the emulator skill to have Sophia break down the soul and extract its information. However, Dream suddenly saw an entire few layers of the soul fluctuate and disperse, its power accumulating in a very specific way. "I will not die like this. If I die, you will come with me. I will give my life to destroy yours." Having descended into total madness, the devil sacrificed part of his soul and launched an attack at Dream. Seeing this, Dream was going to attempt to block it, but it was too sudden and he was too weak to properly defend against an attack fueled by a soul. Zip. With lightning speed, the soul attack was sent through the connection straight to Dream's soul. Instinctually, his soul and his image contracted down as much as they could. This weakened the attack, but still punched through directly toward his skill strings. Dream. Seeing this, Luna and Iris activated their powers simultaneously. While Dream had been focused on studying the soul, they had been observing and were able to catch the signs of the attack sooner. Plus, they were in peak shape and could react faster than both the devil and Dream. Tapping into their connection with him, they sent their power through to defend with their contracts. Iris sent a power that could eat away at souls, and Luna activated her guard ability to tank the damage. Both were barely able to reach the attack that tore through everything like an arrow. Boom. The attacks collided, but the soul attack was much stronger than they thought. The attack pierced through their power like a cannonball against stone. It was slowed, but the power contained within was still immense. My lord! With urgency, Aegis's heart rushed forward to meet the attack. The two collided, but just like last time, the attack pierced the heart. While it was much weaker now than before, a remnant was able to slip through. Arg! With nothing else to block it, the attack pierced into Dream's weak soul. It then released a small explosion in the outer shell of his soul where many of the skill strings resided, scrambling many of the strings and weakening others. That was like the last straw for Dream. His body fell to the floor, and his aura wavered even more unsteadily than before. His consciousness began to fade. "You piece of shit." Seeing him collapse, Iris flared up in rage and turned to the cast that contained the devil, sending in her full power. Boom. An explosion of annihilation hit the cast, directly tearing through to the body. Iris's powers then shot straight into the devil's vulnerable soul, mercilessly tearing it apart unlike Dream's careful inspection. Ah. The devil roared in pure pain and rage as his soul was destroyed on a fundamental level. His entire body was disintegrated into nothing, and the layers of his soul were eaten away at and sucked of all their power. Iris held nothing back as she thoroughly annihilated and deprived the devil of his existence. Soon, the roars faded, and the devil was obliterated. Iris felt immense power flood her body, but she didn't mind that as she turned back to Dream. "Dream? He's all right," Luna responded as she held Dream's body. Her healing power was sent into him at its fullest, causing his cosmic body to slightly glow with silver and blue. Some of his soul was hurt, but he's recovered from worse. "It'll just take some time to recover. My power is already working." Sigh. Good. Sighing in relief, Iris relaxed her taut nerves a bit. Say then turned to the destroyed cast that had originally been one of Dream's fancy new Class 4 bots. As she looked at the place where the devil had been, though, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Iris? What's wrong?" "The power. It's a lot." Iris reverted back to her spiritual fox form as pain began to come over her. The devil's soul and his power that she had absorbed was running amok in her body, causing it to change. "Hey, are you okay? What's going on? I just need to get this under control. Get a ship or something and let's go somewhere else." "All right, just hang on." Luna quickly called a ship, seeing that both Iris and Dream were in a bad state. Soon, one arrived, and they quickly took it back up to the factory. The Class 4s, who were still standing by the side, stared at the departing ship as it disappeared from their view. Many of them had conflicted feelings. They didn't know what happened toward the end, but they were so mesmerized by the previous battle that they couldn't care less. Is he some kind of higher being? One of the elves spoke, the fear apparent in his voice. He isn't. He's just much farther above us than we thought. The power he displayed while in the Colosseum was nothing compared to this. He was toying with us back then. If he wanted to, he could kill us all. How long had he been that powerful? He didn't have that strength before the fall of the empires. It was probably that new body he got. Whatever that was, it changed him. Something must have happened recently. No way we can know for sure, though. He never shows his face and is always in some unknown place. Hey, didn't he say something about having an army? What was that about? Oh yeah, I remember that. The Class 4s pondered over Dream for a while. Eventually, though, they all just shook their heads. Trying to understand Dream was impossible with how shrouded in mystery he was. Calming themselves, they all returned to the Haven. While they were now more fearful of the godly being Dream showed himself to be, they were all glad he was on his side. All of them knew that they would have long been wiped off the planet long ago if he wasn't there. Not to mention just now when an artificial Class 5 popped up out of nowhere. He was their savior. So they set their hearts straight and quietly pledged their allegiance to him. There was no one better to do so to. Why does hurting the soul always have to be so damn painful? Dream groaned as his consciousness began to return. As he looked around, he found that he was in his room inside the cabin, laying down on the bed in his human form. Sophia? Yes? Nothing. Just checking. It's nice to see you too. Sophia giggled as he shook his head. He did a quick one-over of his soul. The most damage went to the skill strings of Arcana, but that's all healed now. You're basically 100%. How long? Just a day. Luna took especially good care of you. Her healing power truly is magnificent. It can even heal souls, and along with my guidance, everything was quickly returned to normal. Huh.
Well, that's nice.
Whoosh. As a test, Dream wrote some universal language script in the air with his finger. A line of golden script was quickly formed. No pain. Looks good. Wait, what about the devil? Sorry to say, but Iris ate him up. The amount of data we extracted on his soul is minimal to say the least. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be angry or happy with her for eating my test subject. Where is she? Currently undergoing changes outside. The gains she got from eating such a high-class soul were significant. I can tell you now, the soul wasn't wasted. Well, as long as it gets properly used. Let's see what exactly she's getting. Saying that, Dream hopped out of bed and left the room, curious about how Iris's overpowered deprived skill would process the essence of an artificial Class 5. Chapter 212, Eradication. When Dream walked outside the cabin, the first thing he saw was a large patch of scorched ground and a deep pit. The walls of the pit were lined with corrosive black goo, and the smell it gave off was horrible. Sheesh, what the hell is she doing? Trying to turn this paradise into a barren cesspit. Blocking the smell from entering his nose, Dream floated over to the edge of the pit. Inside, he saw Luna and Iris, as well as the small pool of a bubbling tar-like substance. Oh, you're up? Luna smiled when she saw him. She was sitting on an ice chair that floated over the pool of tar. Then there was Iris, who was laying inside the tar in her fox form. Yeah, so, mind telling me what's going on? Iris had a hard time controlling her powers for a bit and ended up dissolving a hole in the ground. It's mostly calmed down, though. Her soul is starting to stabilize. Interesting. How long until she wakes up? Whenever I decide to send in some healing power. I was waiting for you to wake up first, though, before sending it through the channel. Oh, go ahead then. Saying that, Dream opened up the contracts for the girls. Feeling the channel open, Luna streamed through her blue healing power and sent it straight to Iris.
Ugh.
Suddenly, a groan was heard from the pit. Both of them looked down to see Iris waking up. What is all? You. It smells. Get this crap off me. Activating her power, Iris instantly disintegrated all the tar that soaked her fur and was stewing around her. In mere moments, she was perfectly clean, and all the tar disappeared along with the horrid smell. Ugh, nasty. How long was I sleeping in there? About a day. Yuck. I am so taking a bath. Not so fast. Dream spoke, and Iris looked up at him, only just now realizing he was there. Oh, hi, Dream. So how'd that soul taste? It was nice. Iris sheepishly looked away as Dream looked down at her. Remembering how she had eaten the entirety of that Class 5 soul, she realized that he might not be so happy. I'm sure it was very nice. A Class 5 soul that has a denser and evolved form must have been absolutely delectable. I mean, just think about the skills and data contained within it. All that ether too. Plus, he was the key to opening the portal. I'm sure the cumulative power of thousands of Class 4 demons aimed toward bringing about the descent of an even higher class being was just a hearty three-course meal for you. Huh? Dream narrowed his eyes as she continuously turned away from his gaze. That devil was more than just experience or materials for building something. Contained within that devil was the key to the function of the portal, as well as hints to a higher level of evolution. Needless to say, it was immensely valuable to Dream, who could systematically extract all that data. And although the devil had gone and released one final attack that knocked him out, the devil still could have been handled by Luna in a more graceful manner. He had even been planning to ask her to heal him so as to preserve his unstable soul. But before they could do anything, Iris went and annihilated him, sucking up his very existence. It wasn't like he didn't understand her decision, though. Iris was much more impulsive than Dream or Luna, and seeing such a deadly attack, she instantly reacted and took out the threat. Plus, it hit him, something that garnered immediate rage from her. Doing what she did was instinctual for her. Dream was just a bit regretful and irritated. He had really been looking forward to studying everything. Sorry. Knowing all this, Iris drooped her head and apologized. For a while, Dream continued to stare at her, but eventually just shook his head. Sigh. No, it's fine. Thanks for protecting me. I want you to tell me what you gained, though. There's no way you just got some experience. Why, yeah, I can do that. I got a skill called amalgamate. I think that's what caused my small little evolution, because when I got it, my deprive skills started to fight with it. Your skills fought? Dream tilted his head hearing that. He's never heard of skills fighting each other before. Yeah, my deprive skill wanted to eat it, and the amalgamate skill wanted to fuse deprive under it. Basically, two really strong skills were both trying to eat each other due to their nature. Very interesting. So what's the result? Well, I combined them since they were both similar and got a new skill. It's called gluttony. Gluttony, huh? Well, isn't that neat? Dream was a little shocked. Deprive was already amazing enough, but now she got a superior version. After thinking about it, though, it made sense. The devil really was an amalgamation of the demon's powers and capabilities, and that skill was a reflection of that. Iris received it, so she now had one skill that took away and one skill that brought together. Those two concepts combined and created a high-class skill. Plus, Iris was already a glutton. Honestly, it was more natural for her to have a skill like that than not. And I thought I was good at stealing skills. She's gonna have it much easier than me if she can just eat people's souls and steal their power. Sheesh, I wonder how strong she is now. Dream delved into thought. However, Iris wasn't done. There was one more thing that happened when the gluttony skill appeared, though. What? Did your annihilate skill combine with it? No, they did try to attack each other, though. Gluttony wanted to eat the skill, and when it attacked, annihilate retaliated and attempted to destroy gluttony. Luckily, though, they stopped rather quickly. I guess neither could get the upper hand, and I forcefully intervened since going any farther would be dangerous. Now they're coexisting rather well, although the balance is a bit delicate. Huh, well, aren't you just a little bundle of chaos? So you got a nice new skill upgrade. Is that it? No. I also leveled up a good amount. I'm level 391 now. Oh, I also got this nice new ability.
Watch.
Saying that, Iris suddenly disappeared. Seeing what she did, Dream's eyes went wide and he extended his senses. Pop. Before he could detect her, though, Iris popped back into existence right behind him. He smiled. So you can use ether now, huh? Yeah, it's like what you and that devil did during the fight, zipping in and out of space. I actually got a skill for this. Really? What's it called? It's called Portal. Dream went silent hearing the name. Iris also went quiet, smiling sheepishly. I'll use it well. Sure. Anyway, that skill looks like it works differently from how I tunnel through the fourth dimension. It seems better. So I'll probably ask you to help me out sometime. All right. Oh hey, what about your level? You got experience too, right? Let me see. Remembering that the devil was indeed killed, Dream pulled up his notification log. You have killed a level 406 Pseudo Demon Duke. You have gained experience. You have leveled up? A Demon Duke, huh? So that's the level above a Grand Demon. A Class 5, albeit a low-level one. Let's see where my level's at. Dream went and opened his status next. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, Metacosmic Psyche. Class, Prophet. Title, Origin Seeker. Level, 398. Stats, Strength, S plus Agility, S plus. Stamina, S plus Magic, S plus. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 27. Arcana, LVL 90. Universal language, LVL 75. Active skills, Summons from Another World, Particle Manipulation, LVL 70. Level 398. Just shy of the class advancement. Really? That's surprising. Well, I guess he was low level, so. You know, I kind of feel bad though. Your sister didn't get anything out of all this. Oh. Both of them looked to Luna, who was still sitting in her ice chair. Hearing then, she shook her head. It's fine. Although I can't use Iris's gluttony skill, I can use her portal skill. Plus, she can still send us energy. Her gaining is me gaining.
Plus, both of our stats went up as a result of her little evolution.
Is that right? What are they?
For me, everything is S plus except for agility, which is S.
I'm the same. Both girls spoke, garnering a thoughtful nod from Dream. Very good. You guys have jumped in power once more. Unfortunately, you guys are about to go stagnant again. Why is that? Because we aren't going to have any enemies pretty soon. Saying that, Dream turned around and flew out of the tree dome, entering his factory which it was connected to. The girls quickly followed. I've already prepared everything while you were out. Thanks. Prepare them for launch. Prepare what for launch? Iris asked when she heard Dream. Smiling, he turned and looked at her. This factory has been pumping out combat bots ceaselessly for months. You should have heard me say that I have over 1 billion bots under my command. Well, that wasn't a lie. More specifically, I have 1.8 billion bots that are primed and ready to go down to the planet and annihilate the demons. I've tracked the demons in every settlement that exists, including some within the ocean. While I didn't expect them to suddenly come out with a Class 5, now that he's gone, it's time to move on. So you're gonna wipe them out? The demons are finally going to be eradicated. That's right. I'm going to scour every inch of this damned rock and wipe out every trace of them, from the oceans to the mountains. I've got the best sensors, the best weapons, and all the manpower I could ask for. There's absolutely nothing they can do to prevent their doom. Unless, of course, they pull another Class 5 out of their ass. But I don't think that's going to happen. And of course, that means there won't be any prey for you guys. At least, none that will come close to being a threat. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Of course you aren't. Dream just rolled his eyes at the conflicted Iris. Only she would feel distressed over the demons being wiped out. Anyway, I had already been planning to do so, so I think it's time now. Sophia? All bots are ready. Just give the word. Wait. Let me go down and kill some before you destroy them all. Iris interrupted and hastily spoke. Dream was about to wipe out the last remnants of a hostile force. When he did, Iris didn't know when the next time she would be able to kill something was, so she wanted to go down and fight one last time. She hadn't even been able to use her fancy new skills yet. Dream just smirked at her desperation though. If you want to fight, you better beat my bots to the punch. Sophia, release them. Releasing bots. No. Pop. With a shout, Iris activated her portal skill and disappeared, rushing down to the planet. Luna and Dream laughed. Beep, beep, beep. PSHH. Floating in the atmosphere above the planet, a large square container had been floating aimlessly for months. At this time, though, it received a signal and opened up its floors. Light streamed into the container, revealing rows upon rows of bots. There were at least several million in this container alone, and when the hatch opened, all the bots were to life. Then, in another container only several miles away, more bots activated. This continued on around the entire atmosphere of the planet, where thousands of containers holding millions of bots each all opened. Then, they all dropped at the same time. The bots launched themselves out of the container, and swarms started descending to the planet below them. When this happened, another change was seen on the planet. Flash, flash. Big blobs of light appeared on the continents in several places. They were nukes, dozens of them, and all of them were focused around the biggest settlements of demons. Not long after, the bots that were released from the containers descended upon all areas of the planet. The billions of bots equipped with all kinds of gear and weapons swept over the lands like locusts. Everything that was demonic in nature was obliterated thoroughly. And it wasn't just the land. The ocean was swarmed as well with special aquatic bots designed to scan the ocean and fight in water. Hundreds of millions of demons were ruthlessly killed by the hour. Not even the Class 4s could survive the onslaught of so many high-powered bots. While Dream didn't have many Class 4 level bots, he did have weapons capable of taking out Class 4s, and they were present among the army in droves. As this was happening, each kill was tallied, and a live map of the scanned terrain on the planet was being created. When Dream said he would scour every inch, he meant every inch. It didn't matter how long it would take. He would kill every single demon and ensure that they could never spawn themselves again. If that meant he needed to search every cave and corner of the globe, then so be it. Like that, the planet was cleared. Dream watched everything live, even going so far as to dive down into the ocean with Luna and Iris and take out large settlements himself. This went on for an entire 3 weeks. Not a single day was taken to rest. "I'm officially declaring their eradication," Sophia spoke to Dream, who was sitting in a chair staring off into space. In his mind streamed data about the progress of the planet scour. Right now, Dream basically had an entire scan of the planet's lands and oceans. It was the most detailed map he's ever seen. There was no surface that hadn't been looked over, and even natural caves that formed a mile underground were looked through. Although Dream knew there probably wouldn't be any demons there as they liked to congregate, he didn't care. He was going to make absolutely sure. And he did. After about a week, the demons were already entirely wiped out. They couldn't find a single trace for an entire 2 weeks after that despite the endless searching. Despite that though, every single bot was still scouring the planet, both land and ocean. He didn't have any intentions of stopping them either. As far as he was concerned, the search would go on for another 2 months. He was going so far as to plant special pylons around the surface of the planet so as to act as area scanners. Looking at it from a normal perspective, this kind of obsessive searching was like paranoia, but he didn't care. He was sick and tired of the demons. Their threat had been hanging over his head for a long time. Just keep the bots searching. Search the animals some more too. Lower all their mana outputs though, and focus on electrical power. Give them some more longevity. All right, good. Now, let's focus back on this. Saying that, Dream turned around and faced a device. The device was the portal that the demons were constructing. It was nearly 100% finished, and Dream had tasked bots to take it during the battle with the Class 5 Demon Duke as a precaution in case he couldn't defeat the guy. While he had been focused on searching most of the time, he had started to study the portal as well. His curiosity could compete with Iris's hunger in terms of instability, so he was naturally eager to study it, especially since Iris ate the Demon Duke. However, even after studying it for over a week now, he wasn't able to crack it. Not literally, but figuratively. He had been able to gather basic information about it from his senses, but as for the actual portal function, he wasn't able to identify it. The portal turned out to be a seriously advanced piece of magical tech. He was amazed at the fact that those idiotic demons were able to build something that even he could barely analyze. However, since they were able to produce an artificial Class 5, he didn't find it surprising for long. As he came to realize, the demons were much more profound and mysterious in both their origins and their abilities. They were one of the things that convinced him of the wider universe beyond what he knew. So, since Dream had something new to learn about, he focused himself on it. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about any more looming threats and could wholeheartedly focus on his studies. At least, that's what he thought. What he didn't realize was that there were plans made outside of his knowledge involving him, and they had just about met their deadline. Outside the factory where Dream was sitting and studying the portal, a bald man appeared out of nowhere. His gaze pierced into the factory and at Dream. He stroked his chin in interest. "So this is him, the new seeker. Very well. The deadline has come. Time to leave this place." Chapter 213, Portal. "I don't want to set the world on fire." Within the factory, Dream hummed himself a tune while sending mana through a section of the portal. He was in his cosmic form, and the mana around him was following his every command as if he were a king. I just want to start. A flame in your heart. Clank. On the portal, a plate hiding some enchanted panels underneath was popped off. Dream proceeded to dig further into the structure of the portal. In my heart, I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. Whoosh. Raising his hand, Dream called over a piece of metal, which he formed into a small, thin bar. Sophia then enchanted it, and he placed it on top of the other enchanted panels of the portal. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me. Suddenly going quiet, Dream's hands froze in place. The mana in the vicinity ceased to move, as if time stopped. I know this is only the second time, but I can't say that I'm especially thrilled to see another absurdly powerful being suddenly appear. Do you mind at least giving me a name? Dream, who was still facing the portal, spoke to seemingly nobody. It was out of place considering this was his factory in space that nobody could just casually enter. However, the question actually garnered a response. The voice of a man came from behind him. My name is Korvach, and I mean no harm. Korvach, what are you, Russian? Sorry, but I don't understand. It was a joke. Saying that, Dream spun around on his chair and faced the man behind him. The man was bald, wore some humble robes, and had an amiable face like some kind of Asian monk. Dream didn't really care about that, though. The fact that he could barely detect the man's existence was a huge red flag. Russians don't exist here, especially not ones who can casually enter this place undetected and evade my senses. I apologize for the intrusion. I have business with you, and this seemed like the easiest way to meet you. Well, if easy was the goal, then this is indeed the way. Come with me. Let's talk about this business of yours. Saying that, Dream suddenly disappeared. Moments later, he reappeared outside the cabin in the tree dome. He also reverted back to his human form. Right after he appeared, the bald man Korvach also appeared, clearly having followed using the same method. Have a seat. Dream motioned to a place on the grass, and a table with chairs appeared. Both men took a seat. As they did, Sophia spoke to Dream. Should I call the girls? Absolutely not. Just let them be, and don't activate anything. Let me take care of this. Dream responded, and then focused his attention on the man. This man was powerful, definitely more so than him. Thus, he would act without hostility and took things as they came. So, Korvach, what exactly is this business you have? Dream asked. At the same time, Aegis appeared in his armored form beside the table, and glasses appeared on the table. Aegis took up the position of butler and poured them both drinks from a bottle he also received from Dream's inventory. Taking the glass, both of them took a sip, and Korvach responded after setting the glass down. Thank you for the drink. My business with you involves transportation, and I've been ordered to provide this transportation from someone you're familiar with. You know him as the one behind your Origin Seeker title. Him? Dream's eyes went wide. That mysterious dude. The one who sent him to this world and gave him the foundation of his powers as well as his only title. He had only spoken with him once during a class advancement. His thoughts were turbulent, but they quickly calmed down. So, he sent you here? Indeed. He gave me these transportation orders a while ago, and today was the day for it to happen. So you're transporting me somewhere? Yes. Here. This is a letter from him. Saying that, Korvach handed Dream an envelope. Opening it, he took out the parchment within. This parchment. Seeing the paper, Dream quickly recognized it. This paper matched the one he received on his first day on this planet. It was the same feeling, color, and had the same beautiful, artistic writing. He quickly read the contents. Hello, Dream. When you receive this letter, you will have already defeated the demon threat and successfully saved the remnants of the native world population. I congratulate you on the fantastic performance. The person who will be giving you this letter is a very powerful man who works directly under myself. He has been tasked with moving you across worlds, as you are still incapable of doing so yourself. The place he will be transporting you to is Earth, the planet from which you came from. Dream's eyes suddenly shot all the way open. Earth? I'm actually being taken back to Earth? This time, Dream's turbulent mind wasn't hidden so well. The mana around him started fluctuating, and his breathing accelerated. Even his heartbeats sent small surges outward. He kept reading. Now, I know you might be speculative, but worry not. You will be going back to your home planet. The man in front of you is more than capable of taking you there. Oh, and don't worry about your lovely little ladies. They will also be going with you. As for all your belongings, Korvach has been given instructions on what to do. So, since you are now aware of your plans, go on and prepare yourself. On the back of this parchment, you will be presented with a task from me, but you will only be able to read it upon returning to Earth. For now, focus on your return. There is more business to be taken care of than you think. May good fortune and luck be with you. With that, the letter ended. Flipping the paper over, Dream saw some more writing. However, he couldn't read it as it was blurred. Shrugging inwardly, Dream put the paper into his inventory and got a hold of his chaotic mind. After processing everything for a bit, he looked back at Korvach. So you're taking me to Earth? Indeed. When do we leave? We shall begin your return today. However, you mustn't worry about being rushed. Allow me to explain how we will go about your transportation. If you would follow me. Sure. Nodding, Dream stood up from the chair along with the Korvach. His body was then enveloped by power, and they both disappeared. Pop. The next moment, the two appeared in open space. Dream could see his huge factory a couple miles away. The way we will be transporting you and your belongings is simple. I will open a portal to the space outside Earth. The portal will be open for a month, and in that time you will be allowed to transport anything you wish through it. Korvach's voice was transmitted to Dream. Hearing the man, Dream nodded. His thoughts also spun. So if it's going to be open for that long, I'll be able to move plenty of items. Maybe I'll be able to move resources and bots. Though, that depends on how big the portal is going to be. Dream came to this question, however. As if reading his mind, Korvach spoke. As for the size of the portal here, why don't I just show you? Smiling, Korvach put his hand up in front of him. Dream could feel an explosion of power the next moment as massive amounts of ether and mana streamed from his body. Then, the power formed a small ring in space. The ring then grew wider in diameter. 1 foot, 1 meter, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The ring expanded exponentially, and Dream's heart palpitated at the amazing display of power. After only 20 seconds, the portal had grown to over 50 kilometers in width and height. Dream looked through the portal. Through it, he could actually see it. His home planet, Earth. His mind became even more turbulent. There it was, the planet he came from. From what he saw, the portal led to the space outside the atmosphere. The planet in all its glory was in full view. This portal will maintain this size for 1 month. There are no restrictions as to what you can bring through it, and seeing your large factory, I'm sure you have many things that you would like to bring with you. Yeah, very well then. The rest is up to you. I've been told not to interfere in your migration. Wait, are you leaving? Hearing him, Dream suddenly spoke up. He shook his head though. No, I will be monitoring everything from the side. If there is anything you would like to ask, I will be with the portal. Thank you. Of course. Now go on. I'm sure you have many plans to make. Right. See you later. After going up to Korvach, Dream gave him a handshake as thanks. He then disappeared, and Korvach took up a seat next to the portal. Luna, Iris, get over here. What? What happened? After going back to the cabin, Dream immediately called for the girls. Both soon teleported to him, urgently wondering what happened that caused him to be so hectic. You guys, we're going. Hey, slow down. What is it? Luna came up to him worriedly as he stumbled on his words. He was obviously very emotional, much more than they've seen from him in a long time. Calming himself, Dream gathered his thoughts and spoke. You two, how would you like to go to my home planet? Your home planet? Earth? What do you mean? I mean it as I say it. You guys, things are going to change. Here. Not bothering to explain anymore, Dream quickly wrote some universal language script in the air and sent it into their minds. Both girls accepted it, and they were quickly shown some of his memories and what the situation was. What? That's actually possible? Iris shouted as she understood. Luna's eyes were also shaking. They realized the gravity of the situation. The portal is literally right outside. It leads straight to Earth. Earth is only several miles from here. The three of us could enter that portal right now and go to my home. Dream spoke emotionally. Even he was still coming to terms with the sudden change. It was so out of nowhere and came with an upheaval. After thinking for a while, Luna spoke. We'll go to your home. We can get mom and dad right now and go. Yeah, I really want to see another planet. Hold on, guys. Remember, we have a month, and we can move anything we want. The family is a given, but I've also already got plans in my head to move all of my bots, resources, and infrastructure. There's no reason I'm going to leave anything here. However, there's one thing I think I should consult you, Luna, on. What is it? The Haven. The Haven? Wait. Luna's eyes suddenly went wide. You want to move the Haven? Maybe. I'm not sure. It's definitely possible. Finding a plot of land and building a city would be simple. I mean, the Haven is doing fine. Everything has mostly stabilized and people are prospering. That's true. But once we leave, there's no coming back. The reason I'm thinking I should bring the Haven along is so the people will have a new place to thrive. I've done a lot of damage to this place, as have the demons. The remaining populations would have a hard time recovering, especially without our help. It would be horrible to just suddenly leave. You're right. Hearing him, Luna nodded. The people only numbered 300 million, and everything they knew had been decimated. If Dream, their only source of stability and livelihood, suddenly left them to fend for themselves, they would descend into anarchy. It would ruin everything they had done up until this point. If Dream said that it would be simple to move them all into another city, then Luna felt that they should. While it would mean yet another jostle in the people's way of life, it would provide them with a home that wasn't decimated by the demons. It would also mean a place where they could finally, once and for all, settle down. If you can do it, then you should. Really? Yes. There will be many things to take care of though, and we should utilize all the time we have. I'll head down to the Haven and talk to all the leaders, letting them know what's going on. You start to make preparations with your machines. All right, then let's get started. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go and visit your home. And you know, Luna smiled as she thought about something. I'm starting to look forward to meeting your parents. Have you told them about anything between us? I haven't talked to them in a long time, so no. Then that's going to be a fun development. Anyway, I should go. I've got a lot of stuff to do. Saying that, Luna disappeared using Iris's portal skill, heading down to the planet. Iris and Dream were left alone. Hey Dream, I have a question. Yes, there are enemies for you to fight on Earth. Really? Demons also appeared there. So when we go, that's one of the first things I'm going to take care of. Unfortunately for you, the demons haven't reached the level they did here. Of course, I can leave some to you. Nothing's going to happen for a while though, so don't get too pinned up. I'll only let you roam around when we've established ourselves. Until then, I suggest you go and say your goodbyes to this planet. In 1 month, you're never going to see it again. All right. Nodding, Iris assented. She then turned and disappeared herself, off to go to who knows where. Okay then, time to get down to business. Saying that, Dream exited the tree dome and appeared in open space. In front of him was the huge portal, and behind him was the factory. A list was quickly made in his head. Sophia, awaiting orders. Prepare everything for migration. The factory, the moon miners, the orbital railguns, all my satellites, and all my bots. Start sending ships down to the Haven, enough to move everyone there. Send manpower there as well, and prepare it for disassembly. We'll move the tree and all the buildings, but there's no way we're moving it as one piece, so it'll need to come apart. Giving orders. Thanks. Also, look through America on Earth and find a place for the city. We'll have to start building it before moving people, and preferably we should make it similar if not identical to the Haven here. I want people to be able to settle in as fast as possible. That might be difficult. The Haven takes up a huge amount of space, so unless you're planning to put it underground, finding a single plot of land that big that has no people on it will be difficult. I have a suggestion though. We could split the city in 5, making one central city hub and 4 districts around it, separating but connecting them with transportation systems. That'll give us more wiggle room and allow us to handle the Earthlings better when they come knocking on the door. Interesting. All right, we can do that. I feel bad for the people in the Haven since they just started getting settled. But oh well, it's for their own good. Hee hee. Though I wonder how Earth will react. I mean, these people are straight out of myths and legends. It's going to be nothing short of shocking and paradigm shifting. That's something we'll have to deal with later. Assimilating is going to be a long process. True. Anyway, let's start moving stuff. Tell me what I need to do. Here's the list. Sophia sent dream data, and he nodded when he processed it all. There actually wasn't much he needed to do, as all his bots could take care of themselves and laborious tasks. The main place he was needed was the haven, where he would have to deal with the tree. However, before flying off to take care of things, Dream turned and headed toward the portal, specifically toward Korvach, who was still sitting there. Korvach, hello again. Dream, what's on your mind? The portal. It's a two-way street, right? Indeed. There is no division between the space here and the space across the portal. It can be freely traversed both ways. Got it. Just wanted to make sure. Of course. With that, Dream left once again to begin taking care of business. The expectation in his mind was already exploding. Chapter 214 King. Beep, 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 beep. Huh. Inside an office skyscraper on the 47th floor, a man inside an office was alerted when his desk phone received a call. Still half asleep from a small power nap, he quickly picked it up. Ahem. This is David, sir. We have a situation. What is it? Surprised by the urgency of the caller, David's attention sharpened. He recognized the voice as one of his employees, someone who works in the space agency sector monitoring various satellites. We've picked up on an unidentified vessel in space. An actual vessel. Its origins are unknown, and it appeared out of nowhere. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Sir, it's here. I'm sending you a direct feed. Suddenly, David's computer lit up, and he received a pending transmission. Accepting it, he quickly saw a visual feed from one of the satellites in space. Within the feed, there was a giant metal cube. All around the cube were boosters that pushed it along with bright purple streaks. Not only that, but there were thousands of other ships that flew around it with their own streaks of purple. It looked like some kind of armada straight out of a sci-fi space game. What the hell? Sir, I've run this past several other people, including agents from the CIA who have requested this feed. This is 100% real. This isn't some conspiratory fake video. This is a true vessel of alien origin. What's the CIA doing? I'm not sure. In fact, they're about to enforce a lockdown on the situation and data. I've heard that they're already scrambling jets too. Sir, what should we do? Huh, what the hell kind of question is that? Keep your nose out of this. If this is shooting up the chain of command, then you and I have no business with this. Just hope that this isn't a big deal. Big deal? This is a huge deal. These are real aliens. First we get magic, and then a few years later we get aliens. Sir, the world is descending into anarchy. Yeah. Hearing his subordinate losing his mind, David just nodded. He could already foresee the absolutely cataclysmic effects this would have. He just hoped they would be good, and not devastating like the descent of the angels only a few years prior. So, we're already receiving beam transmissions. Really? That was fast. Meanwhile, Dream, who was on the other side of the portal, received some data from Sophia. He looked at the messages being sent to his factory, the contents of which were queries and packets of information from the highest officials on Earth. It had only been half an hour since he sent in his Borg cube. He thought they would have a wait-and-see attitude, but it seemed like they were too agitated to sit by. Earth has jumped massively in combat power. In fact, the highest level person is right on the cusp of becoming a Class 4. There's also a high amount of Class 3s, 2s, and 1s. With that kind of power, I'm sure they feel more confident against any adversaries. That, or they underestimate the kind of power an alien would have and think they're invincible. They're lucky it's just me. Should we respond? I guess we could. You know, the Seeker program is still widespread. Everyone has been wondering who the owner was all this time. I guess I'll finally be able to show myself. They'll feel conflicted knowing it was aliens who were helping them all this time. Technically, I'm not an alien. Here, let's just tell them not to worry, and that I'm only here to take a plot of land to establish my own empire. We can explain everything after I've taken care of business. You sure are one for words. I think I'll just leave them on read for a while. We don't need all of the world's armies preparing for war against an alien conquest. That works too. Now, let's get back to this. Saying that, Dream directed his attention back to his work. It had only been about 2 days since the portal opening, and this time, Dream had mainly been working on the tree and its enchantments, as well as preparations for the mass migration. Because of this, the haven looked vastly different from before. For one, there was now a massive hole in the ceiling of the haven that went down from the surface through the nearly 5 miles of ground. The hole was over 30 miles wide, and bots and ships were flying through it constantly, taking care of various jobs. As for the populations down below, they had all been notified of what was going on. They now knew that not only were they going up to the surface, but they were going to be traveling to a new world, leaving their current one behind. They had been told by all their leaders on a mandatory broadcast through their bracelets. Needless to say, it caused much confusion. The concept of another world was foreign to them, let alone going to one. It was apparently one that was developed and held a massive population consisting exclusively of humans. Everything there was new, and it would be their new home. This news was taken two ways. Some no longer cared about moving around and didn't mind the arrangement, but most were not very happy. First, demons destroyed their home. Then, they were all moved into a single city for survival, leaving everything they knew behind. And now, they would be sent to a world that they knew nothing about. Everyone's lives were thrown into chaos, and right as they started to settle down, it gets uprooted once more. Everything that happened was frustrating for many. However, there were two comforts to this. First was the fact that their world was devastated. Even if they were to be released back out into their world, it would take many generations to recover, and even then it wouldn't be back to the state they were in before. With this arrangement, though, they would have a world that they could live and thrive in, one that wasn't destroyed by demons. Two was that this was the last time something like this would happen. Upon moving to this new world, they would all receive fresh starts and would never have to worry about extinction again. With that, most people were able to come to terms with everything. One thing that helped this was the fact that Dream had decreed this. He was their all-powerful king who saved their lives. Everything he did was to ensure their survival. Plus, after the battle in the Colosseum, he had unintentionally earned himself a fanatic following consisting of millions. People had begun to think of him as some sort of benevolent demigod. His body that seemed to hold the universe within, his overwhelming power that could trample all of the most powerful beings in the world, and the fact that he alone built the haven along with an army of bots. These kingly and godly aspects attracted others to him, and his following had almost reached the point of forming a religion. Even for those that weren't so fanatical, Dream was a source of immeasurable respect, fear, and admiration. He was their spiritual leader, so when he gave an order with the intention to help the people, hardly anyone was inclined to oppose him. So although they were frustrated about everything that happened, they believed in him and trudged on. He hadn't failed them yet, and they didn't believe he would do so now. Not that they had a choice anyway. With that, Dream, Sophia, and Luna were able to make arrangements and systematically plan the migration. After some thinking, Sophia planned to place the new cities between Los Angeles and Las Vegas, just below Death Valley. The area between them was mostly empty, and worst case, they could relocate anybody who was in the way. Dream wasn't about to stress over the location due to a few rural settlements, so while forcing people to move was a bit tyrannical, he didn't care. He could just compensate them. After that, Sophia quickly designed the cities. She made them spacious and adaptable. The 4 outer cities would be placed in a diamond shape and hold each race, and then the central hub in the middle of them would act as a big melting pot. Another purpose for this central hub was to allow the Earthlings to observe and communicate with the new races, the only place where it would be allowed to happen. It would act as a buffer zone between the isolated fantasy city and the rest of the Earth. Then, all the little details were taken care of and the plans were finalized. The new city would operate almost exactly like the Haven, providing food and water and places for business. In fact, Dream wasn't planning on leaving a single item behind. He was going to try and make sure everyone could move their livelihoods and businesses. This was possible since he had innumerable bots and ships, plus the bracelets that everyone had, which would allow easy identification and organization. With all that taken care of on the 3rd day, the plans were finally put into motion. Disregarding the shock and alarm Earth would receive, Dream had his Borg cube, which was already stationed next to Earth, deploy all the construction bots and materials down to the planet, as well as a security force to ensure nothing was interrupted. With the signal, swarms of ships flew down. This was immediately noticed by every world government and organization, who all started to prepare for the worst. Mr. President, we have a situation. Inside an underground conference room, the president, generals, and top-level politicians all sat around a big table. There were several screens in front of them, and all of them had something to do with the recently arrived Borg cube in the atmosphere. Suddenly, though, a man urgently ran over. Everyone looked at him, and he got straight to the point. Sir, the cube has acted. They're sending ships. Ships? What kind of ships? Unknown, but there are a lot. From what we've seen, there are over 60,000. Where are they going? California, sir. In fact, they're about to reach the surface. The jets have already scrambled, but they won't make it before they touch down. Oh, we have a drone near the area. Saying that, a live feed suddenly appeared on one of the screens. Everyone looked at it. On the screen, one could see an army of ships descending to the ground. There were so many that it looked like they were going to launch a war. All of them streaked through the atmosphere, creating tens of thousands of fiery orange lights in the sky like meteors. Then, before anything could happen, they all quickly descended to a certain plot of land on the border of the state. Everyone watched as the thousands of surprisingly giant ships landed themselves. Then, their hatches opened one by one. Out of them, even more robots than ships flew out like locusts. There were easily millions. Seeing this, the faces of everyone present fell. They didn't know what the intent of these aliens were, but it seemed like they had a goal. That could be a very bad thing. There's no way we can move an army there in enough time. Stopping them from doing whatever they're doing is impossible, at least right now. The problem is that we haven't been able to make contact. None of our transmissions received a response. Sir, I recommend we send a party of supers. We can recruit the strongest ones and have them make contact. We can quickly find out the intentions of these aliens faster, at least whether or not they're friendly. A general turned to the president and gave his suggestion. Hearing it, everyone else nodded in approval. It was their best course of action. The army surely couldn't be moved so quickly, and the supers would be able to judge the power of the aliens effectively. Very well. Tell the guilds to assemble and invoke an emergency request. Tell them about the situation and get them moving as fast as possible. Understood. Getting the order, several people went off to make calls or visit people. This was of the utmost importance, and time was of the essence. Asterisk VRRR. Asterisk. Car engines sounded out as a convoy sped down a road at high speeds. These cars were stronger and faster than ordinary cars, as they had been built with both engineering and enchantments. They easily approached 200 miles per hour. There were 25 of these cars, and all of them were filled with people. This convoy had been created 20 hours after the emergency summons, and it held the highest-leveled people under the domain of America. Soon, the cars were approaching one of the cities where the aliens had set up camp. After 20 hours, they had attracted much attention from the buildings they were constructing. There were already skyscrapers being erected along with dozens of other buildings. The sheer efficiency had baffled the governments watching them, but their motives were still being questioned. SKRR. After getting within 200 meters of the construction site, the cars came to a halt. Everyone inside them piled out. First were the government agents from the CIA, FBI, and other security agencies. Then were the so-called supers, knights, mages, archers, assassins, and even some gunslingers. People dressed in odd outfits looking similar to something out of a fantasy novel piled out of the cars. So these are the aliens, huh? One of the supers, a man with two bulky short swords crossed on the back of his waist and menacing armor, took a few heavy steps forward and looked at the aliens. His eyes narrowed. Haha, aliens, would you look at that? I think we've seen just about everything in this life. Hey, why don't we capture one and dissect it? I bet their bodies would make for some interesting materials. A scrawny man dressed in a black cloak with pale skin started laughing as he observed the aliens. The man in menacing armor just frowned at him, though, as if fed up. Shut your trap, George. Hey, I told you to call me Captain. I'm about to slash that neck of yours open. Shut your hole. Fine. Huffing, the scrawny kid George turned away. The captain continued overlooking the aliens, his brow furrowing more and more by the second. Dark Knight, sir, are you ready? A government agent came up to the man and respectfully asked. He was ignored, though, and the captain, otherwise known as the Dark Knight, just kept staring off into the distance. So you feel it too, huh? A few people clad in exotic clothes came walking up to the Dark Knight, standing beside him. There was one who looked like a mage, one who looked like a juggernaut and carried a big shield, and one who carried a large sniper on his back while smoking a cigar. The mage, known as Alec and the leader of the Mage Association. The juggernaut, known as Thomas and the leader of the Golden Guardian Guild. The sniper, known as Frank and the leader of the Mercenary Society. And finally, the Dark Knight, known as Kane and the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance. Alex spoke to Kane as all four leaders looked off into the distance. They were all Class 3s. Such dense mana. Whatever those aliens are, they know magic as we do. I know. How powerful would they be based off this? Hard to tell. This is just what they're leaking. How powerful they are depends on their control. All I know is, we sure as hell couldn't stop them should they try something. Everyone went quiet. The fact that they couldn't stop them didn't only stem from how powerful they were, but from how many of them there were. There were millions upon millions of bots that swarmed the area at high speeds, manipulating and constructing metals constantly. Just from that one could see their power. But then there was the dense mana they radiated, which was as dense as a fog. It filled at least the surrounding several miles with mana. Let's just refrain from attacking them. We're only here for communication. Hopefully, the Dark Knight spoke, and everyone nodded. Then, he turned around. Vice Captain.
Yes.
A girl responded to the call and walked over. She was clad in slim, rose-red armor and had golden hair, looking to be in the prime of her youth. She was definitely very beautiful, and the men around her couldn't help but steal glances. You're coming along. Guild leaders, bring one person each. We'll keep the group small. All right, then let's head out. Assenting, the other guild leaders called upon their vice captains. Then, the group of 8 moved to head out. Or, at least they started to. There won't be any need to interrupt the construction. Suddenly, a voice came from above everyone, startling them all. The Dark Knight drew his swords and shouted as he spotted a figure in the air. Identify yourself. I am but a humble servant. You may call me Avatar. Saying that, the figure descended and landed in front of everyone. All the government agents pulled their guns or grabbed cameras, and the supers grabbed their weapons. Everyone scanned the figure. It was a robot with skin of metal, but it looked surprisingly lifelike. It wore nice clothes and acted just like a normal person. Despite the humble appearance, though, all the guild leaders were on guard. The avatar didn't release any mana or power, yet it could sneak up on them and fly. You can speak our language? The Dark Knight was surprised. These were supposed to be aliens, yet they could speak their language so fluently. Yes, I can. You all wanted to communicate, so I have been sent to communicate as the avatar of my king. Who is your king? Why, one of you, actually. One of us? Everyone tilted their heads at the avatar's words. Yes. First, there is one misconception that must be cleared up. The one who wishes to settle down here is not an alien. He is a human, and his home is Earth. All of the construction workers you see over there are merely robots he has built. That's impossible. There's nobody on this planet who's capable of amassing that kind of army. He'd be famous. Well, he is famous in a sense already, and he is indeed not on this planet.
Yet?
Where is he? In that cube up in space? No, he is on another planet. Everyone here, listen carefully to my words. The avatar spoke up for all to hear, making sure they didn't miss a word. The man who will be descending here hails from a doomed world, and with him will come the last survivors on that world. His home is Earth, and he is finally making his glorious return after being sent away. I suggest you do not get in his way, because doing so will be meaningless. His intentions are not malicious, and he only wishes to build a city here for the survivors of another world. Until it is built, nobody will be allowed to interfere. Are my words clear? When the avatar said this, a swarm of bots suddenly descended from the sky. They were like a dark cloud, and tens of millions of them appeared before the people present, easily overshadowing the number of bots constructing. Seeing the swarm that blotted out the sun, everyone's muscles tensed. All of these bots were equipped with guns, swords, shields, staffs, and other weapons. They were a literal army numbering in the tens of millions, and they went to surround the construction area. The people below felt the wave of dense mana radiate off of them, sending chills down their spines. It was a clear display of strength from the mysterious king, showing that while he may not be present, He didn't need to be. He had an army, and nobody was allowed to defy him out of sheer, absolute power. He had drawn his line, and his presence was being made known. A king had descended, and he was establishing his kingdom. Chapter 2:15. Simply. With the show of an absurd level of strength, everyone present realized that there was nothing they could do to stop these robots. Just by looking, they could sense the powerful mana that flowed through them all. However, there was one detail that they picked up as well. These really are robots. They have no souls. The Dark Knight couldn't pick up on any souls. After gaining the magical powers they did, humans naturally realized the existence of souls on their own. And that wasn't counting the mysterious seeker program that infiltrated everyone's devices to give them valuable knowledge on the new mystical world. While normal people couldn't sense souls, the most powerful on Earth had begun to. However, none of them could sense anything of that nature among the robots present. Not even the avatar who spoke to them had it, although they weren't sure if that was because he was so powerful as to simply mask himself. None of that was of any consequence, though. These robots were exceptionally powerful, so defiance wasn't an option unless they wanted to start a war. Knowing that, the Dark Knight put away his swords, as did the rest of the people present. All right, Avatar, I'm glad you can understand. My king does not wish for conflict. In fact, even if you resisted and attempted to fight us, we would merely remove your hindrance from the area and continue. In this way, I can assure you that none of your lives are in danger. The Dark Knight was silent. Although he was about to point out how awfully arrogant that was, the tens of millions of robots in the air made him choke on his words. Whoever this king was, he had the right to be so arrogant. Hey, who is this king of yours? Suddenly, the girl in red armor, the vice captain who stood beside the Dark Knight, spoke up questioningly. The avatar looked at her for a second before answering. The king does not yet wish for his identity to be disclosed for the sake of the people he is close with. However, you will know soon. The avatar spoke cryptically, but as if his words just flew over the girl's head, she asked again. How soon? At the latest, the king descends upon this world in a month. In that time, he has much to do as he is moving an entire population across worlds. How big is this population? A few 100 million. What? Everyone's eyes went wide. Moving a few 100 million people across worlds? They couldn't even imagine how that could be done. As I said, the king has much to do. Luckily, though, you all will not be totally ignored. He has chosen me to be his emissary, so I will be accompanying you all in whatever you wish of me, within limits, of course. So, any more questions for me? Everyone was still silent, both attempting to comprehend the power of the king behind the emissary and coming up with questions to ask. Like that, several days pass, leading to the 10th day after the opening of the portal. In that time, the rest of the world had come to know about these new aliens. It naturally couldn't be kept hidden since massive cities were being erected, and after a few curious observers came and took some videos, the subject quickly went viral, stunning everyone. After that, tens of thousands of people were coming to see the new cities and aliens. They swarmed the area, but with the robot guardians, nobody was able to disturb the construction. Not even secret agents could try to sneakily infiltrate the place. They still stuck around, though, documenting every movement with their devices. The first thing that stunned everyone was the cities. After only a week of construction, 5 separate cities covering many miles of land were almost entirely built. Each of them towered hundreds of meters into the sky, creating 5 new spires on the planet. They could compete with Earth's biggest cities already, and that was only after a week. The cities covered a few tens of thousands of square miles when looked at as a whole, and naturally this took up a huge amount of space. During the process of building, anyone who was in the way was relocated. The robots had actually cleared out several small towns, displacing several thousand people. All of them were pissed, but when they were built and taken to new residences, as well as given copious amounts of money out of nowhere, they eventually accepted it. After all, the houses the robots built them were really nice, and it only took a day for them to have a new home. Even other installations were moved. Military bases? Gone. Observatories? Relocated. National reserves? They were reserved just for Dream. Nothing in the vicinity of the cities was kept, and not even the military could prevent the swarms of robots from removing them. That wasn't all, though. On the 10th day, a massive object was suddenly flown to the city. It was actually a tree. This tree was the one within the haven, and Dream had done much work to take it out. He had to cut all the roots and branches from the trunk and then fly the trunk over to the planet. As for the roots and branches left behind, they would be used as fuel for the tree so it could regrow itself in its new home. And so, the trunk of the tree was flown and placed inside a pre-built container in the center city. The tree alone stood over 1,000 meters tall, and it was a historical sight to see it flying in the sky and expertly placed within a city. After that, though, all the branches and roots were brought over and merged with the tree. There were two people who actually helped with this process, Luna and Vithika, the elven ancient. As Dream didn't want to waste time, he had these two go and help the tree's growth. Luna had her revive skill, and Vithika was the elven ancient with a decent understanding of the tree. With those two together, along with the enchantments inside the tree, they would be able to quickly direct its growth. So they did. The two flew down to the planet and up to the tree. Although both of them were excited to be on a new planet and wanted to observe all the people below watching them, they suppressed the urge and took care of business. There would be much of that later. Going up to the tree, both of them took chunks of branches and placed them against the trunk. The branches then melted into the bark, and the entire trunk glowed with bright cyan lines, activating the enchantments and the tree's growth. Then, the tree began to extend out. Roots started to grow into the ground, and the trunk grew even taller. The growth was visible to the eye, but neither of the girls minded that and continued to merge the branches and roots waiting for them. They too spent an entire day doing this, expending lots of energy in the process. With Luna's exceptional powers, though, neither of them got tired and were able to continue smoothly. And the result was a proper tree. Thick roots dug hundreds of meters down into the ground and many miles outward to the buildings of each of the 4 cities, merging all the enchantments like in the Haven. The tree also grew to over double its height, reaching nearly 3,000 meters into the sky. Its branches then sprouted outward, creating the largest natural canopy and source of shade ever seen. Mysteriously, though, the leaves were actually cyan and silver, just like the magical lines that ran up and down the trunk. All the thousands of Earthling spectators down below were baffled by this sight, as was every single person who viewed the picture or videos online. Such a massive structure was never before seen, building or otherwise. The tree seemed to cast them all into an awakening, and people all around the world realized that big changes were coming. Whoever the aliens were, they were far more unfathomable than anyone ever thought. After that, the city continued to have its final touches finished, leading to the 20th day. On this day, Dream finally began ferrying people over. Tens of thousands of ships were loaded in the Haven, holding hundreds of thousands of people with their entire livelihoods. The first to be transported were people with businesses and luggage, and they took up the most space since they had lots of property to move. Once loaded, the people were flown into space, through the portal, and then down to Earth. The ships all descended onto the new cities, separating the people by race. Elf, dwarf, animal, and human were all put into each of the 4 cities built specifically for them. Though, there were also many who were made aware of the central city and its significance. There, they would be able to meet the people of the New World, engaging in trade, communication, and more. While some were scared of the idea, many business owners rushed to be the first. They wanted to experience what this place had in store for them and adapt as quickly as possible, securing themselves and their families a top spot in their new world. Like that, everyone was taken where they wished to go and was assisted in their establishment by entourages of robots. There were literally billions at Dream's command, so he wanted to put them to use and help everyone get settled in their new home. Millions were brought to Earth every day, and surprisingly, they all adapted rather quickly. Having already gotten used to the bracelets and their directions, everyone was able to find their homes and know where to go to get food and other necessities. Dream had built the new cities very similar to the Haven with the same systems, so the people were all able to easily fall into place. This made things much easier and faster. While the business owners would have to adapt to the new place and the fact that there were now 5 cities instead of 1, Dream was able to solve all information problems with the bracelets that all of them had. Besides, there was never the fear of going hungry or thirsty, so it wasn't difficult for people to simply wait a while as things settled down. All right, I think that's everything. Dream spoke while next to the portal. On one side was the Earth, and on the other side was the ruined world known as Kaban. It was the 28th day after the portal opened. The place where the haven used to be was now void of any previous signs of civilization, leaving a giant pit of dirt in the ground. Every single intelligent being was now on Earth. He was the only one who had never even crossed the portal. The haven was moved, his factory cube was moved, the orbital railguns, the tree dome paradise, the particle accelerators, his satellites, the greenhouse for food, the mining facilities on the moon. Nothing was left behind. In fact, Dream had decided to take a bunch of the world's exotic species with him. He took exotic animals and plants that didn't exist on Earth and put them or their seeds in the greenhouse. With that, they would have exclusive products to use and trade with Earth, as well as native food for the people in the cities. The mining teams on the moon were also moved to the moon outside of Earth to continue mining. His satellites were spread out over the atmosphere to gather data he really didn't need. The particle accelerators, as well as his factory, were all moved into a single place for easy access over the North American continent. Finally, the orbital railguns were placed over each side of the world. Just in case. With all that, Dream had finally moved absolutely everything he had to Earth. The fruits of his development across a few years on another planet were brought home. Well, not absolutely everything. Dream, being the curious scientist he was, decided to leave a little something on the ruined planet. Where the haven used to be was now a facility that held 1,000,000 bots inside of it. These bots were equipped with plenty of fusion reactors, fuel, and infrastructure. Basically, he was going to leave behind a small population of bots to grow and develop by themselves, totally unchecked on this world. They had their orders and programming as well as the means to sustain themselves theoretically forever, even if they didn't grow. But they would grow, and it was only a matter of how far. Sometimes in the future, if I ever find the means to come back here, I wonder how much these guys will have developed. An interesting experiment indeed. All of them are immortal, and even if they somehow break down or deviate, they have the means to produce more bots with my programming. Although their magical abilities will likely quickly run out, they won't need it to develop. The mechanical foundation is there to carry them on for potentially millions of years. Hey, what if they turn this place into some kind of machine world? That would be pretty cool. Though it's hard to see them going that far. I mean, they can't truly learn, and the chances of them deviating are low. I think they'll either expand their foundation over the planet, thus creating that machine world, or hit a rock along the way and somehow kill themselves. It's hard to tell where it will lead. Not that it matters anyway. The point is to just leave them be. So I will. Now, is it time to go? I think so. Dream turned around and faced the portal. Luna and Iris were already on Earth within the city, taking care of business. The only one yet to cross over was him. Having conflicted thoughts? Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. The bald man Carvatch appeared next to him. Dream didn't mind the sudden appearance and shook his head. No, it's just been a long time. So many things have happened, and I'm not the same as I was when I left. The changes you underwent are indeed immense. From a simple human born of a simple world, to a seemingly all-powerful being that could rule over entire worlds. You are a whale in a small pond. Yeah, I am, and I don't regret anything. I would have done everything the same, probably, but hey, I have a question. I will answer to the best of my ability. You're powerful, far more so than me. Although I don't know the extent of which, I have no trouble believing you could destroy a planet personally. To reach such a height from nothing, going from a mortal to nothing short of a god. How do you, I guess, keep sight of who you are? Does becoming powerful require you to toss away who you were before? I know time may do that, but you're conflicted over who you might become in the future. Something like that. It's hard to put into words. Indeed, but I understand. Korvatch nodded, and after thinking for a second, spoke. It's a fickle thing, what power does to an ego. The ones below us, mortals, they always believe that the ones so far above them are so unfathomably complex. They believe that our thoughts could never be understood, that the things we do are rooted in a grand scheme spanning all of time and space. But, from my experience, it's quite the opposite. Through the rise of power, we begin to lose the complexity. We begin to reduce ourselves. Only the most core qualities and aspects of a person can survive the rise of power to the highest heights. All the other aspects, the worries, the doubts, the interests in other modes of being, those are all thrown away. If they stay, one will only be held down by them as their power will be diverted toward those qualities. One must focus all their power down a specific path, but that in turn makes them narrow-minded. Indeed, they throw away their mortal concerns, things like the love for their family, the lives of ones below them, and they focus exclusively on the path of power. After all, gaining power is the only focus of many. They have nothing else of value they can bring to themselves or the ones around them. But for those whose qualities consist of other things besides power, they became more devoted. Like you worry for the ones below you, you strive for knowledge, and you love the ones around you. When your love and drive for knowledge become more simple, what will happen? You love and learn simply? Yes, other concerns go away, and the capacity for following your heart increases. Your love strengthens, and your mind expands. So, if you are worried about yourself changing, then you only need to look inward at who you are and look back to see where you have come from. Ask yourself, who am I and what do I wish to become? If the answer does not satisfy you, then change your direction. If it does, then affirm yourself and keep walking down your path. The level of power you are at is a turning point for many. It is a time where people must decide where they want to go and why they want to live the way they do. This is reflected in your spiritual body, something you have already formed. Now I will ask you, are you satisfied with yourself? Is the path you are walking now, and the reason you keep moving every day, leading toward a goal that aligns with who you wish to be? No need to answer me. The answer is already within you. Now, if you have affirmed yourself, go and do what it is your heart wishes to do, and don't look back. All right, thanks, Korvach. No need to thank me. I only wish that you take care of a certain someone in the coming days. Take care of someone? Who is it? You will know soon enough. Okay, then I'll be off. With a nod, Dream flew through the portal, leaving behind the planet with the small establishment of bots. When he did, the worries and doubts in his mind disappeared, and he looked forward to his return home. When he went through the portal, though, something unexpected happened. Alert! Individual has returned to his point of origin. Requisites have been met. Unlocking skills. The active skill, Summons from Another World, will be evolved. Chapter 216, Satisfaction. Seeing the notification pop up, Dream was surprised. He also noticed that the notification came from Sophia, not the system. Summons from Another World will be evolved. Primary components will be specialized. Cutting external connection, modifying existing skill, allocating space, complete, generating the passive skill, catalog, generating the active skill, dimensional tunneling, generating the active skill, arcane transmute. Fuck off. I can handle a skill bestowal by myself. Damn it. Suddenly, Sophia roared angrily and cut off the notifications. Dream chuckled. You good? Yes. We're going to do this my way. All right. Generating the skills. Saying that, Sophia channeled energy and began the process of building the skills. Through her, Dream could sense the data streaming in for those skills. While he couldn't tell where it came from, he did know it was his title. That thing had always been super involved with his evolutions. Soon, the 3 new skills were built by Sophia and integrated with the pre-existing summon skill that had split into pieces. After rearranging the strings for a bit, 3 new skills were fully formed while the summon skill disappeared. However, she didn't plan to stop there. Okay, you've got 3 new skills. Dimensional tunneling, arcane transmutation, and catalog. They're the skills that comprise the summon skill. Now, I hope you don't mind another skill evolution. Of course not. Good, cause it's happening. I'm throwing catalog into your mind space since it's an information storage type skill, and the other 2 skills, well, I'm actually not entirely sure. Take a look, and then give me your thoughts. Saying that, Sophia wrote lines of script in Dream's mind space. Within that script contained complex data on the 2 new skills. Dream quickly processed it all. So, dimensional tunneling is an ether manipulation technique for spatial travel, and arcane transmutation, a way to create matter from mana. Dream's eyes went wide when he saw the details of the skill. He knew the summon skill was mysterious, being able to eat up some mana in exchange for physical objects, but he had eventually forgotten about it since he practically never used it anymore. But now, he was being given the true form of the skill, and arcane transmutation was easily the most complex but significant part of it. And it wasn't because it could create matter from mana. That part didn't matter to him much. It was the fact that matter and mana were inextricably linked, and this skill was the first step to proving that fact and utilizing it. With this, we might be able to figure out how they cooperate with each other. Like the Keeper, his star, a physical object, was able to generate magic power for him. Matter can affect mana. Wait, but what's your dilemma? Before Dream drifted off into thought, he turned his attention back to Sophia's query. I'm unsure of where to integrate these skills. Dimensional tunneling can go under Arcana, but arcane transmutation could go under both Arcana and particle manipulation. In fact, it should be a combination of both. You know, I don't think we should integrate it. Integrate dimensional tunneling into Arcana, but leave arcane transmutation alone. Why? Because we know nothing about it. Let's study it first before doing anything with it. I'm sure its complexity rivals Arcana. Anyway, so it may not be something we should put under another skill. All right then, I'll integrate the other skills.
Sure.
Dream nodded, and the next moment, Sophia began moving the skill, catalog, and the skill, dimensional tunneling. Not long after, Dream got some notifications. From the system this time. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Universal language has leveled up. A universal language is max level. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. You have earned the active skill. Arcane transmutation. Arcane transmutation is level 1. Dream watched the notifications pop up. At the same time, he could feel changes within his mind space as a result of the catalog skill being integrated. Supposedly, the catalog skill acted just like a catalog would. It stored information that could be easily accessed and sorted through. And that turned out to be pretty much correct, except Dream underestimated its scale. When it was integrated, the catalog skill seemed to expand Dream's mind. Not expanding in the sense of enlightening him, but expansion in the sense of increasing storage. Before, Dream felt like he could remember most things. A surefire fact was that he never had trouble with memory after becoming so powerful. He remembered all facts he needed to know, and many things he didn't. His mind was definitely better than a regular human's, but now, he felt as if his mind were swapped out from a little flash drive to a huge hard drive. When it took effect, his mind space began to take on a different form. Within Dream's mind space, there were many monoliths that stood around each other in a circle, replicating the look of the legacy space. Now, though, the catalog skill came in and took on form, creating a book in the center of that circle of monoliths. The book appeared above a pedestal, floating majestically. It was a simple book with a black cover and white pages. All of its pages started flipping quickly as soon as it appeared, and lines of script continuously appeared around it from thin air and placed themselves on the pages. It was recording information. In fact, all information that was brought into his mind, things like sensory information, both magical and physical, and the thousands of thoughts that went through his head every second, were totally stored in the book within their entirety. When they were, he could begin recalling all information that he received and produced from the book, as if looking back in time. Everything down to the smallest detail. Amazing thing was, it didn't feel weird. To recall all that information felt normal despite the astronomical amount. It didn't clutter his mind or disorient him with information overloads. It felt, well, like a catalog. Dream nodded pleasantly. Well, this is nice. The skill involves storing everything you ever experience and think about. It also applies sorting techniques to easily navigate all the information, making it feel like you're just recalling memories like normal. I integrated it with myself and the universal language skill as well, so its efficiency skyrocketed and allowed it to cooperate with your mind seamlessly. As the name says, it's literally a catalog, except for the mind. As for the form it took, I hope you like it. I do. That skill is a lot more useful than I thought it would be actually. Now, what's my status look like? Dream wondered and called out his status. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, Metacosmic Psyche. Class, Prophet. Title, Origin Seeker. Level, 398. Stats, Strength, S+, Agility, S+. Stamina, S+, Magic, S+. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 44. Arcana, LVL 97. Universal language, LVL max. Active skills, particle manipulation, LVL 70. Arcane transmutation, LVL 1. I've almost maxed out Arcana.
Nice.
Dream nodded, seeing his status. While the evolution for the summoned skill was unexpected, it was definitely welcome. It enhanced his capacity for thought and gave him new abilities. We're definitely going to spend time messing with the transmutation skill. However, I think I should focus on the tunneling skill right now. And now, shouldn't you head down to Earth? That was before this unexpected turn of events. Dimensional tunneling, the ability to poke through dimensions and travel through space, like a portal. Although I've already learned how to use ether and have somewhat developed this skill, it's only for quick travel over short distances. But I think this is the next step. I need to study dimensional travel. If I can, maybe I can make my own portals. And wouldn't you know it, we have a portal right here. Dream smiled and turned around. Looking back to the portal, Korvac was still there, just looking at him with a smile as if he knew what just happened. Dream flew toward the portal. Back so soon? Korvac joked, prompting Dream to smirk. He had just gotten through a serious talk and affirmed himself to go to the planet and move on with his life. But not even a few minutes later, he was turning around. I wanted to take a look at the portal, see if I can't learn anything from it. Of course, it will only be open for 2 more days though. Funny how I thought that I had plenty of time. Now I wish there was more. I better get to studying then.
Indeed.
Korvac nodded as Dream quickly flew to the edge of the portal. After flying up to it, he spread some of his influence and let it wash over the edge. Well, it's loaded with ether. It's also incredibly stable. This thing won't budge or break down unless that guy wants it to. It seems like the ether is grabbing space and warping it directly. It's not simply pulling apart though. It's punching a hole into it and creating a channel to another section in space. And yes, it's not a simple wormhole either. It's formed through a higher dimension. The question is how? Dream went quiet and dove fully into examining the edge of the portal. The portal obviously shouldn't exist going by the standard laws of physics. It didn't even work like a wormhole. It was like Korvac pulled over a portion of space and placed it against the portion near Earth, not unlike taking the doors of 2 houses and placing them next to each other. Unless you bent the space in between the two to your will, you couldn't do it. Not to mention, the spaces Korvac connected were literally millions of light years apart. It was an unfathomable distance to cross by any means. But he simply connected the two like it was nothing. After thinking about that, Dream's evaluation of Korvac skyrocketed. I was wrong. This man could turn the Earth into a ping-pong ball and play with it like a toy. He is the closest thing to a god that I've ever seen. That begs the question, though. Who's the person giving him orders? The person who sent me across worlds in the first place. How powerful must he be? Dream drifted off into thought, his worldview broadening by the second. He was beginning to realize just how vast the universe was and how full of powerful beings it could be. On Earth, he truly was a big fish in an infinitely small pond. For the next 2 days, Dream focused totally on examining the portal, not a care in the world for what was going on down on the planet below him. Despite those 2 days of study, though, he hadn't made much progress. As the deadline came up, he got increasingly frustrated. Damn, no matter how you run it, this is impossible to do. Dream cried out like a child. Over these 2 days, he had done an uncountable number of calculations and simulations with Sophia. They had even gone so far as to develop a system of mathematics for the 4th dimension to try and more properly simulate things. After all, a 4-dimensional system couldn't be represented by 3-dimensional information, which included standard math. Information is different in the 4th dimension, but that shouldn't be so much of a problem. I just can't figure out how you get these pieces so close together. I mean, the only viable way would be to exert influence on both areas of space at the same time, creating a tunnel. But how do you do that? Dream turned to Korvac, who was still sitting near him. Dream hadn't been quiet all this time. Like with the Keeper, he asked all the questions that came to mind. Anything he wasn't sure about, which was just about every aspect of the portal, he pressed information for. Unlike with the Keeper, though, Korvac wasn't bound by any rules. At least, not as much. While Korvac didn't explain everything, he did answer some small questions. That didn't do much to clear Dream's dilemma, though. so he continued to search for anything he could. Not much came to him, though. While he had begun to touch upon the basic concepts of spatial tunneling, it wasn't anything to the degree of connecting galaxies. As he found, he would probably be able to easily tunnel to any location within the range of his influence. That range was only a couple kilometers, though. To go from that to a couple million light years was unfathomable for him. Sigh, sheesh, just how powerful are you? Korvach, are you some kind of god? There are many different images of what a god can be. By immortal standards, yes, I would be. By your standards, I may be a few steps below a god. By my standards, I am by no means a god. I have no idea what your standards are, and honestly, I'm a bit afraid to ask. Anyway, didn't that guy give me a task? I wonder if crossing the portal counts as me going to Earth. Saying that, Dream took out a sheet of paper. It was the letter he got from Korvach, or more specifically, the mysterious man behind Korvach. Dream flipped the sheet over to look at the backside. Before, the text was blurred and he couldn't read it. Now, though, it appeared as normal. It read, "Hello again. Since you have attempted and failed to understand the working behind Korvach's portal, I know you are quite curious about the task you are being given. Well read close. The universe is a big place, much bigger than what you know and even what you think. In fact, there is more to the universe than just the universe. Think of the universe you are in as merely the skin of an apple. That should give you an image as to how big it truly is. Now, that universe you are in is a very underwhelming and underdeveloped place. The world you came from is one of the more naturally developed areas, but even that place is tiny compared to other groups in the vast expanse of everything. This means that, until you escape that tiny village known as the universe, you will stagnate in power, as will the rest of the people around you. There will be no more threats or opportunities for long-term growth. However, fret not. There is a way to escape that little village you are in. I have given you the foundation to do so, and the task that you will receive is just that, to escape the village. With your new skills, a certain someone, and the portal you took from the demons, you must tunnel your own way through the skin of the apple and down towards its core, thus escaping the universe that you are in. Of course, I won't make you blindly do so. The coordinates to the location you should tunnel to are on the bottom of this letter. As you come to study dimensional tunneling, you will naturally realize how to use them. So, that concludes my message and task. Everything else is up to you. There is no time limit to completing your task, so go at your own pace. I wish you luck in your future endeavors and relationships. May the goddess of love be with you. A very mysterious dude. Dream finished the letter with confusion. A certain someone? Good luck with future relationships? May the goddess of love be with you? The words were seemingly out of nowhere, but Dream couldn't help seeing them as an omen. After thinking about it for a while, though, he just shrugged. He knew he would come to find out what the words meant. He then looked down at the bottom of the letter. On it was some golden script written in universal language. It was a single short line, and Dream quickly absorbed it into his mind space. The script appeared in his mind, and then it was quickly absorbed into the book in the center. Dream then analyzed it, but even after going through it, he wasn't able to make sense of it. They were higher dimensional coordinates, but he couldn't tell where they wanted him to go, or what the coordinates were written in reference to. Sheesh, I can't even understand these coordinates. And besides, how am I supposed to tunnel somewhere if I don't have ether to use? I only have a limited amount. Actually, you don't seem to have a problem with that. Dream turned to Korvach, who suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? The heart, that's within you. It is a natural generator of ether, albeit weakened. With that, you shouldn't have any problems with an ether supply. Really? I don't sense any ether coming out of it. There's only the ether inherent to it. If I take that out, though, it'll lose most of its power and applicability. That heart doesn't actively collect and radiate ether. In its core, if you pull out that ball of ether, it will begin to siphon ether from the surroundings. While you will need to power it with your will for it to work, it is a viable long-term source of ether. Is that right? Dream's brows raised, and he quickly reached out to the heart with his influence. After locating the source of ether in the center, he drew on it, depleting it and leaving the center empty. After that, he could sense the heart react and draw upon his energy. He didn't resist, and after powering the heart some, it began to accumulate more ether in its center, eventually stopping when it was full. Well, I'll be damned. That's cool and useful. It would have been nice to know about earlier, but oh well. Hey, do you know what this heart is anyway? Hmm. It looks like the heart of a Class 6. Class 6? Yes, a step above that artificial demon you fought, which was a Class 5. Class 6 can naturally draw upon ether and various energies that they use. This heart was the organ of one of those beings, and apparently the source of power for it. While it's far from its peak state, its basic functions are still present. There's even that residual will within it, and it seems you've taken advantage of that too by creating that suit of armor which took on the heart's form. Well, kind of. It was a crude process. Still, this thing really is extraordinary. To think I got my hands on it. Dream was amazed. To think this Class 6 heart even appeared on that planet, and he got his hands on it. Though, while he might think it was coincidental, maybe it was all the plans of that mysterious dude. He seemed to be some kind of psychic who could see the future. So maybe he sent Dream to that planet with the expectation that he would eventually get the heart. It was possible. Oh well. Anyway, I guess the deadline is just about here. Sighing, Dream put other topics to the back of his mind. He looked around at the portal, and then at Korvach. Thanks again. I know you're under some orders, but I really am grateful. You've done something I can't pay you back for. It was no problem. Like last time, I only ask that you take care of a certain someone. I will. When I meet them, of course. You will. Now, it is time for me to close the portal. Goodbye, Korvach. Goodbye, Dream. The two shook hands from across the portal. Then, when they separated, the portal shrunk down and closed. Now, Dream had officially returned to Earth. Turning around, he looked down at the blue planet below. Down there were his family and friends, as well as everything he brought from the other world. While he had changed a lot, that didn't matter to him. He was just glad to be back. Time to go home. With a smile, he began his descent to the planet, satisfaction and anticipation welling up in his chest. Chapter 217, Home. All right, we move on our target in 5. In the former territories of Russia, a certain group of supers was assembled. This group was an attack squad from the Dark Knight Alliance. The person who shouted was the vice captain, the girl in red armor who was assigned to communicate with the aliens upon their arrival. Now though, she was all the way on the other side of the world. This was normal. All guilds in every country frequently sent attack groups to different sections of the globe in order to carry out raids on settlements of monsters. One of the most frequently visited areas was the former country of Russia, which had fallen as a result of being the epicenter of the demon appearance. This was where this particular attack group was, and their target was a small settlement of demons that looked like a large village. Soon after shouting, all the supers were equipped with armor and weapons and standing at the ready in front of the vice captain. She looked them all over, nodded, and then turned around. Not far from them was that village. You all know there's a couple Class 3s there, so stay on guard and don't get caught by one. I'll handle them. You guys just need to take care of everything else. Now, let's get started. Not feeling like wasting words, the girl started marching toward the village. All the troops behind her, consisting of over a dozen Class 2s and over 100 Class 1s, followed close behind like a well-trained army. Screech. Not long after marching toward the village, screams were heard. It was the demons, and they had noticed the arrival of the troops. Mages, the girl shouted and pointed her hand toward the village. Moments later, the mages in the group raised their staffs or opened their books, launching predetermined spells. Whoosh, boom, scream. The lances of elements and mana hurled over toward the village, causing various bright explosions and immediately killing dozens of demons. That much was inconsequential though, and soon, over 100 more demons charged out of the village and ran straight toward the troops. Guardians, to the front. Mages and archers, fire your volleys. Warriors, begin your attack. Charge, charge. Hearing their leader, everyone got into position and began their frontal attack on the demons. The mages kept releasing their signature spells, and the guardians with shields rushed up front, creating an impenetrable wall of enchanted steel. And finally, behind them came the warriors, supers who specialized in attacks with melee weapons like swords. Boom. The two groups quickly clashed in the middle, and claws streaked down the guardians' shields. Right behind them, several people came over with spears and stabbed at the demons from behind the guardians. Arrows also flew over their heads, landing in the middle of the demon horde and releasing various spells. Bodies constantly fell, stacking up in front of the guardians that stood strong like a wall. All of them had extensive experience and skills, and were able to handle the ruthless attacks of the unorganized horde. And even when some demons got past, the warriors who radiated bloodlust immediately jumped on them like beasts, tearing them apart as fast as they could. There was one person, though, who deviated from the standard procedure. It was the vice captain, the girl with blonde hair and red armor. She was flying through the horde with 2 swords, hacking and slashing. Blood flew, staining her armor, swords, and the ground with pools of red. Despite the chaotic slaughter that she carried out, though, her actions, technique, and movements were refined and graceful, like a dance. Her swords cut through air and flesh in twirling motions, and the trails of blood that followed the tip of her blade created streaks that looked like majestic but powerful waves. With this technique, she moved through the enemies in front of her like a fish in water. At least, that was until she felt a powerful presence burst out from the village. "You puny little girl, I'll have your head on a pike." A large Class 3 demon who wielded an axe suddenly burst out from the backlands of the horde, charging straight toward the girl with overwhelming bloodlust. Not only that, but she could feel the faint presence of 2 Class 3 archers on one of the buildings in the village. They were all gunning for her. She didn't care, though, and just snorted. Getting rid of the small fry around her, she prepared herself to clash with the axe-wielding demon. The two quickly covered ground and approached each other. Then, the demon jumped high in the air, raising his axe to slam down on top of the girl. However, something odd happened next. The girl raised her 2 swords, deciding to meet the falling axe head-on. However, when the axe came down and clashed with her swords, it actually disintegrated like it was dirt. Thud. The demon landed on the floor, baffled as he looked at his hands. The axe that he held previously was now a cloud of dust, drifting off into the air. The girl, who had been expecting a hard impact, was also thrown off by the sudden change of events. The two looked at each other, confusion on both their faces. Neither could explain what just happened, and it put them in an awkward standoff. Something even more shocking happened next, though. Zip. A projectile suddenly flew through the demon's head, creating a hole, but causing no sound. The demon stood upright for a second before collapsing, dead. He didn't even realize that he died. What the? The girl looked at the demon corpse incredulously. Was someone interfering with their battle? She stared at the dead demon for a while, but then heard some odd noises. Thud, 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 thud. The girl turned around, and the entire demon horde, which had just been raging a few seconds ago, all collapsed dead. The entire army of supers looked around weirdly, wondering what exactly happened. Even the Class 3 demon archers which had been in the village were lifeless on the floor. Who's out there? This raid has been claimed by the Dark Knight Alliance. Nobody is allowed to interfere. Man, so this really is a business for you guys. The demons on this world are awfully tame compared to what I fought. Suddenly, a voice came from the direction of the village. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a man standing amidst the corpses. He was dressed in sweats and a short-sleeve shirt, looking like an average young adult who was just going for a stroll. Scarlet asked me to spare the demons and just let them continue to produce so there wouldn't be a shortage of enemies to fight. Maybe I'll have to reconsider wiping them out. Who are you? And why have you interfered with our raid? The girl asked coldly, keeping her swords at the ready as she stared down the man. She knew he was powerful since he instantly killed every demon in the area. The contrast between his supposed power and laid-back appearance, though, created a weird disconnect, causing her to wonder who the hell this guy was. The man just looked at her, though, and smiled. They stared at each other for a second, and during that time, the girl's eyes went wide. Why? I just wanted to say hi to my little sister. Why you? Hee hee. How's it going, Melody? You miss me? It's been a few years. You. The girl, Melody, stumbled on her words as she looked at the man, stunned. He was Dream, her older brother. Dream tilted his head at his sister, who couldn't seem to speak. Yes? You asshole. Get away from me. Whoosh. Yelling and turning around, Melody dashed off into the distance using both flight and her powerful strength. Dream watched stunned as she disappeared in the distance, running away from him. He and the other soldiers looked at each other awkwardly. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna go. Pop. Suddenly, Dream disappeared into thin air, leaving behind all the flabbergasted soldiers. Stop running. No. I just wanted to say hi. What kind of reunion is this supposed to be? Just go away. You know I can outrun you, right? Just stop and let's talk. No. Get away from me. Ugh. Then you leave me no choice. Dream, who was chasing after his childish little sister, shook his head and sped up. He instantly appeared in front of her, causing her body to slam into his. Thud. Oof. Melody got the wind knocked out of her, and she fell to the floor. Dream just stood there, though. She was a class 3, and he knew her power level easily just by looking at her. He wasn't worried about any injuries. Come on, Melody, talk to me. No. You know I came to you first, right? I know it's out of nowhere, but this was not the reaction I was expecting. Melody sat on the floor silently as he joked. Looking at her, Dream went quiet. After a bit of silence, he spoke again. I'm sorry. What I did back then. I'm sorry if I hurt you. Dream kneeled down in front of Melody, who just stared at the floor. After some silence, though, she spoke. Why would you do that? I was in a dark place. A really dark place. I had lost everything. No. Melody interrupted, a hint of rage in her voice. You had us. We didn't go anywhere. Yeah. We were there for you. We didn't shut you out. You could have talked to us. So why did you go and do it, huh? You were selfish. You were impulsive. You didn't even give us a chance. Why did you do it? Why did you leave us? Why did you leave me? Did you even think about us? Melody yelled at the top of her lungs, eventually picking herself up off the floor and approaching him. Dream just stood there quietly as tears streamed from her eyes. Answer me. Why'd you do it? Do we mean nothing to you? No. Dream shook his head and looked into her eyes seriously. At the time, I felt as if I lost everything. The hole I dug was too deep to see you guys. I was selfish, yes. I didn't even think about how it would affect you all. And I don't expect an apology to be enough. Dream put his hands on Melody's shoulders, who was angrily looking at him with red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. I'm going to make up for it. I'm not going anywhere now. I was stupid back then, and, well, I guess I can't really say it was the worst mistake of my life, but it definitely wasn't one of my brightest moments. You're a dumbass. I know. Now come here. Nodding to her, Dream pulled Melody in and gave her a hug. She curled up into his chest a bit, sniffling as she started to cry more. Her muffled voice came from beneath. I'm sorry. I couldn't help you. You were all alone. No, don't start blaming yourself. It was my choice. That's all over now, though. I'm back, and I'm not going anywhere. All right. Okay. Melody nodded as tears wet Dream's shirt. They both stood there for a while in the middle of nowhere, letting out emotions. Sniff. Oh God, what an asshole. Do you know how long it's been since I've cried? I feel like a child now. As she started to calm down, Melody and Dream separated. He chuckled at her. Yes, this is a much different image than what I saw not long ago. What are you? Some kind of general now? I'm the vice guild leader of one of the most powerful guilds in the world. I also rank in the top 10 strongest supers in the world. Forgive me if there's an image I need to maintain. That's a familiar line. And top 10 strongest, huh? What level? Just hit 275 not that long ago. Took a lot of demons to reach that level. Melody spoke smugly and swept back her blonde hair. Dream wasn't impressed, though. That's it? Man, the demons really have taken it easy here. Taken it easy? They've toppled several countries and have a massive territory. They've even tried pushing into Alaska. They're trying to get into Canada, huh? North Montana, actually. Right. Enough about that, though. You've got a lot of explaining to do. Where the hell did you pop out of? And how powerful are you? Melody poked his chest questioningly. Hearing her, Dream smiled. You know those aliens? Yeah, I was sent there to talk to them. Don't tell me you're one of the aliens. Kind of. More specifically, I'm the leader of those aliens. I believe my avatar told you I was their king. Wait, what? I'm their king. I'm the one who brought over the population from a doomed world. As Dream spoke with a grin, Melody's eyes went wide. Dream just enjoyed her shocked expression for a bit as she processed the implications. You're that king? Those robots, the cities, you built them all? Well, I ordered their construction, but yes. Oh my God, The governments are all freaking out about you. Believe me, I know, but it's not like they can do anything. Plus, I left all that diplomatic stuff to Luna. Luna? Who's that? A certain special someone. I'll be introducing her along with another certain special someone to you guys soon. Oh, a girlfriend? Maybe. Anyway, how about you and I go home? I'm sure you can take the day off. That depends. Are all those demons back there killed? Of course. Then sure. Good. Grab my hand. Are we flying? Melody tilted her head as she grabbed Dream's hand. He rubbed his chin as he answered. Not really. I recently got a nice little skill and I want to test it out. I would say it's a pseudo-teleportation skill. Huh, teleportation? Close. Anyway, let's go. I'll place us over the city. Saying that, Dream activated his dimensional tunneling skill. He controlled some ether within him to wrap them up, and then after creating a bubble in space, he formed a tunnel that led to another location. He controlled his spatial bubble to head through the tunnel, disappearing from the place they were at and reappearing above a city the next moment. The whole process took about 3 seconds. And we're here. Whoa! Melody shouted as she began to fall from the sky where Dream teleported to. She quickly stabilized herself, though, and levitated with some magic. So you're able to manipulate mana as well? Of course. It's an essential skill to become powerful. Indeed. I thought I gave everyone some magical formulas, though? Through the Seeker program? Yes, you did. But those are more so used for high-precision applications, like enchanting or cooperative spells. What are cooperative spells? Spells that multiple people build and execute. They're usually large-scale. Wow. Yeah. I've used one to obliterate a demon stronghold before. Anyway, follow me. I'll show you the new house. Melody waved him over and flew off toward a direction. Dream followed behind her while laughing inside. It seemed that Earth was basically on the level of Kaban, at least technically. For Earth that was oriented toward precision, they wouldn't have a hard time developing highly advanced magic spells, just like the cooperative spells. None of the empires on the other world had that. She quickly flew to a more rural area outside Los Angeles. There they came upon a hill, and on top of that hill was a large, luxurious mansion. Ever since I joined the guild and became the vice leader, I've been making tons of money. So naturally I got a house for the family. We all live here. Are mom and dad here? I'm not sure about dad, but I'm pretty sure mom's here. Yeah, I see her. Come on. After Dream scanned the house, he did indeed see his mother. Getting excited, he quickly flew down to the entrance and walked in. Melody tailed him. Mom, come here. Melody, I thought you were out on a raid. Well, something came up. Just come here. Someone's here to see you. All right, I'm coming. After that, footsteps were heard from the second floor. A figure was turning the corner to some stairs not long after, and Dream's mother appeared. Dream was silent as he saw his mother come into view. He knew she had become more powerful, and that power seemed to revitalize her and return her youth. If he didn't know her, he would think she was in her early 30s, unlike her actual age, which was almost 50. Dream's mother, Shannon, a short woman with brown hair and an athletic composition. Dream watched as she laid eyes on him and froze. Surprise. Melody smiled sweetly as the two stared at each other. They remained like that for a while before Shannon walked down the stairs. She didn't say anything as she approached Dream calmly, embracing him with a hug. Welcome home. Dream smiled when he heard her soft voice. It had been a long time since he had seen his mom, and upon finally seeing her again, relief and satisfaction washed over him. It's good to be back. Chapter 218, Name. After hugging each other for a while, Dream and his mother separated. You have a lot of explaining to do, mister. I'll be sure to tell you guys everything. Before that, though, where is everybody? Dream asked as he scanned through the house. He didn't see the rest of his family. Your father and brothers are out hunting. They should be back later today. Now, what about the other aura I feel upstairs? Dream spoke as he looked toward a certain part of the house, his senses piercing the enchanted walls of the building. In another room, he could sense another presence. It was an animal. Aura? Oh, you mean ambush? So it really is ambush. Come down here. Cat, you remember me? Dream spoke while poking his influence at the cat upstairs. As if it understood him, the cat made its way out and over to them. This cat was Ambush, one of the family cats. He had gray fur with black stripes, a pretty normal-looking cat by any standard. However, after the appearance of the system and magical energies on Earth, Ambush evolved into an intelligent beast. Now, he was twice the size of a normal cat, making him as big as an average dog, and his presence was seemingly illusory like an assassin. After making his appearance, Ambush looked at Dream with wariness but familiarity, as well as intelligence. Dream, I do remember. Although my memories before my awakening are vague, Ambush spoke with a monotone voice, which came as no surprise to Dream. With his experience in a world where intelligent talking animals were commonplace, he couldn't be surprised. Though, he was still a bit excited. After all, this was one of his pets from before he was transported, and what pet owner wasn't interested in the thoughts of their fluffy companion? Seems you're pretty fluent. What level are you at, Class 2? Not bad for an animal that wasn't born a magical beast. You speak as if you have experience with magical beasts. Melody spoke, surprised that Dream wasn't. As far as she knew, something like this was new for him who had been gone for a few years. In the world I went to, intelligent animals were normal. In fact, there's an entire race of them in that city. The city? Dream's mom looked at him questioningly. Melody quickly jumped in to clarify. Yeah, Mom. Dream came back with the aliens that appeared. He's their leader. He created an army of robots that built those cities under Death Valley. What, the aliens? You're their leader? Shannon looked at Dream surprised. There wasn't anyone in the world who didn't know about the appearance of the aliens who built those 5 cities in California. To hear that not only did Dream come with them, but was their leader, was nothing short of shocking. I am indeed. I'll have to show you guys around, so you can see some of the races. They've got demi-humans, elves, and dwarves. All of them are more powerful than the people here too. They were able to develop themselves to the Class 4 level on that other world. Seriously? Class 4? Melody shouted, shocked. Earth was still trying to break past the Class 4 barrier, but apparently some of the aliens already had Class 4s. If that news were to get out, who knew how chaotic things would become? Yup, there's a few dozen of them here, but there used to be over 100. At least, that was before the war. War? There were demons on the world I went to as well, and they were much more powerful than here. I'll tell you guys about it later though. Why don't we go to where Dad is? I'd like to say hi. They're at the hunting grounds right now, though I guess we could drive over there. Drive? You guys still use cars? Yeah, you don't. Melody looked at him weirdly, as if forgetting that he hasn't been on Earth for a couple of years. I haven't used a vehicle in years, except for a ship, but oh well. Can I drive? Sure, as long as you don't crash. You severely underestimate me. You Twinkie. Who are you calling Twinkie? I'm one of the strongest people in the world. Huh, that was before I showed up. Don't worry, you'll understand just how weak you are soon enough. Now let's go. I'm driving. Saying that, Dream walked toward the garage of the house, as if he already knew the layout of the place. Melody huffed and followed behind, as did Shannon and Ambush. The 4 piled into a car that was engineered with both mechanical and magical components. Dream scanned the entire thing before nodding. Impressive. They were able to make something half decent. This car can surpass 300 miles an hour, and bullets can't even scratch the metal. Blocking bullets is the bare minimum. Though, I still wonder what the point is since you guys should be able to fly everywhere. Dream spoke as he started the car. The vehicle let out a low roar, and he could sense the enchantments inside working. He smiled and rubbed the steering wheel. It had been a long time since he'd driven a car. Let's ride. Oh my god, what is this idiot doing? I'm driving a freaking tank, dude. If you want to die, then go ahead and cut me off. After only 15 minutes of driving, Dream was fuming behind the wheel. He finally remembered how much he hated driving, especially on the freeways. I come back to this damn planet for an hour, and I already want to leave. Will you chill? We only got 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can bear a little traffic for that long. Nope, that's it. We're just gonna fly there. Dream spoke as he started enveloping the car with his influence. Melody thought he wanted to do something different though, and leave the car in the middle of the road? No, this thing costed a lot of money, and it's one of the best models. Please, I make freaking spaceships in my sleep. You think this piece of scrap is impressive? I don't know, but we aren't leaving Bessie here. Melody stuttered as she recalled the information she got about the massive satellite in space, and the thousands of ships that flew to and from it. If Dream really did make all that, then it was obvious that he'd see the car as a toy. Hearing the last part of her sentence, though, Dream tilted his head. Huh, did you seriously name your car Bessie? Yes. Shut up. Whatever. Just sit tight. What are you, whoa? Suddenly, the car they were in lifted off the ground, startling Melody and Shannon, as well as all the cars around them. What are you doing? I'm flying, you idiot. What does it look like, swimming? Shut up, dickweed. Enough, you two. He called me an idiot first. I don't care. Don't call each other names. Ugh. After getting reprimanded, Melody huffed out loud and crossed her arms. Dream just smiled and flew the car to the location, not caring about his sister's building rage. Finally, Dream stretched as he stepped out of the car, feeling like he was an old man. After dealing with traffic, he vowed never to drive again. Flying the car to the destination only took a minute or so as well, surprising both Shannon and Melody. When we have some time, I'll build you guys some flying cars. There's no reason to travel around in a piece of crap like that. Really? You can do that? I transported an entire population of 300 million across worlds and built them cities to settle in. So yes, I can build some flying cars. I still have a hard time believing you're the leader of the aliens. Then when we get the chance, I'll take you to see the cities and my space station. In space? No, in the ocean.
Dumbass.
I will literally fight you. Right now. Sure. Anyway, if you wanted, I could bring you to the moon as well. Hell, even if you wanted to go to Mars, I could make it happen. Seriously? Yup. In fact, we can make it a family trip. What do you say, Mom? Want to go find some Martians? I'll think about it. All right. Now, where's Dad? Saying that, Dream released his influence and scanned the vicinity. They were currently outside a restricted area that housed a plot of land the size of a national park. The entire plot of land was either walled off or guarded, and only supers were allowed access so they could go hunting for the dens of animals that lived there. It was a very controlled system, providing a steady supply of experience, and it was jointly controlled by some guilds. After releasing his influence, Dream was able to see every detail of the surrounding landscape, down to the blade of grass. He only paid attention to the people, though, and he soon spotted his dad and two brothers who were walking around, searching for prey. Never mind. I found them. Found them? Melody was surprised when he spoke. He didn't explain, though, and just activated his magic. Let's fly there. Don't resist. Resist, Wahey. Suddenly, Dream's magic wrapped around Melody, Shannon, and the cat ambush. Surprisingly, though, it wasn't uncomfortable, only startling them. Let's go. Dream then took off into the sky and toward the direction of his dad. The distance was short, though, and after only several seconds, they arrived above them. Dream set them down on the floor and released his magic. You really are powerful, Melody mumbled, surprised about the fact that he could travel a mile in only a few seconds. The picture of the powerful being her brother supposedly was started to take form in her mind. Even Shannon was starting to reevaluate her son. Dream didn't mind their days, though, and just looked at his dad and brothers who were only 30 meters away. They were walking away from them, still searching, but not long after Dream landed, one of his brothers turned around. He saw them. Mom? Mel? The brother tilted his head, and the two others noticed. The dad and second brother turned as well. Babe, what are you? Dad, look who it is. Snapping out of her daze, Melody pushed forward her brother, showcasing him to the three. The two brothers and father looked at the man in front of them. No freaking way. Is that you? Yup. Hi, Austin. Well, shit. Back from the dead, huh? One of the brothers, Austin, laughed and walked over. He and Dream gave each other a manly hug. Austin was the oldest of the siblings at 26 years old, as well as the most extroverted. In fact, he was quite the playboy, consistently bringing home girls. There were many occasions where Dream had been jealous of his uncanny ability to seduce women. Not only that, but he was talented in sports. The only reason he didn't shoot for the Olympics was because he didn't have the discipline to keep up with a training regime. Meanwhile, as Dream and Austin separated, the other brother came over. Hey, Walter. Dream smiled and put out his hand, prompting Walter to shake it. Walter was the exact opposite of Austin, a very introverted and quiet man. He was exceptionally smart, though, and not unlike how Dream did, he studied all the time. There were many occasions where he and Dream would discuss science and physics. Walter nodded to him, a rare smile plastered on his face. In fact, after a few seconds of shaking hands, Walter pulled him in for a quick hug. Dream accepted it, and they separated. Then, Dream's father finally came over, his face solemn. Silas. Dream's father spoke his name, a name he hadn't heard in a long time. Silas, Dream's real name. Dream was a nickname that everyone called him, and it had been that way for so long that not many people knew his real name. It was derived from his last name, Dreamer. Silas Dreamer. This name appeared in Dream's mind, seemingly for the first time. In fact, when this name was acknowledged, a reaction occurred. Warning. Individual has undergone a name change. Reclassifying. Reclassified. Individual is now named Silas Dreamer. Notifications appeared in his vision, but Dream only glanced at them before ignoring them. Hi, Dad. Dream smiled and looked at his father. His name was Douglas, and he was a tall man who stood equal to Dream at 6 feet 2 inches. Douglas was a lean man who had a nice face, beard, and long hair which made him seem like a certain prominent religious figure. Dream resembled him quite a bit as well, just without the same age and maturity. Dream knew Douglas as a very patient and gentle man, one who could make friends with anyone. He very rarely got angry and was known to be quite philosophical. He and Dream would always discuss philosophy and such whenever they had the time. After Douglas approached Dream, he put his hand on his shoulder. After they looked at each other for a bit, Douglas smiled and pulled his son in for a hug. I missed you, kid. Missed you too, Dad. The two patted each other on the back, looking like friends who reunited after a long time. We've got quite a bit to talk about. Mom said the same thing. Hey, Dad, he's the leader of the aliens. He's what? Douglas turned to his daughter, who excitedly babbled out shocking pieces of information. Dream looked at her and rolled his eyes. Will you shut up and let me explain properly? You shut up. Quiet, both of you. Douglas interrupted before they could fight any further. Let's talk about everything at home, right? By the way, should I be introduced to this little guy? Dream spoke as he looked at a cat that was standing behind his brother, Austin. Austin lit up and picked up the large cat. Yeah, this is Echo, remember? I do. He hasn't grown as much as Ambush, but he's just as powerful. Say hi. Echo, do you remember Dream? Yes, though my memories of you are hazy. The cat nodded, giving the same answer as the other cat Ambush. That's to be expected, and you're also around class 2. Dream nodded as he evaluated the cat. Echo was very similar to Ambush, only completely black. His eyes had also undergone a change, turning totally gold. He looked almost ethereal if one disregarded his treatment as an ordinary pet. Both cats have been hunting with us. Ambush specializes in stealth attacks, and Echo specializes in illusions like me. Austin spoke proudly while hugging Echo. Dream rubbed his chin. Illusions, huh? You'll have to try them out on me sometime. Oh yeah? How powerful are you? I'm a class 4. Awa. Austin's eyes went wide, as did everyone else's. Although Melody did have a feeling he was that powerful, hearing him outright say it was still surprising. It was even more so for the brothers and Dad who hadn't seen him yet. How the hell did you become a class 4? The other world I was on. I'll explain later. I guess now's not the time to be hunting. Why don't we go home? Oh, we should make a big dinner tonight. Melody jumped excitedly as they started walking out of the hunting grounds. Hearing her, Shannon and Douglas nodded. Maybe we should. Why don't we call the rest of the family too? We can plan a gathering tomorrow. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a gathering. And hey, Dream said he has a special someone. Oh. Everyone looked at him after Melody spoke. Seeing them all turn their gazes to him, he got chuckled awkwardly, almost smacking his sister who couldn't keep her trap shut. I may or may not have met some people. Girls. Yeah. Relationship? Yeah. Haha. This guy actually snared himself a girl. And from another world, no less. I'm proud of you, guy. Austin laughed loudly and smacked Dream's back. He just snorted at him, though. Whatever. Actually, they wanted to meet you guys as well. The parents included. Where are they now? In the city. I'll talk to them, though. Haha. The first time meeting them, and they have to survive a family gathering. Hopefully they don't get scared away. I think they'll be fine. Dream spoke unsurely. Luna and Iris, along with Riddick and Celine, were a very secluded family. It was understandable since they had troubles with being hunted for a long time, but all that led to them being more antisocial than normal. Dream wasn't sure how they'd fare against his family, who was quite the opposite of antisocial. They could get quite rowdy. Hey, if they can't handle a true Italian party, then you should rethink this girl. Besides, the whole family is going to be assessing her. She's got to be able to handle herself if she wants to join. Austin laughed, though. None of what he said was false. Dream's family was rather tight-knit, and they would definitely judge any of the girls or boys that would try and snag one of their own. Dream just smiled, though. Although he knew they would be surprised, Dream wasn't that worried about them. He was sure the little reclusive family would get through things fine. He thought it would be good for them, too. Maybe they would bond with his family and make some new friends. Discussing different plans, Dream and his family made their way back home. If they wanted to have a gathering, there were many people to call and many things to prepare. Chapter 219, Ruler. Aunt Linda can come, so can Grandma and Grandpa. What about your cousin? Is she still in Hawaii? No, she can come too. I'm gonna go pick up some chicken and steak for carnitas. Be sure to get some tri-tip and magic meat too. And don't forget the bread rolls. Do we have any sauce? And where's the smoker? I'm sending for a car to go and get Mike. Dream watched as his family ran around the house or left for the store busily. All of them called up different members of the family or friends to notify them of the situation, and there were soon a few dozen people who were scheduled to arrive the next day. And while there were so many people coming, it wasn't of any consequence. With how much money Dream's family was making now along with the big mansion, they could easily accommodate whoever they wanted. Apparently, over the last couple of years, all the parties and gatherings during the holidays or special occasions were hosted at their house. So, while Dream's family prepared for the party tomorrow, he went and took care of some things. Walking up to a random wall in the house, Dream focused his influence. Sure enough, just as Melody said, there were enchantments throughout the house. These enchantments are crap though. Let's fix that. Smiling, Dream sent in some mana and reprogrammed the enchantments with his own golden script. Soon, all the enchantments throughout the house were revamped and strengthened many times over, turning the place into nothing short of an impenetrable fortress, especially in the magically underdeveloped Earth. With his control over magic, nothing leaked out or alerted the family to the changes. After that, Dream went over to the garage where the cars were. The place was big enough to fit 10 cars, but there were only 4, one for each person in the family aside from one that Dream's mom had taken to the store. He didn't care though and snorted at the sight of underwhelming engineering. Move. With a word, Dream pushed all the cars across the garage, clearing out the area. He spoke to Sophia. Are the materials here? Outside the house. When she spoke, the garage door opened by itself, revealing the driveway and a big blue sky. Outside of it was also a large cargo ship, inside of which were materials Dream called over earlier to build some flying cars for his family. Opening the hatch to the ship, Dream could see some small fusion reactors and other materials like graphene glass and metal. Come here. Dream waved everything over, and the cargo ship was quickly emptied. Then, when all the materials were inside the garage, he began forming them according to a quick schematic Sophia drew up. Only 3 minutes later, there were 5 new cars inside the garage, ranging from a large truck to a low-riding sports car. At first glance, they looked like normal high-tech luxury cars, but their functions far surpassed anything available on the planet. These things run off of the basically inexhaustible reactor. They can fly, have self-driving software, and are virtually indestructible to anyone under the Class 4 level. It's also very spacious and comfortable inside, since there's no need for tons of components. I'm sure they'll enjoy them. One more thing. Have the factory make a butler bot for this house to keep it nice and tidy. Mom will like that. Done. Good. Now, how about we head to the city? I'm interested to see its development. Saying that, Dream went and flew out of the garage toward the new haven. Well, that's a rather magnificent sight. As Dream approached the city, he could see the towering tree that rose thousands of meters into the air, covering the city cluster like a canopy. There was also the city itself with its 1,000-meter-tall skyscrapers. Even from a distance, he could see thousands of people and vehicles that flew between the buildings, looking like busy little bees. And then there's those guys. Dream smiled as he looked at the thousands of people who stood at the borders of the cities, being blocked by small armies of bots. They were all people who wanted to enter, but that still wasn't allowed. So they just stood by in wonder, basking in the glory of the tree. Oh well, that'll be changing soon. Now where's Luna? Dream flew into the city, bypassing all forms of restrictions and directly heading to a building in the center city. This building was one that was built around the tree itself, and it's where the highest administrators in the cities resided. Landing on top of the building, Dream spoke. Luna, Dream. A bright voice was heard, and Dream saw a graceful figure suddenly appear near him. Becoming more proficient with Iris's portal skill, huh? Slowly but surely. What about you? I haven't seen you for almost 2 weeks. Luna spoke as she came up to him and gave him a kiss. After enjoying each other's lips for a few seconds, Dream smiled. After I took care of everything on the planet, I ended up studying the portal for a bit. Today it finally closed, and once it did, I went and found my family. Really? How'd it go? Pretty good, actually. I've said hi to them all, and now, well, let's say that we're having a little celebration. That sounds fun. Yeah. And by the way, you guys are invited. You told them about us? Luna's eyes went a little wide, but the next moment, she smiled. Hold on. Did you tell them about both of us? Kind of. Well, it's no matter. We'll just make it a surprise. So, when's this little party? Tomorrow. And it's not little. I'll warn you beforehand. But the family is gathering, and you guys will be under a lot of eyes. Just how big is your family? Immediate family, there's only 6 of us. The whole family, there's a few dozen. Wow. Yeah, and they can get rather rambunctious. Something I know you guys aren't used to. Again, just warning you beforehand, I don't see any problems. I'm actually excited. I never thought I would ever get to meet your parents. I think you'll like them. Though, I'm worried about Iris and my sister. Why? Well, both of them are strong-headed, and both of them seem to be battle maniacs. If they get into it, it'll definitely turn into a fight. Just my speculation. I'll keep an eye out then. Thanks. Now, that's tomorrow. Today, why don't you tell me about how the settlement is coming along? Okay, surprisingly, it's coming along well. Follow me. Grabbing his hand, Luna led Dream down into the main city. When they landed on the street, they were greeted with hundreds of people walking or running around everywhere, as well as dozens of shops and businesses. Luna spoke as they walked down the street hand in hand. With your design that mostly mimicked how the Haven worked, everyone was easily able to adapt to the lifestyle. Food is being distributed, water is plentiful, and facilities are all running perfectly. Since that's the case, everyone immediately got to work on reopening businesses and going back to their previous lives in the Haven. And while that was disrupted by the fact that there are now 5 cities instead of 1, with the transportation and communication systems, that was pretty quickly gotten used to, so the businesses are settling down well? Yes, thanks to your bots. I was surprised to see that you made a place for every business that existed previously, even going so far as to design their establishments exactly the same. With that, and the fact that your bots assisted in moving supplies and helping the owners, shops were able to resume operations rather quickly. While the locations are different, I didn't want the shock of migrating to be too large, so I tried to keep as many things as I could the same. The reason this was possible is because every single legal business was documented with the bracelets, allowing Sophia to organize everything the way she did. I'm starting to think that the bracelets are your best piece of tech in the city, or maybe the most important. Information is valuable and convenient. By the way, how's everyone adjusting to their new carriages? Dream spoke as he looked around and saw dozens of flying vehicles. These were part of his efforts to create a functioning transportation system. Since there were now 5 cities and much more land than before, people needed a way to easily move from one place to another, whether it was between buildings or across cities. Dream couldn't think of anything better than cars. But since his level of technology was far above just regular automobiles, he decided to integrate flying cars with self-driving capabilities. Unlike the cars he built for his family, though, these cars ran off of batteries that could be recharged at stations. They also weren't as strong since he didn't bother to use super high-grade metals and complex enchantments, but they got the job done efficiently and reliably, which is what mattered. However, since people were still settling down, they didn't really know about the cars. And if they did, they didn't really need them. For one, Dream made it so that the cars costed money. More specifically, the currency he created known as credits. In order for money to circulate, it needed to have a use. The cars were one of these things that could be bought. There were also many other things that could be bought, but Dream wasn't sure about how the economy was functioning, as all that was left to Luna and the rulers. As you can see, the cars are only being used by a small amount of people. It's mainly business owners with stuff to move around. Though, I imagine it won't take long for it to start being picked up by the general populace. That's something I wanted to ask about. How's the economy doing? Good, but it could be better, hence some of the policies I've enacted. I had done this in the Haven not long before the migration. In order to promote your currency and an economy, I started making essentials like food and water, as well as other commodities cost something. Since things were no longer free, people needed to make money, and that meant they needed to get a job. At first, I started some projects that could inject money into the community, and then I gave sponsorships to anyone starting a business. This kick-started the economy rather well, but then the portal came along and things had to halt. Now, though, that's beginning to start up again. I made food free again since there needs to be an adjustment period, but after another couple weeks, I plan to reinstate pricing. People know this, and that means everyone's trying to get a job or start a business. People are already making money, and the economy is beginning to cycle once again. And while it'll take a while for things to really get going like a proper society, we have plenty of time and aren't going anywhere. Dream nodded as he listened, going into thought. Information he knew about economics flew through his mind, giving him ideas. That's good. The pricing for commodities and such was a good idea, and I'm sure after a while, things in the cities will start to prosper. But this place has a lot more in store for it than just an isolated economy. You're talking about opening it to the public? Yes, that's the main purpose of the central hub, the fifth city. In the future, I'm hoping it'll act as a bridge between Earth and the aliens. This means, though, that this place will have to engage in trade with the outside world. But that's not a bad thing. Trade means money and resources. However, establishing trade with anyone is going to be difficult, hence why I wanted to talk to you about it. When the people here begin to settle down, you and the rulers need to begin to establish a formal government and systems of business. Only when our foundation is solidified can we start to engage in discussions and trade with other people. Now, I don't expect things to go well at first since Earth is far more developed and smarter than anyone in this place. But it'll allow people to learn how to handle themselves in this new world. I see what you mean, but we're farther along than you think. The rulers have already established their own form of government. While it's still loose since they aren't quite sure how to accommodate your presence, it's functioning just fine. As I said before, giving power to the rulers and letting them handle things as they have before was the best choice you could have made. I see. Then here's what you can do. After things begin to streamline, and you and the rulers have sufficient confidence in yourselves, I'll allow you guys to make formal contact with the outside world. First, we'll start with the governments. Then once we've been accepted into the world as our own sovereign state, we can engage in business. A sovereign state? You mean you want to found your own nation? I don't know if that'll go well since we're right in the middle of a superpower. Luna spoke unsurely, and Dream understood her concerns. He was basically saying that he was going to take land from America and establish his own nation right in the middle of them. That wasn't something that would fly with them. However, I don't really care if they're a superpower. For one, you need to realize that in this world, these 5 cities contain the most powerful force. Hell, I myself could wipe out all life on this planet. So when it comes to establishing sovereignty, I have every right. Even without me, though, this place can't be messed with out of sheer power. This means that when it comes time for discussions, there's no backing down. Especially when it comes to you, Luna. While I'm not exactly present most of the time, I know you've taken up one of, if not the highest leadership position amongst the rulers. You're their head, and because of me, you're their guide to the outside world. Naturally, you're going to be the one to negotiate with the powers of the world and make known your presence, establishing yourself and these cities in this world. But that's going to take the attitude of a ruler. Here, you can't let your guard down, or you'll be taken advantage of. So, are you able to do that? Stepping up to the challenge of leading an entire nation into the world of politics and business. Dream looked at her in the eyes. He knew that leading the Haven had become one of Luna's new purposes in life. Just as Dream studied and pushed the boundaries of magic and technology, Luna now ran these cities and worked toward their prosperity. At first it was just a hobby, but after a while, he could see her devotion to it. Naturally, Dream wanted to support her in her endeavors, but stepping onto the world stage was a daunting task. To do so would require a lot from her, and he saw this as the moment where she would either fully devote herself to this lifestyle or step back and continue it as just a hobby. After Dream asked her, she looked off into the city full of bustling people and thought. After some silence, her face became solemn, and she nodded. I will do what it takes to lead this place. While I still have a lot to learn, there's nothing on the line. This place will remain no matter what. So I will simply do my best to make it prosperous. If that means taking on the current world leaders, then I will do so. All right then, you have my full support. My nigh unlimited resources in the form of materials and robotic manpower are at your disposal, however. I think there's one thing you should know. What's that? A nation needs territory. While I've already claimed many square miles of space, there's no way a fully functioning and self-sufficient nation can remain so constricted. So, I plan on expanding our territory. Or more specifically, I plan on creating more territory. How so? Two things: man-made islands and space stations. I'm planning on building habitable space cities in the atmosphere, and then islands in the ocean. This will give us plenty of land to further expand and develop. Plus, it'll be good tourist material, making it so that we can attract more Earthlings to our nation that resides in the ocean, on land, and in space. I see. That is indeed a good idea, I guess. Just tell me when you finish and I'll start making plans to colonize. Of course. Now, since you're finally here, why don't we go on a date? Luna spun around with gleaming eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck. His brows raised a bit as a small smile revealed itself. A date, huh? It's been a while since we've had one of those. Sounds good. I can give you a tour of the planet known as Earth. Okay. Hey Iris, get over here. Smiling brightly, Luna shouted, prompting a figure to pop out of thin air. Iris looked at the two who were standing in the middle of the street looking like a couple on their honeymoon. What's up? I'm taking you girls out on a date. There are many sights that I'm sure you'll enjoy, so we can go outside. Yay! Iris jumped excitedly. She had been forced to stay within the city all this time as Dream didn't want her sowing chaos, but now Dream was finally opening the doors. Don't get too excited. It's a date, so you're staying with me. That's fine. Hee. So where are we going? Everywhere. I'm thinking we can hit up a few major countries by the end of today. We'll go sightseeing, taste their food, all kinds of things. How does that sound? Good. Really good. Then let's go. Dream and Iris grabbed hands. He then wrapped the girls up in his magic before taking off into the sky, flying to the nearest place on a list that he and Sophia quickly prepared on the fly. Chapter 220, Date. Welcome to Paris. Oh, cool tower. Iris spoke as they landed in a large plaza. In front of them was the Eiffel Tower. Since it was around dusk, the setting sun painted the sky pink and cast a warm glow on the tower and the buildings around it. It made for a brilliant display, however. Since Luna and Iris's standards for extraordinary constructs were sky-high, it didn't impress them much. But it wasn't like they didn't think it was nice. This was Earth after all. Things were different here. This tower was built and has been standing for nearly 200 years. 200 years, huh? That's a pretty long time, especially for such a crudely built and mannerless building. Hey, I see a room up there. Can we go up? Iris pointed as she focused on the top of the tower. With her powers, she could naturally scan the entirety of the tower instantly. She already knew everything about it in and out as soon as she landed. Sure. Dream nodded and activated his magic, flying the three to the top of the tower. There they entered the famous apartment room of the creator of the Eiffel Tower. Well, this is a nice place. Luna spoke as they illegally entered the room without a care in the world. They looked around the place that had old preserved items from so long ago. They walked past everything while looking around at all the old wood furniture and made their way to the top floor where there was an observatory. This place overlooked the entire city. Wow. Both girls' eyes lit up as they took in the view around them. The orange colors reflecting on the sides of all the buildings, and the people all eating dinner in the restaurants around them, enjoying their partners and the comfortable atmosphere. It was a serene and captivating picture, something only seen on Earth which had developed as far as it did. The fact that this was just another city was amazing as well. On the other world, you could only see something like this in the biggest empires. This place is known as the City of Love, a place where millions across the world come to indulge in romance. This tower is also one of the most popular monuments in the world, standing as the icon for this city of romance. Is that why you brought us here first? Maybe. It was the first place that came to mind, and since it was sunset, I thought it would be nice to come here. This place really is nice. You can almost feel how festive the city is from here. But Luna looked around and then at Dream, her mind suddenly getting ideas. If this place is one where we indulge in romance, then we should start doing as expected in such a place, no? Smiling, Luna moved over and wrapped her arms around Dream's neck. Her silvery blue eyes gazed into his hazel ones as the golden sun illuminated the sides of their faces. Oh, I like where this is going. Dream grinned, and as if their gazes communicated, they silently came together and kissed. They could feel each other's emotions as they did so, full of love, trust, and content. Eventually, they separated, and the two looked into each other's eyes more. Meanwhile, Iris spoke from beside them. As if I'm not even here. What? You think I forgot about you? Dream rolled his eyes and grabbed her arm, pulling her into his embrace. They then did as the French do, and Iris slowly lost herself in the feeling. After a while, they also pulled apart, and Iris let to a hot breath. Dream's eyes went wide as he looked at her heat up. Don't tell me you want to do it here? Is there something wrong with that? Besides, you kissed me first. This is one of the most iconic places on this planet, and this room we're in has been preserved for over a century. We're not even supposed to be here. So, you know what? Screw it. Come here. Iris jumped on him as soon as he said that, going back to making out as she wrapped him up with her legs. Luna giggled as she watched them, biting her lip in anticipation. A few hours later, when night had fallen on the city, "Welp, at least I can say we made good use of the room." Dream spoke as he looked around. The once pristine and preserved room they were in was now not so pristine and preserved. There were broken chairs, shattered tables, walls with holes in them. The main support pillar was destroyed, and there was a hole in the floor in the shape of a person. Not like anyone uses it anyway. Luna said that as she straightened out her clothes with a rosy face. Besides, to think you could use magic like that, there was some mental magic mixed in there, right? Luna spoke as she recalled their session. Just the thought made her shiver a bit. Not in fright, obviously. Only a bit. That was to allow the sensations to reach your soul, where you would feel things the best. I thought of it on the spot. Well, it was certainly otherworldly. I'll see if I can learn it too. And then we're definitely going to have to do this again. She smiled as she gave Dream another big kiss. At the same time, Iris came up the stairs, her clothes all ragged and face red. Well, hello there. Come to your senses yet? Oomph. She huffed as her clothes disappeared, and new ones appeared moments later. Her hair then fixed itself, and she returned to her normally graceful and fiery appearance. Hey, it's not my fault you can't control your magic. My skills aren't so easy to control. The level of control that you have is abnormal. Besides, your magic caught me off guard. Iris twirled her hair embarrassingly. After losing her sense of reason for a bit, her body heated up and melted through the floor. In fact, the hole went all the way down all 3 floors, almost punching through to the outside. It was only Dream's quick thinking that prevented her from exposing herself to the crisp night air. Hoo-hoo. Anyway, we should continue our date. Next stop, Italy. Putting his arms around both of the girls, Dream activated his magic and teleported them outside the room, only after making some repairs to the place so it at least wouldn't collapse. He then flew off, cruising in the air above the landscapes so they could take in the sights. Eventually, Dream lowered them over a particular city. The 3 landed between some buildings where the music was lively and the lights were bright. Dozens of people ate outside restaurants, played instruments, and there was even an area for dancing. Haha, I can already smell the pizza. Dream laughed as he looked around with a wide grin. The girls also looked around excitedly, the festive atmosphere quickly infecting them. Follow me, you two. Let's have some dinner. Waving them over, Dream walked over to an outdoor restaurant filled with people. After speaking to one of the hostesses, they were seated. As they took their seats and got their drinks, the girls noticed many different eyes pointed their way. Dream also noticed, but he couldn't care less. Haha, isn't this great? Actually, I've never been here before. So this is new even for me. Feels weird. Dream's mood went skyward as he looked around him. A big smile plastered across his face. Traveling the other world and Earth felt entirely different from each other. It was only now that Dream was feeling giddy for being able to come to these places. Hearing this, Iris's brow raised, seemingly forgetting that Dream wasn't always so powerful that he could go anywhere he wished. Really? Yeah. Traveling costed a lot of money that I didn't have before I was taken across worlds. And while I was never hellbent on traveling, it was still a cool thought. But now, I get to travel wherever I want. And with two beautiful women, no less. Dream smiled and winked at them as he spoke. Iris rolled her eyes, but Luna played along and leaned forward, hands under chin. Is that right? Oh yeah. In fact, I have a request. What would that be? As Luna asked, Dream stood up and walked in front of her. Leaning over, he put his arm out. Care to dance? I thought you'd never ask. Luna stood up with a smile as she spoke. Then, arm in arm, they walked to the dance floor where several other couples were already moving to the music. Oh, Luna beamed as Dream spun her out and into his arms. Their bodies came close, and they moved with each other to the rhythm of the music. Side to side, forward and back. Their bodies seemed intertwined as they moved across the floor, and there wasn't any sense of discord, as if they had pre-planned a routine for this very song. You know, the last time we went on a date, and the last time we danced, a really bad turn of events occurred. That won't happen again, will it? Luna spoke softly as they continued to move. Hearing her, Dream smirked. Baby, it'll take nothing short of a demigod to take you away from me. The two grinned before closing their eyes, the music overtaking them. Despite the lack of vision and concentration, though, they never ceased to dance flawlessly and never bumped into anyone. Guys, I'm gonna order. Suddenly, Iris's voice was heard from the table. Get me a few pepperoni pizzas. Luna will have the one with all the bell peppers and whatnot too. All right. Dream spoke to her telepathically from the dance floor, not bothering to stop. Iris just nodded and gave the order to the waiter that had arrived at their table, speaking perfect Italian as if she was raised in the language. This was something afforded to her who could wield the universal language. Afterward, she went back to watching the two lovebirds dance. Damn, that smells good. After a while, Dream and Luna stepped off the floor and went back to the table where the food appeared. There were already 3 pizzas, and Iris was digging into one. This stuff is good. So much better than those ones we made in the oven. Iris spoke as she stuffed her face full of the cheese-covered crust. Nothing was wasted as every drop of sauce and grease was sent down her throat without end. This wasn't the first pizza she had devoured, and many more were lined up. Of course it's better. This stuff is handmade in its country of origin. It's a real Italian pizza. Well, Italian food is awesome. You think all food is awesome? Yes. Iris didn't refute that and just nodded as a matter of factly. Well, let's not eat too much here. Not that that's a problem. We still got several other countries to visit and many sights to see. What kind of countries? Well, I was thinking we could go to the countries with monuments and wonders, like Paris and the Eiffel Tower. Then we can go see the natural wonders like Niagara Falls, the Grand Canyon, Mount Everest, maybe some cool forests and landmarks. That sounds cool. By the way, when's this party with your family? Less than 24 hours from now. Party? What party? Hearing them, Iris looked up with question marks. Dream smiled. You two and your parents are coming with me to meet my family. Because of my sudden appearance, they're hosting a family gathering. So you're going to meet them during this party? Wait, we're meeting your family? Yes. Did you think I didn't have one? No, I know you have one. I don't know. It never came across my mind that we'd meet them, since we were on another planet until only a month ago. Yeah, I get it. But hey, we're here now, and I want you guys to meet each other. Though you should prepare yourself, because it's the whole family. What do you mean, the whole family? How many brothers and sisters do you have? Only 3, but it's not just them. I know this is a foreign concept to you guys, but there is such a thing as aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents. And my family has a lot of them. How many? I would say around 40 or 50. That many? Yup, and most of them are going to be there. Relax, it'll be fine. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Dream rubbed Iris's back as she got nervous. She sighed and then picked up another slice of pizza, sticking it all in her mouth and swallowing it in one go. All right, I'll give it a shot. Thanks. Now let's hurry and eat all this before heading out. We've got lots of places to see. After finishing their meal in Italy, the three left and took off to other places. Dream brought them to exactly the places he said he would. First, they visited all the wonders of the world. The Great Pyramids, the Hanging Gardens, the Temple of Artemis, the Lighthouse of Alexandria, the Great Wall of China, the Colosseum, the Taj Mahal, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and more. They went and saw them all, and the girls always got excited seeing something old and interesting. While they didn't really know anything about it, Sophia was able to give them a quick rundown, briefing the history and significance of it all. All of that really enraptured them. Unlike the planet they came from, Earth had a history going back thousands upon thousands of years, lots of which was documented. Hearing about so many different histories as well as how long ago it was a mysterious feeling to the girls, especially since this was a history of humanity with no magic, making their accomplishments that much more impressive and awe-inspiring. Eventually, they stopped visiting the wonders after seeing most of them and started visiting the natural wonders. Dream flew them around the world to see all sorts of amazing natural formations, like Victoria Falls, the Great Barrier Reef, and Mount Everest. He even went so far as to bring them down the Mariana Trench to see all kinds of weird fish. Curiously, they were actually able to spot some magically evolved fish with mana signatures. From this, they could tell that Earth was evolving to become more like Kaban. They spent their entire 20 or so hours exploring the world, broadening their views. Even for Dream, it was an amazing experience since he had never seen any of those places personally, so the three enjoyed the voyage of discovery together. After a long while, though, Dream eventually received a message from his sister, telling him to come home. The party was about to start. Well, looks like that's our cue. The party is starting soon. Then we should head back. Mom and Dad are in the city, so we can go get them. Luna spoke as they stood up. In front of them was Mount Fuji. Although it wasn't daytime, that didn't really matter to them who had senses that could surpass the third dimension entirely. They saw the mountain and all the beautiful trees around them as clear as day. All right, then I'll see you guys at the house. Just come as you normally do. In fact, you don't need to tell the old man that he's going to a party. It can be a surprise. You're so evil. I'll take care of it, so go on. Sure, sure. Chuckling, Dream drew on his ether supply and enveloped himself, creating his own pocket of space and tunneling through dimensions. He quickly disappeared from the girls' view. They also activated their portal skill and teleported back to the city to grab their parents. Meanwhile, back when the bald man Korvach closed the portal, he himself teleported back to the realm he came from. After only a few seconds, he appeared back inside the house on top of the grassy hill where he resided. After he materialized within the study, he walked out toward another room, opening the door. This room was totally empty, void of any detail, like it was a pocket of black space. Inside this room was a girl with a white mask on, and she sat in the center of this void black room cross-legged, as if meditating. I see you've tamed the vestige. Korvach spoke as he sat down in front of the girl, his apprentice. Her eyes behind the mask opened the next moment. I did. I'm still recovering, though. Divine artifacts aren't so easy to control, and using your skills to fuel a spell after you were already heavily injured is a high price to pay. So naturally, you won't be able to recover immediately. It was necessary. Indeed it was, and I'm proud that you were able to make such a decision as quickly as you did. It seems all my training has paid off. The girl nodded, and Korvach smiled mysteriously. Despite her calm outer appearance, he could tell that she was anxious. In fact, the moment he opened the door, her aura became slightly turbulent. Now, I'm sure you know what my return means. Dream has passed through the portal and is already on Earth. After conversing with him and seeing for myself his being, I can now see why he was chosen as a seeker. Does he know about me? No, he doesn't. Your reunion will be a surprise. For both of you, both of us. Now, there will still be a few things you must do upon going there. For that, I've been told to give you this parchment. You'll understand what to do with it when you read it and the time comes. Saying that, Korvach took out a paper and handed it to the girl, who took it with a weird gaze. She knew he was hiding something from her, but she just put it in the back of her mind. She quickly read the paper, which was from that mysterious man giving orders to Korvach. It was full of uncharacteristically casual but profound sentences and plenty of prophetic statements that seemed to already know what she was thinking and what she would do. After reading it, she had a general idea of what she needed to do, but it was vague enough to leave out specifics. Basically, she would need to go to Earth to figure out and carry out her task. Knowing that, she put the paper into her inventory. She then looked to Korvach with almost pleading eyes. "Hoo-hoo, very well. I won't keep you waiting much longer. We leave in a few hours. Stabilize your soul until then." Chuckling, Korvach stood up and left the room, leaving the girl to prepare herself. After the door closed, she continued to stare off into the void in front of her.